The streets of modern Dublin were not always as Irish as you think. Beneath that tarmac, following almost exactly the same alignment, run the streets of a Viking town, laid out over 1,000 years ago by Norse settlers who sailed up the river and simply never left. We know all of this because back in the 1970s, archaeologists peeled back the layers and found that everything was still there. Wattle houses, the fish bones, the shells, the leather shoes, combs carved from antler, and even ashes from hearths that hadn't burned in 900 years. You see, the town began back in 841 as a fortified camp beside a dark river pool. In Irish language they called it Dublin, in Norse, Dyflin. Within 2 centuries, it had become one of the wealthiest ports in the Viking world, a place where Baltic amber was traded alongside Irish slaves, when Norse pagans slowly became Christians, and where the line between conqueror and conquered began to blur into something entirely new. They are interesting streets to walk. So today let's go back over 1,000 years and take a peek into daily life in Viking Dublin. Now, just quickly, as usual, thank you for everyone supporting the channel, keeping it ad-free. Links are in the description to the Patreon, YouTube membership, merch store, and the donation link. If you're not inclined to do that, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. That's good enough for us. Anyway, let's begin. Enjoy the video. So, the story of Viking Dublin doesn't begin with a town in the traditional sense, more of a military camp. You see, when the Norse first appeared on Irish shores in the late 8th century, they came as raiders. They targeted wealthy, poorly defended monasteries on the Irish coastline and river valleys, all of which had accumulated generations' worth of precious metalwork, manuscripts, and livestock. And it was all just there for the taking. The monks weren't really trained in fighting back raider Vikings. Certainly not on their list of things to do. So the annals of Ulster records provide the first major Norse raid on Ireland in 795, when the island of Recru, probably modern Brefflin Island, was burned and plundered. For the next half-century, the Norse pattern in Ireland was predominantly one of seasonal raiding. You'd show up in the spring, take everything that could be carried, depart before the Irish could organize an effective military response, and sail off into the sunset. The monasteries of the Irish coast were systematically looted. The monks who survived wrote about it with traumatized repetition in the annals, recording destruction after destruction with a helpless cataloging impulse, as if the act of writing down what had been burned and who had been taken could somehow contain the catastrophe. The transition from seasonal raiding to permanent settlement happened gradually and unevenly, and the key innovation was the Long Fort, a fortified harbor enclosure in which a Viking fleet could winter in, making raiding a year-round enterprise rather than just a summer one. The Long Fort at Dublin in 841 was the most significant of these establishments. Its precise location is debated. It may have been slightly upstream from the later town, but its general character is well understood. A defended enclosure, probably defined by a ditch and a bank, large enough to hold a fleet of longships drawn up on shore and the several hundred men who crewed them, positioned at a point on the Liffey where the river was navigable from the sea but also accessible to the Irish interior. The Dub Linn, the black pool formed by the confluence with the Poddle, provided sheltered anchorage in conditions that exposed Liffey could not guarantee. The Long Fort was a camp, but not quite yet a town. but it did attract the functions that camps attract when they become permanent: trade, craft production, the settlement of families, the construction of more durable and long-lasting buildings. But the Irish didn't just simply accept this. The annals record a sustained series of attacks on the Dublin Long Fort and its Norse inhabitants through the 9th century, including a major expulsion in 902 when an alliance of Irish kings drove the Norse from Dublin entirely. What a proud day that was for them. But the Norse came back in 917, re-establishing their position on the Liffey River, and this time the settlement took on a more definitively urban character. The area known to the Norse as the Long Fort and to the Irish as the Dún, the fort, that's in their language, developed into a walled town, and the archaeological evidence suggests that from the early 10th century onward, Dublin had the basic infrastructure of a functioning urban settlement. Pretty much they had permanent buildings, they had organized craft production, a market, and a defendable perimeter. Now, that's a medieval town. That's all you need. In any case, the transition from raider camp to town had been well and truly completed. One aspect of Dublin's founding that is often understated is the degree to which the Norse settlement in Ireland was, from the beginning, a political act as much as an economic one. The Norse who settled Dublin were not simply merchants who happened to also carry swords. They were competing political entities, organized around chieftains and kings, engaged in the complex web of alliance and rivalry that characterized Norse politics across the Viking world. And Dublin, well, that became a royal centre almost immediately, the new jewel in the crown of Viking settlements. The King of Dublin held a position of significant power in Irish politics from the early 10th century onward, sometimes contesting the kingship of Leinster, sometimes allying with Munster against Leinster, sometimes fighting the High Kings of Ireland. But by the mid-10th century, the same individual was often king of both Dublin and York, the two great Viking cities of the British Isles, whose Norse populations maintained close connection. Understanding Viking Dublin means understanding it as a political capital, as well as a trading town, and the life of its inhabitants was certainly shaped by both dimensions. The most important thing the Wood Key excavations, as they were called, revealed was that Viking Dublin was planned, organized, and well maintained, an urban environment rather than a chaotic encampment that popular imagination sometimes substitutes for not only early medieval towns but for Viking settlements. Give them a little bit more credit than that, surely. The town that emerged from the excavation records was laid out with a main thoroughfare, approximately corresponding to the modern High Street or Dame Street axis, running through the settlement from west to east, with secondary streets and lanes branching off it. The alignment of these streets, established in the Viking period, are remarkably persistent in the modern city plan. So, if you were to walk along the High Street in Dublin today, you're quite literally walking along a street whose direction was fixed by Norse urban planners about 1200 years ago. The dead continue to orient the living in ways that you did not expect. And what, well, neither party explicitly chose, I suppose. Now, the houses of Viking Dublin, as revealed at Wood Key and the related excavations at Fishamble Street, were a type of consistent with Norse domestic architecture across the Viking world, but adapted to Irish conditions and materials. You see, the standard dwelling was a post and wattle structure, upright wooden posts set into the ground at intervals with woven wattle panels, thin branches and withies woven between upright stakes, forming the walls, the whole structure plastered inside and out with daub It is a mixture of clay and animal dung that set hard and provided insulation and weatherproofing. The roof was typically of thatch. The floor plan was roughly rectangular, commonly around 15 meters long and 5 meters wide, though there was a considerable variation in size between larger houses belonging to more prosperous inhabitants and smaller ones belonging to craftsmen and less wealthy families. A central rigid pole was supported by 2 rows of internal posts, creating a slightly raised central area and lower side aisles that could be used for sleeping, storage, or housing animals in winter. At the center of every house was the hearth, an open fire burning on a flat stone or clay surface. Without a chimney, of course, the smoke would find its way out through a hole in the ridge of the roof and through the imperfect ceiling of the wattle walls. You could also hang up your fish as well on the rafters of the roof and smoke them as a bit of a 2 birds with 1 stone sort of thing. Now, the absence of a chimney meant that the Viking houses in Dublin were permanently smoky, and the implications for daily life are quite significant. Think about it. Respiratory ailments from smoke inhalation were certainly quite common. Visibility inside the house beyond the immediate vicinity of the fire was limited, and of course, as we just mentioned, the preservation of food by smoking was an incidental benefit of a heating system that was otherwise deeply uncomfortable by modern standards. The hearth was nevertheless the social and practical center for household life. Food was cooked here, heat came from here, and the family gathered there in the evenings. And that, of course, the fire died overnight and had to be carefully preserved as coals or rekindled in the morning from a neighbor's still burning hearth, since fire starting at the time was, frankly, a time-consuming process. The evidence from the Wiki middens, the refuse deposits that accumulated alongside and eventually beneath the houses over generations of occupation, gives us an extraordinary detailed picture of what daily life was like. Thousands of animal bones, analyzed by zooarchaeologists, revealed that the diet and animal husbandry of the Viking town in detail that we will discuss a bit more shortly. Fish bones in enormous quantities attest to the centrality of fishing. Vast numbers of louse and flea eggs indicate that the intimate cohabitation of humans and animals in a smoke-filled house created conditions of infestation, ectoparasites, that were simply a baseline feature of life, not a sign of unusual uncleanliness, just the way things are. Wood chips and shavings indicate carpentry. Leather offcuts and waste from shoemaking are present in such quantities that shoe production was clearly a major craft industry. Get your shoes from Dublin, they'd say. Well, textile fragments, wool, linen, and some silk imported from farther afield survived in the anaerobic conditions of the waterlogged deposits. And human coprolites, that is, preserved human feces, which sounds unpleasant to discuss, but hey, they are an extraordinary source of information about diet, intestinal parasites, and the contents of people's last meals. Well, they've been analyzed to reveal diets heavy in grain, fish, and wild plant foods, and intestinal parasite loads that were essentially universal. The town was divided into defined plots, property boundaries that can be traced in the archaeological record through successive building phases, and this suggests a level of urban property law and administration that complicates any lingering image of Viking settlements as purely anarchic. When a house decayed or burnt, which happened quite regularly given the combustible nature of wattle and daub construction, albeit in a settlement of closely packed buildings, the new house was built on the same plot, slightly raising the ground surface with the debris of the previous structure, literally built on the ruins of your old house. This process of successive rebuilding over the same footprint produced the stratified archaeology that Wiki revealed. That was layer upon layer of occupation, each representing a generation or two of habitation, the whole compressed into a vertical sequence of the town's development, readable like the pages of a book. Well, that's if you know the language. Now, above everything, Viking Dublin was a commercial city. Money runs the world, right? And that hasn't changed in 1,000 years. The range and sophistication of its craft industries and trading connections places it firmly in the cosmopolitan network of the Viking world, a network that, at its fullest extent in the 10th and 11th centuries, links Scandinavia to Byzantium, Newfoundland to Baghdad, and Dublin to, well, everything. The town's position on the Liffey, accessible to both the Irish Sea and the Irish interior, made it a natural entrepot, a point where goods from diverse sources were aggregated, processed, and redistributed, and where different economic systems met and exchanged. The craft evidence from Wood Quay and Fishamble Street is remarkable for its diversity and quality. Antler working was a major industry. We mentioned it in the introduction, so it must be good. The tines of red deer antler were cut, shaped, polished into combs, the most common luxury personal object in the Viking world, by the way, as well as knife handles, gaming pieces, and decorative pins. The workshop debris from comb making is identifiable in the archaeological record as characteristic offcuts and waste of antler that has been sawn and split, complete antler tines with sections removed, unfinished comb blankets, failed pieces discarded during manufacture, and so on. A comb from Viking Dublin was a quality product. It required skilled craftsmanship. The teeth were cut with a fine saw. The spacing had to be precise enough to perform the comb's primary function of grooming and louse removal, and the decorative incised patterns that ornamented the backs of better quality combs required both artistic sensibility and fine tool control. Not easy. You had to know what you were doing. But of course, you could get a cheap comb or an expensive one, depending on who made it and what they made it from. Now, what about metalworking? Yes, that was practiced in Dublin at a sophisticated level too. Iron, bronze, silver, lead, you had it all. And the products ranged from utilitarian iron tools and weapons to fine jewelry. The oval brooches, the tortoise brooches, ringed pins, and elaborate penannular brooches recovered from Dublin represent a metalworking tradition that synthesized Norse and Irish decorative conventions into a distinctly Hiberno-Norse style. The interlace patterns of Irish manuscript art, meeting the animal interlace of Norse ornamental tradition in pieces that would have been immediately recognizable as Dublin-esque to any informed eye of the Viking world. Silver was the primary monetary metal of the Viking world. Coins were used, but bullion silver weighed on portable scales was equally as valid as a medium of exchange, and Dublin's role as a trading centre required significant silver working capacity. Hack silver, i.e., pieces cut from silver ingots, arm rings, and coins to provide exact weight for transaction, is found in Dublin alongside scales and weights that were the everyday instruments of commercial life. Amber working was another significant Dublin craft, and it speaks directly to the town's position in long-distance trade networks. Baltic amber, fossilized tree resin found primarily on the coast of the Baltic Sea, particularly in the region of modern Poland and Lithuania, was the prestige decorative stone of the Viking world, valued for its warm honey color, lightness, pleasant smell when worked, and the mysterious static electricity it generates when rubbed. Amber reached Dublin from the Baltic via Norse trade networks connecting Scandinavia to Ireland, and Dublin craftsmen worked it into beads, pendants, and gaming pieces. The presence of amber waste, i.e. the chips and fragments left over from shaping raw amber, in the archaeological record confirms that amber was being worked in Dublin itself, rather than arriving as finished goods. And that indicates a local industry of some scale. How big that scale was, well, maybe we'll have to wait to find something more substantial. An amber bead from Viking Dublin represented the convergence of Baltic geology, Norse maritime trade, and Irish urban craft in a single small object that a Dublin woman might have worn at her throat or plaited into her hair. The port itself, the reason for the town's existence, handled a volume of variety of trade goods that connected Dublin to most of the known world. Finds from Dublin contexts include silks from Byzantium, spices that could only have come from the Middle East or further east, wine from the Rhineland and France, whetstones from Norway, soapstone vessels from Shetland and western Norway. Really a bit of everything. As for export, Dublin exported wool, hides, and slaves, which we'll talk about in a minute, along with the manufactured goods of its craftsmen. The Irish Sea was the town's highway, and the Norse seafarers who navigated it with their shallow draft, highly maneuverable longships and nars, that is the Norse cargo vessel, broader and deeper than the warship, made Dublin a node in the maritime trading system of genuinely global reach. Now, I told you I'd talk about slavery, so let's get to that. You can't really have an honest account of Dublin without addressing the institution that was, by volume and economic importance, one of the town's primary industries. Dublin was the largest slave market in the British Isles during the Viking Age, and the slave trade was so central to the economy that no understanding of the town's commercial life, politics with the surrounding Irish kingdoms, or even daily experience of its inhabitants, enslaved or free, can avoid it. The Norse word for slave was thrall, from the Old Norse language, and thraldom was a recognized institution across the Viking world, distinct from other forms of dependent labor in that it involved the complete legal subordination of one person to another. The thrall had no legal rights. They could be bought and sold, could be killed by the owner without any consequence, in most circumstances, and was, in the eyes of Norse law, property, not a human being. Thralls were acquired through raiding, capturing enemies who were not ransomed, who became slaves instead, but also through birth. You see, the children of enslaved women were themselves enslaved. They could also be purchased from traders who dealt specifically in human cargo. The primary source of Dublin's slave supply was Ireland itself. The Norse raids on Irish monasteries and settlements from the late 8th century onward were not solely motivated by the desire for portable wealth in the form of gold, silver, and fine manuscripts. They were also slave-raiding expeditions. The Irish annals record the capture of large numbers of people, monks, freemen, women, children, all in the old Norse raiding capacity, using the old Irish term muintna, I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, meaning household or people to describe groups taken captive. The scale of this traffic was substantial. Some captives were ransomed back to their families or communities by Irish ecclesiastical organizations willing to pay for their return. Others entered the Dublin slave market and were sold on to Norse settlers in Iceland, Scotland, the Orkney Islands, or to traders who carried them east along the Russian river routes to Byzantium and the Islamic world. And you don't want to end up there. Or perhaps to buyers within Ireland and Britain. The Irish Sea was, during the peak of Viking raiding activity, a thoroughfare for the trade in Irish people. The physical infrastructure of the slave market in Dublin is not directly visible in the archaeological record. We don't have any slave pens, auction platforms, and no obvious dedicated facility, but its existence is well attested in textual sources and can be inferred from the town's commercial geography. The market area of Viking towns, centered around the modern Christchurch Place, was the hub of the town's commercial life in Dublin, and human merchandise would have been traded through the same mechanisms as other commodities. Just another stall at the market, basically. An Arab traveller, Ibrahim ibn Yaqub, who visited northern Europe in the 970s and left a remarkable account of Norse commercial life, describes the slave trading as a routine feature of the Norse merchant world, noting the presence of enslaved people of diverse origins in Norse markets and commenting on the prices obtained for different categories of captive. His observations were made primarily in northern Germany and Scandinavia, but they do reflect conditions that applied equally to Dublin, which was fully integrated into the same commercial system. The human cost of the industry is partially visible in the Irish Annals records of specific raids and captures, but the full scale of it can only be estimated and imagined. Claire Downham and other historians of the Viking Age in Ireland have argued that the cumulative impact of Norse slave raiding on Irish society in the 9th and 10th centuries was significant enough to influence patterns of settlement, the fortifications of monastic sites, and the political alliances formed by Irish kings to defend against Norse attacks. The construction of round towers at Irish monasteries, those distinctive Irish structures that survive across the country today, is partly attributable to the need for a defensible refuge for monks and their valuables during the Norse raids. A tall, narrow tower, with the door several meters above ground level, provided a retreat that a raiding party without siege equipment couldn't easily break through. The round towers of Ireland are, among other things, a monument to the fear of the Dublin slave market. But it is worth noting that the Irish were not simply passive victims. The same Irish annals that record Norse slave trading also record Irish kings selling their enemies to the Norse, and Irish participation in the slave trade as sellers and intermediaries as the Viking Age progressed and the distinctions between Norse and Irish people blurred a bit. The slave trade was an institution that the Irish world, initially victimized by, gradually incorporated into its own political economy. Because after all, it all comes down to money. Now, this doesn't diminish the suffering of those enslaved. It just complicates the moral geography of the period in ways that the simple, Norse bad, Irish good narrative can't really accommodate. Well, getting away from the grimness of slavery, let's sit down for a meal. The diet of Viking Dublin's inhabitants was shaped by the town's maritime location, its agricultural hinterland, and the trading connections that bought things from distant markets. The evidence from Wood Quay and Fishamble Street is sufficiently rich to provide a detailed and frankly nuanced picture of what the Dubliners ate, how their diet varied by season and social status, and how their food choices compared to those of their Norse and Irish contemporaries elsewhere. The single most important animal food was fish, and the range of species represented in the fishbone assemblage is pretty impressive. You had herring, cod, haddock, whiting, eel, salmon, and several other species all appear in significant quantities. I tell you what, you got to do your salmon with a lemon, olive oil, salt, and pepper. That's all you need. All you need. Air fryer, 20 minutes, done. Anyway, they didn't have them back in Viking Dublin, I'm afraid. Now, herring was probably the most important by volume. It was available seasonally in enormous shoals in the Irish Sea, and it could be preserved by salting and smoking for year-round use, providing a reliable, calorie-dense food source accessible to people of all economic levels. The seasonal herring run was one of the defining events of the Norse maritime calendar across the whole of the North Sea and Irish Sea world, and Dublin would have participated in it through both local fishing and trade with fishing communities along the Irish coast. Cod, which requires deeper water than herring, was likely obtained partly through trade with fishing communities on the western and northern Irish coasts, where the Atlantic cod fishery was a bit more productive. The presence of both freshwater species like eel and salmon alongside the maritime species shows Dublin's position at the tidal limit of the Liffey, where both river and sea fish were accessible. Cattle were the dominant land animal in the faunal assemblage, and their bones at Wood Quay are present in numbers consistent with both beef consumption and a secondary economy in hides and leather. The high proportion of cattle bones with butchery marks, i.e. cut marks from skinning and jointing, alongside the large quantities of leather waste from the town's shoemaking and leatherworking industries, confirms that cattle were being brought to Dublin from the agricultural hinterland, slaughtered, eaten, and processed into leather goods for local use and export. Pig bones are also abundant, consistent with the easy keeping of pigs in an urban environment where household scraps and market waste provided accessible food sources. Sheep and goat are present in smaller numbers, probably representing both meat consumption and a wool economy. Domestic fowl, i.e. chicken and goose, appear in the record alongside wild birds caught in the surrounding marshes and woodlands. The cereal component of the diet is attested primarily through charred grain and through the cairn stones used for grinding. Rotary cairns are the type of standard thing in early medieval Ireland, and they're found in multiple points in the Dublin excavations, confirming that grain processing was a household activity carried out within the town, rather than relying entirely on milled flour imported from the agricultural hinterland. Barley, oats, and wheat are all attested, with barley probably being the most common staple grain. You see, barley's quite useful. You can make it into bread, porridge, and, crucially, ale. And the brewing of ale was almost certainly a household industry, rather than a purely commercial one in Viking Dublin. Though large-scale commercial brewing surely also existed to supply the taverns and markets of a busy trading town. Wild plant foods, i.e. hazelnuts, apples, blackberries, elderberries, appear in the organic remains and would have provided seasonal dietary supplements, as well as a raw material for flavoring and preserving. The Arab traveller Al-Tartushi, who visited the Norse trading town of Hedby in Jutland in the 10th century and left a detailed description of the life there, provides a useful outsider perspective on Norse food culture that can be applied cautiously to Dublin. He was distinctly unimpressed. He describes food of dubious quality, a social culture centered on communal singing that he found to be quite cacophonous, and a personal hygiene standard that he considered low, despite the Norse practice of regular bathing, which he describes with the suggestion that shared bathing water was less hygienic than it sounds. His description is useful precisely because it is an outsider's account, noticing things that insiders would not really think to mention. I mean, all those things of normal daily life. People don't really write down, what they brush their teeth with and, what they're eating for breakfast. It's not important to them, but things that seem normal to one group of people are strange and worth recording to another, which is why it's good to have outsider perspectives. Norse communal eating and drinking, the whole culture of shared meals and ales, transported to a Dublin context as a fundamental feature of social life, with the public hall and tavern serving functions of community solidarity, political negotiation, and simple sociability that were inseparable from the consumption of food and drink. Norse women in the Viking world occupied a position that combined legal protections and practical autonomy that were pretty unusual by the standards of early medieval Europe, with real constraints imposed by The normal societies in which violence was endemic and political power was overwhelmingly male. In Dublin specifically, the picture is a little bit complicated by this mixing of Norse and Irish cultural norms. The influence of Christianity on social practices as the town converted, and the particular circumstances of a settlement society, in which the initial Norse male settlers acquired Irish wives and concubines, producing children who were Hiberno-Norse in both genetic and cultural identity. Norse law, as codified in the Scandinavian legal texts of the 11th and 12th centuries, which preserve older oral traditions, gave women the right to inherit property, to divorce their husbands, and in defined circumstances to manage household property independently, and to appear as witnesses in legal proceedings. Like we said, pretty progressive for the medieval world. The household was, in the Norse social framework, explicitly a female domain. The mistress of the household held the keys to the storerooms and the household chest as a symbol of her authority over the resources and household economy. Food production, textile manufacture, the management of slaves, that was her job. This domestic authority was real and significant in a world where the household was the primary unit of economic production. The burials of women from Viking Ireland, including several from the Dublin area, give us a bit of material evidence for women's lives. Female graves from the Viking age in Ireland typically include personal ornaments, oval brooches worn at the shoulders to fasten the overdress, necklaces of beads in amber, glass, and jet, rings for the fingers and for the arms, alongside domestic implements including keys that symbolized household authorities, spindle whorls in wool spinning, and occasionally knives and other working tools. The oval brooches are particularly significant because they are quintessentially Norse female dress accessories, not found in Irish female burials before the Viking period, and their presence in Dublin area graves confirms that Norse female dress practices were maintained in the settlement community. Some graves include both Norse-style ornaments and objects of Irish manufacture, once again showing that Hiberno-Norse cultural hybridization. Textile production was one of the most important female occupations in Viking Dublin, as in all pre-industrial societies where clothing represented a significant investment of time and material. Wool spinning and weaving were household industries at every social level, with the spindle whorl, the small flywheel used to weight and spin the spindle during thread production. You know the one I mean. It's hard to explain. Among the most common objects found at Viking Dublin sites. Textiles were produced for household use, for exchange within the community, and potentially for export as part of Dublin's trading economy. The quality of Viking textile production in Ireland is evident from surviving fragments. Twill weaves of considerable technical sophistication, some with tablet-woven decorative borders, using wool that was carefully sorted, dyed, and spun to produce consistent thread weights. Children in Viking Dublin grew up in a world of close social mixing, Norse and Irish, Christian and pagan, free and slaved. And that must have produced a kind of cultural complexity difficult to manage from an adult perspective, but perhaps simply normal from the child's. Irish was spoken in the streets, alongside Old Norse, and the Norse of Dublin accumulated Irish loanwords at a rate that reflects deep linguistic contact, rather than the distant coexistence of parallel communities. Irish names appear alongside Norse names in the genealogies of Dublin's ruling families within a few generations, and the personal names visible in the historical record, names like Amleb, the Irish form of Olaf, or Imar, the Irish form of Ivar, are themselves evidence of cultural synthesis at the most personal level. To be a child of Viking Dublin was to inhabit an identity that was in the process of becoming something new. You just weren't really sure what that was going to be yet. But of course, what about the religious life? Well, that was all characterized by the same sorts of transitions. Gradual, contested, and never entirely clean. From Norse paganism to Christianity, it's played out over roughly 2 centuries against the background of a surrounding Irish Christian culture, whose monastic tradition was one of the most sophisticated in early medieval Europe. Understanding that transition requires holding 2 things in mind: the genuine vitality and complexity of Norse pagan religion, and the practical pressures that pushed the Dublin Norse toward the Christian faith of their Irish neighbors and trading partners. The Norse pagan pantheon, or, Odin, Thor, just combining those two, Freyr, and Frigg, and the rest of the Aesir and Vanir, was not a religion of creed and orthodoxy in the way that Christianity was. It was a set of mythological narratives, cultic practices, and ritual observances that were embedded in daily life and seasonal cycles without requiring this formal institutional structure. A Norse pagan in Dublin might pour out a libation before eating, invoke Thor during a storm at sea, hang a Thor's hammer amulet at his neck for protection, and participate in seasonal blots, these communal sacrifice festivals, without any of these actions requiring the guidance of a specialized priestly class. The Norse religious specialist, the Gothi, combined religious, legal, and social authority in a way that was more akin to a community elder than a priest in the Christian sense, and the Gothi's primary functions were maintaining good relationships with divine powers and conducting the sacrificial rites that express those relations rather than managing an individual spiritual life through confession and absolution. The Norse who settled in Dublin encountered a Christianity that had been the religion of Ireland for nearly 400 years, deeply embedded in the cultural life of the country, and associated with the monastic tradition of extraordinary learning and artistic achievement, the same monasteries that the Norse had been systematically raiding and burning. Bit awkward, isn't it? The irony of the situation's considerable. The culture that the Norse raiders were destroying was also the culture whose religious framework they were, over several generations, gradually adopting. The process was facilitated by intermarriage with Irish Christians, the commercial advantages of being co-religionists with the Irish merchants and rulers with whom Dublin needed to do business, and by the gradual inculturation of children raised in households where Irish mothers shaped the domestic religious environment. By the mid-10th century, the Dublin Norse were at least formally Christian, and by the 11th century they were building their own churches. The earliest phase of Christchurch Cathedral, by the way, founded by the Norse king of Dublin, Sigtyrg Silkbeard, around 1028. Now that's a Sigtryg, It represents a culmination of this whole process. And that's an old church. Coming up on 1,000 years, huh? Pretty impressive. The transition was a bit messier than the official narrative suggests, however. Graves from the Viking period in Dublin and its vicinity show both Norse pagan burial practices, grave goods, including weapons, personal ornaments, food offerings, somewhat, and Christian burials without any grave goods. Some graves have a bit of a mix, a Christian burial orientation, but with personal objects included. This archaeological ambiguity reflects a lived religious reality in which formal conversion and the continued maintenance of older practice coexisted in ways that neither Christian missionaries nor Norse traditionalists would have entirely approved of. The famous story preserved in later sagas of Norsemen wearing Thor's hammer and cross amulets simultaneously, hedging their bets in the divine arena, while traveling in areas where one religion or the other was locally dominant. It captures something real about the pragmatic religiosity of Norse traders and settlers navigating a mixed-up world. The impact of this religious transition on daily life was substantial. Christian practice brought a new temporal structure. The weekly cycle of Sunday rest and worship, the annual cycle of Christian feasts and fasts, it all overlaid and eventually replaced the Norse seasonal calendar of blots, sacrifices, and festivals. It brought new ethical frameworks around violence, usury, and the treatment of the poor that were in direct tension with some Norse social norms. It also brought literacy. The Irish monastic tradition was a tradition of writing, and access to that transformed the intellectual life of a society that had relied on oral transmission of their stories and history, and the keeping of records in a form that gave Dublin a documentary history it would otherwise never have had. The annals of Ulster's recording of events in Dublin is itself a product of this intersection of Norse political life with Irish Christian literate culture. Well, speaking of culture, violence was a structural feature of life in Dublin. Not an occasional disruption of a normal, peaceful order. It was more of the norm. You see, the town existed in a political environment of endemic conflict between the Norse and the Irish, between the Irish kings, who were competing with each other, and between Dublin and rival Norse settlements in Waterford and Limerick, and between factions within Dublin itself. The town's inhabitants lived with a level of exposure to organized violence that shaped everything from their architecture to their politics, and, of course, their psychological orientation toward the world. The fortifications at Dublin were not for decoration. The earthen bank and later stone wall that defined the town's perimeter were military engineering designed to resist attack, and they were tested repeatedly by Irish kings who periodically succeeded in capturing and sacking the town. The annals of Ulster record multiple assaults on Dublin in 944 and 980, and on several other occasions. Irish kings, including the High Kings of Ireland, entered and plundered the Norse settlement. These were not merely symbolic demonstrations of Irish power. They involved killing, the seizure of property and captives, and the payment of tribute. The Norse of Dublin was simultaneously a military power capable of conducting raids deep into the Irish interior, and a settled town vulnerable to the same kind of violent extraction that they practiced upon others. Oh, how the turntables, as they say. The political life of Viking Dublin was managed partly through the Norse institution of the Thing. I know, right? It's a Norse word. Basically, it means an assembly from the Old Norse word thing, at which free men gathered to resolve disputes, make collective decisions, and hear proclamations of law. The Dublin Thing met at a site known as the Thing Moat or Thing Mount, a large artificial mound near the present location of Trinity College, which served as the assembly hill in Norse fashion. The Thing Moat was substantial enough to have persisted in the landscape for centuries, even after the Viking Age had ended. It was finally leveled in 1685 to provide material for raising the level of the Nassau Street. Its survival for 700 years after the effective end of Viking rule in Dublin testifies both to the scale of the original structure and to the persistence of the physical marks that the Norse left on the Irish landscape. The Battle of Clontarf in 1014 is the event most associated in popular consciousness with the end of Viking Dublin, and it is one of the most misrepresented events in Irish history too. There is a conventional narrative, that is that the High King Brian Boru, leading a united Ireland against the Norse invaders, defeated them and died on the monument of victory, or rather the moment of victory, thereby expelling Vikings from Ireland. And this sort of story has this heroic sacrifice at the end. The problem is, It's one of those stories that has basically no historical accuracy. It sounds great, but it's just not quite true. The actual battle was a conflict between Brian Boru's Munster forces, allied with some Connacht and Leinster kings on one side, and an alliance of the Leinstermen, the Dublin Norse, and Norse mercenaries from Orkney and elsewhere on the other. It was, in other words, a conflict between competing Irish political factions, one of which happened to include the Norse of Dublin as allies, which was probably a good group to have with you when you're in a bit of a pinch. Several of the Norse contingents fighting against Brian were commanded by Irish kings who had their own reasons for opposing Munster hegemony. Brian Boru did indeed die in the battle, that's for sure, but he was killed in his tent after the fighting had finished, according to sources by a fleeing Norse warrior named Brodir. And, well, the Irish did indeed win the battle, just not in the way the embellished story says. But Clontarf didn't manage to expel the Norse from Dublin. They continued to exist as a distinctive cultural and political community for another century and a half, maintaining their own kings. Sigtryg Silkbeard, who had been the king of Dublin at the time of Clontarf, went on ruling for another decade and a half after the battle, and their own commercial and cultural life was maintained too. What Clontarf ended was the possibility of Norse political dominance over Ireland as a whole. After this battle, it just wasn't going to happen. The ambition that had briefly seemed achievable in the late 10th century when powerful Dublin kings contested high kingship was all but melted away. After Clontarf, Dublin was a significant town within a primary Irish political framework, rather than the capital of a potential Norse kingdom of Ireland. The transformation was very real, but it was political rather than demographic. The Norse of Dublin did not leave. They continued to live, trade, and intermarry with their Irish neighbours until the cultural distinction between Hiberno-Norse and Irish became essentially meaningless. It was all about assimilation, not expulsion. So there's a little snapshot for you, huh? Daily life in Viking Dublin. I don't know. There are other places with less slavery in the ancient and medieval world that I'd rather be living in. I suppose Viking Dublin's a bit different because it's not like Pompeii or any of these other towns that had this great crescendo that ended everything. You see, the Norse identity of the town's inhabitants dissolved into that broader Irish Christian culture of the 12th century. And then, of course, there was the Anglo-Norman invasion of Ireland, the harrying of the North after that happened, which brought new rulers whose relationships with the Norse-Irish heritage of Dublin was one of appropriation rather than continuity. Now, the last Norse king of Dublin, Hasculf mac Torquail, was expelled by the Anglo-Normans in 1171 and executed after an unsuccessful attempt to retake the city. Too bad, so sad, I'm afraid. And with his death, the political chapter of Viking Dublin closed. But the physical, cultural, and linguistic marks that the Norse had left on the city persisted long after the political chapter ended. But then again, we have that ship of Theseus question again. How many logs can we remove? How many planks, rather, we remove from the ship of Theseus until it is no longer the ship of Theseus? And if the Norse are gone, Viking Dublin is gone. Well, is it really still Dublin? Who knows? Maybe it's just been co-opted, renovated. Now, the street plan of Dublin, as noted, is still visible in the modern city. The high street axis, the pattern of lanes that connected it to the leafy waterfront, and the higher ground of the ridge on which the town was built, These Norse-era alignments survived the Anglo-Norman remodeling of the city. They survived the building campaigns of the medieval and early modern periods, and you can see them today in the general orientation of the streets in the oldest parts of the city. So, walking along the walking in the Liberties rather, or along Thomas Street, you're following paths whose general direction was established by Viking town planners in the 10th century, and, well, that's pretty special. Of course, the city's grown in every direction, but its oldest core still bears that imprint of the people who first built it. The deeper legacy is perhaps more difficult to see, but most consequential. You see, the Norse chose the site. They built the first town, established its commercial function, and oriented it toward the sea and trade networks of the wider world, in a way that determined the character of the city for all subsequent centuries. The fact that Ireland's capital is a coastal trading city rather than an inland royal and ecclesiastical centre like, say, I don't know, the Irish royal site of Tara or the monastic centre of Armagh, is a Norse legacy in and of itself. Dublin is where it is, and is what it is, because of those decisions made in 841 to establish a long fort at the Blackpool on the River Liffey. Every subsequent little chapter of the city's history, the Anglo-Norman colony, the Protestant Pale, the Georgian squares, the GPO and the Easter Rising, the modern European capital, it's all been written on a foundation that the Norse settlers laid. Well, it all deserves to be known, and increasingly, thanks to the people who are digging through the ground, it increasingly is being understood. So thank you to any archaeologists listening. And as we finish, thank you to you, archaeologist or not, for taking the time to make it all the way to the end. I hope you've learned something. And thank you to those keeping everything ad-free by supporting the channel, as we are crowd-funded, proudly so. That is it from us for tonight, as we leave Viking Dublin, and I hope to see you in the next video. So, good night, farewell, and I will see you next time. At the crossroads of Europe and Asia, on the banks of the Bosphorus, rises a city draped in legend. Constantinople, the queen of cities, the new Rome, the jewel of the Eastern Mediterranean. It stood for over 1,000 years as the capital of empires. Its domes and towers have witnessed the triumph and tragedy, the holiness and savagery of the world. And from its mysterious beginnings to its cataclysmic fall, the story of this great city is an epic of ambition, faith, and resilience. And so today, let us go back to the earliest times, all the way up to 1453, where the world changed forever, and we can talk about the history of Constantinople. But let me welcome you first. Before we go into this, I'd just like to give a thank you to people keeping this ad-free. I know there's ads not only just on YouTube, but everywhere right now. Not even the Theodosian walls can block that. But we can choose to be supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and donations, and put up our own defense against the onslaught. Do you like my little metaphors there? I'm sure you do. In any case, if you want to find the links to them, well, they're in the description and the pinned comment. But if you can't afford that, well, I don't blame you. Things are getting pretty hard out there, so just enjoy the content however you want to enjoy it. Well, with all that being said, like, comment, and subscribe because it's good for the algorithm, and let's get on with it. Well, the saga begins with a stroke of imperial vision, perhaps genius even. In the early 4th century CE, the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great sought a fresh start for his empire. Surveying the decaying old Rome in the west, was not doing so well at the time. Constantine looked eastward to a more vibrant crossroad of trade and culture. And he found it. His canvas was the site of Byzantium, an ancient Greek city that was founded around 660 BCE by colonists led by one Bysas. Legend held that an oracle guided Bysas to settle opposite the land of the blind, a pretty cryptic clue that led him to the perfect harbor on the European side of the Bosphorus, opposite the town of Chalcedon, by the way. Byzantium thrived in antiquity due to this strategic location, straddling two continents and controlling the passage between the Black Sea and the Aegean, prime real estate, right on the water's edge. By Constantine's day, Byzantium was a modest but pretty well-positioned city. After defeating his rival Licinius in 324, Constantine decided to transform this Greek port into a grand new capital for the Roman Empire. Work began almost immediately. Armies of laborers expanding the city's boundaries, new walls were erected, and monuments sprang up at a dizzying pace. It was all hands on deck, and in a mere 6 years, a city fit for an emperor emerged. Well, on May the 11th, 330, Constantinople, literally Constantinopolis, the city of Constantine, was officially dedicated with festive ceremonies. The emperor reportedly led a procession carrying a statue of the Greek sun god Apollo, symbolically now recast as a Christian emblem as if to bless the newborn city. From the outset, Constantine wanted this city to be a new Rome. He endowed it with a senate, forums, grand structures. Once it echoed the old capital, back on the Tiber. The Forum of Constantine was built at the city's heart, featuring a colossal porphyry column topped by a statue of Constantine as Apollo. Temples and churches rose side by side. Notably, Constantine ordered the construction of the Church of the Holy Apostles, envisioning it as an imperial mausoleum, not just for himself but for his successors. The city's early layout integrated both pagan and Christian elements, reflecting an empire in religious transition. Constantine also lured aristocratic families and wealthy merchants to settle in Constantinople by granting them lands and new palaces. As a result, within a few decades, the new metropolis burgeoned with people from all corners of the empire, creating a cosmopolitan populace that spoke Greek in daily life, but officially still considered themselves well and truly Romans. A charming legend illustrates how deeply people believed Constantinople was ordained for greatness. It was said that when Constantine was marking out the borders of his new capital, he walked with determined strides far beyond the old city limits of Byzantium. Puzzled, his aides finally asked when exactly he was going to stop. The emperor replied, "I shall keep going until the one who leads me stops." Well, in the tale, an angel, invisible to all but Constantine, was guiding him forward, indicating the destined enormity of the city. The story, though it is apocryphal, captures the awe contemporaries certainly felt, that Constantine's very foundation had divine sanction. And indeed, the city soon earned the nickname Nova Roma, New Rome, though it was the emperor's own name that would cling to it through the centuries. So once established, Constantinople grew rapidly into the foremost city of the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, for obvious reasons. Well, its population swelled, likely reaching several 100,000 within the first century, and that made it one of the largest cities in the world at the time. The city's natural advantages were significant. It was surrounded by water on 3 sides, the Bosphorus Strait to the northeast, the Sea of Marmara to the south, and the deep inlet of the Golden Horn to the north. which made it easily defensible and, of course, a thriving commercial hub. Caravans and ships brought spices, silks, gems, and grains, and the markets buzzed with traders from as far as India, Persia, and even Scandinavia. As the Western Roman Empire crumbled in the 5th century under barbarian invasions and, well, internal issues, Constantinople rose in importance. It became a beacon of Roman governance and culture, the light at the end of that tunnel that the demoralized Romans were looking for. One of Constantinople's greatest early achievements was the construction of the Theodosian walls in the 5th century. Recognizing that the original circuit of walls laid out by Constantine was already too small for the burgeoning city, Emperor Theodosius II commissioned a monumental new fortification. Completed around 413, these walls stretched across the peninsula and consisted of a double and later triple wall with a moat, a layered defense unprecedented in the ancient world. Towering gates and dozens of stout towers punctuated the ramparts. For the next 1,000 years, the Theodosian walls would stand as Constantinople's impenetrable armor, repelling countless would-be conquerors. An inscription proudly recorded that in 447, after a powerful earthquake toppled sections of the walls, the citizens rallied to rebuild them, and it only took them 60 days. In fact, the normally feuding factions of the Hippodrome, the Blues, and the Greens, chariot racing fan clubs notorious for their rivalry, united to assist in the massive repair effort. This extraordinary civic spirit and engineering feat ensured that Attila the Hun, who was ravaging the Balkans at the time, thought better of trying to assault the city. He was certainly on a roll, but he wasn't that confident. The walls of Constantinople soon attained a near-legendary reputation. For century after century, no foreign enemy could breach them by force. Within those walls, imperial pomp and urban vitality coexisted. Emperors like Theodosius II and Zeno adorned the capital with new forums, arches, and churches. The city's skylines gained the soaring silhouette of the Hagia Sophia's predecessor, an earlier church known as the Church of Holy Wisdom, long before the famous domed basilica we know today was built. Equally important, Constantinople became a center for Christian leadership. In 381, the First Council of Constantinople elevated the city's bishop to second in rank only to the Bishop of Rome, recognizing the city's new stature. This made the Patriarch of Constantinople a major figure in Christendom, and the city itself a center of theological learning and debate. As for the daily life in early Byzantine Constantinople, that had its own contrasts. You see, on one hand, the imperial court in the great palace complex lived in lavish ceremony. The emperor would process in golden robes through marble halls, and elaborate rituals would awe the foreign ambassadors. But then there's the other side of it. The common folk thronged the streets. They spoke a variety of tongues. They visited the baths and the markets, attended the chariot races for entertainment, and they would partake in the city's myriad church and festivals. I'm just going to drink some tea. All right, I'm back. Chariot racing at the Hippodrome, that was more than just a sport. It was a passion, and that united and often divided the populace. Tens of thousands of spectators would roar as the blue and green teams competed. Victories and defeats often led to citywide celebrations, and sometimes citywide riots. Well, depending on the game, I suppose. Well, emperors had to be mindful of the hippodrome crowds, as these masses could quickly turn volatile if displeased. And indeed, public opinion in Constantinople was a force to be reckoned with, foreshadowing the street politics of later eras. In any case, by the end of the 5th century, while Rome in the west had fallen to the barbarian kings, Constantinople remained a shining beacon of the classical world, albeit transformed by the new religion of Christianity. But its greatest trials and triumphs were yet to come, as the city headed into the age of Justinian, an era that would leave quite a big mark, not only on its silhouette, but also its soul. And so here we are in the 6th century, and that brought some dramatic days for Constantinople under the aforementioned Emperor Justinian I, reigning from 527 to 565, but also his influential wife, Empress Theodora. Justinian was determined to revive the might of the Roman Empire. He wanted the good old days back, and he wanted to make his capital the unquestioned center of the civilized world. You see, in Constantinople, his reign saw great achievements in law, architecture, and urban development, but also turmoil and a couple of close calls that nearly toppled his throne. Early in Justinian's rule, in January of 532, Constantinople was shaken by the famous Nika riot. It began, as so many incidents did, at the Hippodrome, where the blues and greens erupted in anger over political grievances and heavy taxes. Their chants of Nika, Nika, or conquer, soon turned into full-scale rebellion against the emperor, escalated quite quickly. Fires engulfed the city, shops and homes were torched, and even the old Hagia Sophia Cathedral was set on fire by the mob. For several terrifying days, it seemed that Justinian might lose both his city and his crown. Some advisors urged the emperor to flee by sea and save himself. In this desperate hour, it was actually Theodora that famously intervened. Dismissing the option of escape, she declared, "I will never part with my imperial purple, for purple is a noble shroud." Her bold words implying she'd rather die an empress than live in exile stiffened Justinian's resolve. After all, if the wife says no, well, you haven't got much of a choice, don't you? So, with renewed determination, the emperor ordered his generals Belisarius and Mundus to crack down on the rioters. Luring the rioting factions back into the Hippodrome under the pretense of negotiation, the troops then barred the exits and carried out a brutal slaughter. By the end of the bloodbath, perhaps 30,000 lay dead amid the arena's sandy floor. And, just like that, the Nika revolt was crushed. Justinian's throne, and Constantinople, had barely survived one of the worst urban uprisings in ancient history. Well, in the aftermath of such destruction, Justinian set about rebuilding his capital, but this time on an even grander scale. In ruin there was a bit of opportunity, and he could see it. What had burned could now be rebuilt, but this time bigger and better. Nowhere was this vision more evident than in the construction of the new Hagia Sophia, the one that we know of today, except without the minarets back then. Commissioned by Justinian in 532, immediately after the riot and completed in just 5 years, the new Hagia Sophia was a marvel, unlike anything the world had ever seen. Designed by architects like Anthemios of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus, its dome soared over the city, seeming to float above a halo of light from its ring of windows. When Justinian entered the completed basilica in 537, awestruck by his magnificence, he is said to have exclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed you." A bold reference, of course, to the legendary Temple of Solomon of the Old Testament. Indeed, Hagia Sophia was not just a church. It was a statement, one of imperial and divine grandeur. In layman's terms, it was very cool. Well, contemporaries struggled to describe the breathtaking beauty of Justinian's great church. The historian Procopius, who witnessed its completion, wrote that the huge spherical dome seemed, quote, not to rest upon solid masonry, but if suspended by a golden chain from heaven. Inside, marble columns of green and purple, walls encrusted with gold mosaic and flickering candlelight, made the visitor feel like they had stepped into a vision of paradise. One chronicler recorded that even upon beholding the splendor of the Hagia Sophia's liturgy, foreign emissaries from the distant lands of the Rus said, "We know not whether we are in heaven or on earth." Such was the awe that the church inspired. Hagia Sophia stood, and indeed still stands today, as the crowning jewel of Constantinople. No longer a Christian jewel, but hey, the future's a big place. In any case, it's a symbol of the city's wealth, artistry, and the Christian faith of its original rulers. Now, under Justinian, Constantinople reached a pinnacle of classical glory. The emperor codified Roman law into the Corpus Juris Civilis, that is, Justinian's Code, right from his palace halls, a legal legacy that endures to this day. Well, the city thrived as a center of trade, its harbors teeming and its workshops crafting fine silks, for Justinian famously imported silkworm eggs to break China's monopoly on the product. Which, of course, the Chinese were not very happy about, but hey, once the silkworms are out, can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, can't you? Well, despite the height of its prosperity, the city also faced a few hard times, one of which being the terrible bubonic plague sweeping through the city in 542, killing tens of thousands, emptying streets and homes. Even the emperor himself caught the illness, but lucky for him, he managed to recover. In any case, the plague was a grim reminder that even the greatest city could suffer devastation, not only from war, but from nature's wrath, or as many were thinking at the time, the wrath of God. Through triumphs and trials, the reign of Justinian and Theodora left quite a mark on Constantinople. By the time of Justinian's death, the city was adorned with new monuments, bristling with repaired fortifications and endowed with a legal and religious stature that would shape the Byzantine society for centuries. But it was certainly not happily ever after. New storms were gathering on the horizon, and new enemies and challengers arose that would test the city's resilience like never before. In the centuries following Justinian, Constantinople found itself in a more precarious world. Things had changed, and not for the better. The empire's borders contracted under pressure from new forces, the explosive expansion of the Persian and later Arab Muslim armies, and waves of migratory peoples testing the frontiers. The city that had been the seat of plenty now had to become a bastion of survival. Yet for all the ferocity of the assaults that came, Constantinople's defenses, both physical and spiritual, held firm, earning once again a legendary reputation for being unconquerable by outside forces for centuries. One early trial came in 626, during the reign of Emperor Heraclius, when a joint army of Persian Sassanids and the Avar steppe nomads besieged Constantinople. Heraclius himself was not at home. He was away campaigning against the Persians in Mesopotamia. So, the defense fell to the patriarch and the citizenry. Put on the armor of God, indeed. Well, as enemy armies camped outside the Theodosian walls and even attempted an amphibious assault across the Golden Horn, the people of Constantinople took solace in their faith. According to later accounts, the Virgin Mary was credited with saving the city,
The populace carried her icon in procession atop the ramparts and sung hymns throughout the night. Now, mysteriously, or perhaps thanks to the stout walls and a storm in the Bosphorus that wrecked a few of the invaders' boats, the siege failed. In any case, well, they were glad to see it. The Persians and the Avars withdrew in defeat. The grateful Byzantines held an all-night vigil, singing the Akathist hymn, a hymn of thanksgiving to the Virgin Mary, which became a cherished tradition thereafter. This was the first of many times the inhabitants believed divine intervention, not just military might, shielded their queen of cities. And even greater threats would come up after that too. One emerged a few decades later with the rise of Islam. The rapidly expanding Arab Caliphate, having conquered the Byzantine province of Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, eventually set its sights on Constantinople itself, the heart of the Christian world. The first Arab siege, 674 to 678, saw the forces of the Umayyad Caliph Muawiyah encamp outside the land walls, but also attack by sea over several successive campaign seasons. Constantinople, however, had a secret weapon up its sleeve: Greek fire. That's a pretty good weapon to have in times of sieges. If you're not familiar with it, well, it was basically an incendiary liquid concoction, kind of like a early medieval form of napalm. The exact formula was a state secret, but basically they would spray it or hurl it onto enemy ships, and it would burn even on top of water. Pretty handy, that's for sure. Byzantine ships equipped with siphons spewed Greek fire at the Arab fleet with devastating effect. Enemy ships burst into flames, terrorizing those not used to such a sight. After years of stalemate, the Arabs finally abandoned the siege in 678, and the empire even secured a rare victory. Legend has it that Greek fire was invented by a Syrian engineer named Callinicus, precisely for the defense of the city. Whatever its origin, this flame of the East became part of the mystique of Constantinople's invincibility. And certainly you could infer that the returning soldiers on the Arab side were telling everybody all about it. Doesn't really boost the morale for the future sieges, that's for sure. Now, the Arabs didn't give up, though. Credit to them, they returned with an even larger force for the second Arab siege in 717 to 18. And by then, Constantinople was under Emperor Leo III, who was a very good general. The Caliph's army, led by General Maslama, surrounded the city by land, while a massive Arab fleet tried to blockade it by sea. Now this time, a combination of factors came in to save Constantinople. Of course, the Theodosian walls provided unbreachable boundaries despite constant assaults, and Greek fire once again decimated the Arab navy, which lost ships in dramatic bursts of flames on the Bosphorus. A harsh winter also struck, and the besiegers camped outside suffered from cold and starvation. Well, it also said the people in the Arab camp resorted to eating their horses and camels as well. Meanwhile, the Byzantines had wisely stockpiled ample grain inside the city, so they were doing all right. Additionally, crucial aid came from the north. The Bulgar Khan, Tervel, allied with Byzantium and attacked the Arab army from the rear. After a grueling year, the siege collapsed. The Caliph's forces retreated. Their great invasion failed. Now, the failure of this siege was momentous. It was essentially the halt to the Muslim advance into Eastern Europe for centuries. Later generations would look back and credit Constantinople for saving Christianity and the West from what had seemed to be an unstoppable expansion. Thus, through the 7th and 8th centuries, Constantinople stood besieged, but unbowed. The psychological impact of these victories was profound. The city gained an aura of divine protection. Byzantine writers described Constantinople as guarded by the Virgin Mary herself, calling her the Theotokos, Mother of God, who spread her veil over the whole city in protection. A sense of chosen destiny filled the citizens. They were the new Rome, and this time God would not allow them to fall. This confidence, however, was tempered by internal challenges. The same period saw religious turmoil in the form of iconoclasm, an internal Byzantine conflict over the veneration of icons or holy images. Emperors like Leo III and his son forbade icons, seeing it as idolatry, while others staunchly defended it. Constantinople, as the empire's heart, witnessed both the destruction of some of its own sacred images and later their restoration in 843 during the triumph of orthodoxy. These theological battles sometimes erupted into street protests and even violence in the city, showing that not all of Constantinople's struggles would come from outside. Nevertheless, by the dawn of the 9th century, icon veneration was restored, and the empire began to stabilize. Eventually it began to thrive. Once more, a new golden age, and this time the shiniest one of all. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Constantinople had risen from crises of the early Middle Ages into a period of revival and splendor. Under the Macedonian dynasty, 867 to 1056, the city enjoyed a renaissance in art, literature, and perhaps most importantly, in practical terms, economics. If one could visit Constantinople around the year 1000, during the reign of Emperor Basil II, for instance, one would find the city at the height of its medieval glory. The largest, richest city in Europe, a bustling mosaic of cultures, a showcase of imperial grandeur. If they were waiting and hoping for a new Rome, well, this was certainly it. The cityscape at this time dazzled visitors. Foreign envoys and common pilgrims alike recorded their astonishment at Constantinople's sights. The domes of Hagia Sophia and dozens of other churches glittered with mosaics and golden crosses. The imperial Great Palace and the Boukolion, that is the harbour palace, by the way, displayed intricate throne rooms, lush gardens, and terraces overlooking the sparkling Sea of Marmara. The main street, the Mess, ran through the city lined with colonnades and statues, connecting monumental squares like the Forum of Constantinople and the Forum of Theodosius. There stood the column of Justinian, an enormous pillar with a bronze emperor atop a horse, and marketplaces where one could buy everything from silk to spices and furs. The city's population, by some estimates, approached 500,000, making it unquestionably the most populous and cosmopolitan urban center in Christendom. There's a famous story, too. It tells of envoys from Kiev and Rus visiting Constantinople around 987. Awestruck by the golden grandeur of the Hagia Sophia's liturgy, they reported that they knew not whether they were in heaven or in earth, a testimony that reputedly convinced their Prince Vladimir to embrace Byzantine Christianity. Such was the soft power of Constantine's example. The sheer splendor could change the course of nations. Constantinople was also a thriving center of learning and art. Scholars preserved ancient Greek and Roman texts, and Byzantine artisans produced magnificent mosaics, illuminated manuscripts, and icons during the era. Even emperors engaged in scholarship. Constantine VII, reigning from 913 to 959, for instance, wrote treatises describing elaborate court ceremonies in which mechanical lions roared and golden birds sang to astonish foreign envoys with imperial splendor. But, despite all of the opulence, Constantinople was not without social tension. The city's inhabitants ranged from wealthy nobles and merchants to humble laborers and a sizable class of urban poor. The Hippodrome factions still featured prominently in public life. An emperor's popularity could hinge on how he handled the chariot teams. There were also large communities of foreigners, Latin merchants from Venice and Genoa, Vikings, the Varangians they called them, serving as imperial guards. Then there were Arabs and Jews trading goods. Now, this multicultural environment was not always ideal. Things could sometimes boil over. In 1042, for instance, a riot led by disgruntled citizens and Varangian guards resulted in the blinding and dethronement of an emperor. That was Michael V. Yeah, bad luck for him. But more often, the city was remarkably orderly given its size, thanks to a professional civic administration and the watchful presence of imperial authority. The 11th century began with Byzantium as a superpower of the Mediterranean. However, clouds were forming on the horizon in the form of new external threats and internal weaknesses. The Battle of Manzikert in 1071, where the Byzantine army suffered a disastrous defeat by the Seljuk Turks, sent a shock through Constantinople. Although the city itself was not in immediate danger at the time, the loss of the empire's Anatolian heartlands triggered political instability. Within Constantinople, imperial coups and struggles for the throne became frequent, eroding the stability that the Macedonian emperors had built. And in the midst of all of this, one of the city's princesses, Anna Komnene, wrote a vivid history. It was called the Alexiad. It described the events of her father Alexios I's reign. And she gives us a glimpse of Constantinople around 1096 when the First Crusade arrived, noting how these unsophisticated Western European Crusader knights gaped at the riches of the imperial city. To them, accustomed to the smaller towns of medieval France or Germany, Constantinople seemed like a place out of a dream, filled with gold, silk, and marble. Thus, on the eve of the Great Crusades, Constantinople remained a dazzling prize, admired and coveted by many. But this glory would soon attract deadly envy, and entangle Constantinople in new conflicts that would shake the city like never before. The coming of the Crusades, which began in 1095, marked a dramatic new chapter for Constantinople, one that they didn't really see coming. You see, initially, the Byzantine emperors saw the Western European Crusaders as potential helpful allies to push back the Muslim encroachment. And yeah, the First Crusade passed through Constantinople relatively peacefully, if tensely, under Emperor Alexios I Komnenos. However, the relationship between the Byzantines and the Crusaders was fraught with not only suspicion, but a little bit of cultural misunderstanding. Over time, what was meant to be cooperation degenerated into outright hostility. These tensions reached their dreadful climax in the Fourth Crusade, when Constantinople itself became the target, leading to the city's most shocking sack in April of 1204. Several events in the 12th century paved the way for this disaster. Trade and political rivalries had grown between the Byzantines and the Italian city-states like Venice and Genoa. Those merchants had lived in quarters of Constantinople, and they often gained privileged status. Native Byzantine traders hated them, and ordinary people viewed the Latins, that is, the Western Europeans, with increasing distrust. So, in 1182, this animosity exploded into the horrific massacre of Latins in Constantinople. Thousands of Western residents, men, women, and even children, were either killed or sold into slavery by angry Byzantine mobs, a crime that, well, scarred relations irreparably. It's hard to diplomacy your way out of that one, isn't it? The Latin West never forgot this slaughter of their kin, and those seeds of hatred were well and truly being watered. Meanwhile, the Byzantine emperor's political stability was crumbling. By the 1190s, under the weak rule of the Angelos dynasty, corruption and court intrigues hampered the empire's ability to deal firmly with outsiders. Into this volatile situation sailed the Fourth Crusade. Originally, these crusaders had set out to fight the Muslims in Egypt, but due to a series of intrigues and debts, they found themselves manipulated by the Venetian Doge and a Byzantine prince in exile called Alexios Angelos into turning their weapons against Constantinople itself. It's tragically ironic. Knights bearing the cross deviated to attack the greatest Christian city in the world. I suppose the Muslims would have been a little bit confused, but, well, quite a welcome reprieve for them, I suppose. So, in 1203, the Crusaders arrived, and they laid siege to Constantinople, demanding that Prince Alexios be installed as emperor. They breached the wall along the Golden Horn by scaling it from their ships, forcing the Byzantines to accept the young Alexios as co-emperor, alongside his blind father, Isaac II. But the arrangement soured quickly, as the promised hefty payments to the Crusaders could not be met, and anti-Latin sentiment in the city boiled over. By early 1204, the people of Constantinople rebelled against Alexios IV, and he was deposed and killed by a usurper, Alexios V. The Crusaders felt betrayed, and their pockets were a little bit too light. No one had gotten paid. So, well, they decided on vengeance and conquest. In April of 1204, the siege resumed. Venetian ships, with their seasoned mariners, led the attack on the sea walls. After fierce fighting, the Crusaders forced their way into the city, and what followed was an epic of destruction that left even the victors aghast. For 3 days, the army of Christendom turned on Constantinople with sword and fire. They looted homes, churches, and monasteries indiscriminately, taking everything that wasn't nailed down. Ancient statues, pagan and Christian alike, were hacked apart for precious metal. Timeless antiquities destroyed. The great libraries and archives were ransacked. Countless manuscripts were lost or burned. To the horror of the Orthodox Byzantines, the invaders desecrated the holy sites. Hagia Sophia itself was turned into a pillaged shell, with soldiers even stabling horses in the sanctuary. A writer of the time describes how a crusader, in blasphemous parody, even set up a prostitute on the patriarch's throne in the Hagia Sophia, where she danced and sung crude songs, a final humiliation to the sanctity of the cathedral. The human toll was equally harrying. Coniates recounts, with sorrow, that, quote, "No one was without a share in the suffering. In the streets, alleys, and churches there was lamentation and slaughter. Nuns were violated. Nobles saw their daughters dragged off. Fires set by the attackers consumed the entire districts of the city. Huge swaths of Constantinople's wooden homes and shops were reduced to ashes.
The famously rich treasury of the empire was emptied. Sacred relics, the crown of thorns, a fragment of the true cross, the bones of the saints, were seized as war prizes and later sold off for a quick turnover profit in the West. The renowned bronze horses from the Hippodrome were carted off to Venice, where they still stand today, atop St. Mark's Basilica. Which leads me to a personal point. I suppose they could give them back, but give them back to who? Can't give them back to Constantinople, that's no longer in Christian hands. So are we going to give them back to the Greek Orthodox Church or the Russian Orthodox Church? Could be. It would be a gesture of goodwill. Perhaps we can all bombard the Venetians with a request to do that. Well, if there's 250,000 of us doing it, maybe we have a chance. In any case, when the frenzy finally subsided, the once mighty Constantinople lay a broken shell of its former self. Western Europe was stunned, but the victors sought to justify their deeds as an act of God's will. Some claimed it was divine punishment for the Greeks' supposed arrogance and their schism from Rome. In truth, it was greed and vengeance that had overcome any crusading ideal. A Latin Catholic regime was imposed, the Latin Empire of Constantinople, crowning Count Baldwin of Flanders as emperors in the Hagia Sophia. Replacing the old Byzantine government. Byzantine survivors, however, did not just give up. Various Greek elites escaped and set up splinter states in exile. The most important being the Empire of Nicaea across the Bosphorus. And so for 57 years, from 1204 to 1261, Constantinople languished under its unwelcome Latin rule. The once opulent city, now stripped and depopulated, it declined drastically. Latin emperors short on funds even tore copper roofing off buildings to sell. Many churches fell into disrepair. The population shrank to a fraction of its former size, perhaps only tens of thousands huddled in a city built for many times that number. Meanwhile, the exiled Greek emperors at Nicaea built up their strength. In 1261, taking advantage of a moment when the Latin garrison left the city to campaign elsewhere, the Byzantine general Alexios Strategopoulos, snuck a force through a little-used gate and reclaimed Constantinople for the Greeks. When the Nicaean emperor Michael VIII Palaiologos entered the liberated city, he reportedly found it half ruined and eerily quiet, a ghost of its glorious past. The Greeks restored their empire, but the Fourth Crusade had dealt Constantinople a blow from which it would never fully recover. The restored Byzantine Empire under the Palaiologos dynasty, 1261 to 1453, was a shadow of its former self, and Constantinople reflected that diminished state. Though it remained a fascinating and tenacious city, in the late 13th and 14th centuries, Constantinople was still revered as a center of Orthodox Christianity and a treasure house of art and learning. But its population and economy had waned. The city, which had once held perhaps 500,000 people, might have only had about 50 to 100,000 by the 14th century. Many neighborhoods turning to farmland or ruins between sparsely inhabited districts. Visitors spoke of stretches of abandoned space inside the walls where wild foliage grew amid the fallen columns. Yet even in decline, Constantinople retained a certain majesty and continued to attract scholars and mystics. The Palaiologan rulers made efforts to repair damage from the Crusader sack. Churches were rebuilt or refurbished, and the city saw a late artistic renaissance. Beautiful new mosaics and frescoes were created,
such as those that can still be seen at the Kora Church, the Kariekami, with exquisite biblical scenes, products of the Palaiologan Renaissance in arts. Intellectual life flickered as well. Scholars in Constantinople studied ancient Greek manuscripts, and some began to correspond with Italian humanists. Indeed, in the decades leading up to the final fall, a number of Byzantine scholars left Constantinople for Italy, carrying precious manuscripts with them. These people would help ignite the Renaissance in the West by transmitting their classical knowledge. Politically, however, the empire's situation was dire. The territories under Constantinople's control had shrunk to a small core in Greece, and a handful of the Aegean islands. New enemies pressed in, most ominously the rising power of the Ottoman Turks in Anatolia. The Ottomans gradually encircled Constantinople, conquering other fragments of the Byzantine realm one by one. There were moments when the city appeared to be on the brink. For example, in 1347, civil war and a devastating outbreak of the Black Death simultaneously racked Constantinople, bringing it to its knees. Rival emperors and their factions fought even in the streets, while thousands died as plague swept throughout the city. Bad times, that's for sure. Well, desperate to secure aid against the Turks, the later Palaiologos emperors negotiated with the West to heal the schism between the Orthodox and Catholic churches, hoping that a reunion would prompt military support from Europe. In 1439, Emperor John VIII Palaiologos traveled to the Council of Florence, and under immense pressure, agreed to unite the churches under papal authority. But when he returned to Constantinople, the populace and clergy largely rejected this union, seeing it as a sellout of their Orthodox faith. And do remember that the Orthodox and Catholic faiths are quite different. They even quipped that they would sooner see the Turkish turban in the city than the Roman cardinal's hat, a rather fatalistic expression of their distrust toward Western help. I mean, they say that past performance is not indicative of future returns, but, well, it's hard to forget. In the end, only a few token forces from Venice and Genoa came to assist when the final siege loomed. The decades before the end saw the Ottomans tighten the noose. Sultan Murad II even besieged Constantinople in 1422, an assault that the Byzantines barely repelled. By the time Mehmed II, a young and ambitious sultan, came to power in 1451, Constantinople was an isolated Christian enclave in an overwhelmingly Ottoman landscape. Mehmed II, known as the Conqueror, was determined to take the city that had eluded his predecessors, and to make it the capital of his own expanding empire. To prepare, he built a fortress on the European shore of the Bosphorus in 1452. This was called Rumeli Hisari. Within sight of Constantinople's walls, he would control naval traffic and cut off any aid from the Black Sea. By 1453, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos presided over a city living literally on borrowed time. Witnesses say that as the Ottomans gathered, the emperor led processions with holy icons along the ramparts, imploring divine intervention. The defenders of the city numbered perhaps 7,000, including a few hundred foreign allies, notably a band of Genoese soldiers under Giovanni Giustiniani, who took charge of the land wall defenses. They did their best. The attacking Ottoman force was at least an order of magnitude larger, equipped with the latest weapons, including enormous cannons capable of hurling stone balls against the ancient walls. In April of 1453, the Ottoman encirclement of Constantinople began. The city that had withstood so many sieges was now facing its gravest challenge. Sultan Mehmed II's forces bombarded the Theodosian walls relentlessly with the giant cannons, a new terror for the defenders, as sections of the fortifications crumbled under the unprecedented firepower. Each day the Byzantines labored to shore up breaches with rubble and makeshift barricades. The Golden Horn harbor was sealed by the great chain stretching across its mouth, frustrating Mehmed, who then executed a brilliant stratagem. He had his men transport dozens of ships over land, rolling them on greased logs across the hills of Galata, and launching them into the Golden Horn behind the chain. Well, the people of Constantinople awoke to find enemy galleys inside their harbor, a terrifying sight that meant even their sea flank was now vulnerable. Still, week after week, the city bravely held out. The defenders, both Greeks and their foreign comrades, repelled repeated assaults, including attempts to mine under the walls or scale them with ladders. The citizens endured the thunder of cannon and the collapse of houses near the ramparts, all while clinging to hope that aid from the west might yet arrive. It never truly did, apart from a few brave volunteers who knew they were going to their deaths. Morale was bolstered by faith and patriotism. Priests carried icons in processions, and ordinary people joined the soldiers in repairing walls and praying in churches by night. A mood of grim resolve mixed with the desperation prevailed. Emperor Constantine XI reportedly said that if the city must fall, he would die with it, as the true last Roman. On the night of May 28, 1453, with the Ottoman final assault imminent, the people of Constantinople gathered one last time in the Hagia Sophia. For 1,000 years, this church had been the heart of the city's spiritual and communal life. Now, its soaring dome sheltered a congregation of the fearful and faithful, Greek and Latin Christians together in a final liturgy. Candles illuminated the mosaics as hymns echoed through the vast space. Many took communion, weeping, knowing it might be their last. After the service, Constantine returned to the palace, and according to tradition, addressed his remaining commanders. He urged them to be brave, and asked forgiveness if he had ever wronged any of them. The emperor then donned his armor, and prepared to do what Byzantine emperors had done for centuries: fight for his city. In the pre-dawn darkness of May 29th, the Ottomans struck. Mehmed unleashed wave after wave of attackers on the land walls. The first assaults by irregular troops and Anatolian levies were beaten back by the defenders on the walls. But next came the elite Janissaries, pressing the attack at several points. The fiercest fighting raged at the St. Romanos Gate, near a section of wall that had been badly damaged by the cannon. Giustiniani's troops fought valiantly there, and the emperor himself rode to where the fighting was the thickest, inspiring his men. For a moment, it seemed that the walls might hold yet again. But amid the chaos, Giustiniani was gravely wounded and had to be carried from the ramparts. His evacuation spread panic among the defenders at that crucial moment. Around the same time, a small postern gate was reportedly left unguarded or forced open, and the Ottoman soldiers suddenly poured through, behind the defenders. Ottoman flags appeared upon the ramparts. The defense crumbled in a cascade of confusion as Janissaries surged into the breach. Constantine, seeing the city lost, made his last stand. According to later legend, he apparently tore off his imperial regalia to fight incognito, yelling, "The city is fallen, but I am alive." With his sword drawn, he charged into the oncoming enemy. The last Roman emperor swallowed up in the fury of combat, and his exact fate remains unknown. His body was never conclusively identified. But one thing was for sure. By sunrise, Constantinople, the second Rome, had fallen. The conquerors ran rampant. Mehmed II had promised his troops 3 days of plunder, as was customary. But what followed was grim. The Ottomans scoured the city for any remaining wealth. Churches, convents, and palaces were looted. Those citizens who had not taken refuge or found hiding were killed or enslaved. Some had barricaded themselves inside the Hagia Sophia after the final service. Ottoman soldiers broke in and dragged the congregation away in chains. Priceless icons were smashed or defaced. The holy books were torn apart or burned. It was the bloody coda to a siege that had seen such heroism and suffering. Yet even in victory, Mehmed II demonstrated both ruthlessness and vision. He ordered a halt to the pillage after the allotted time, eager to preserve the city as his new capital. Riding through the streets of the ravaged Constantinople, the 21-year-old conqueror was struck by the emptiness and ruin. Surveying with grief the fallen towers and smashed gates, he is said to have murmured the famous verse, "The spider weaves the curtains in the palace of the Caesars. The owl calls the watchers in the towers of kings." And in those lines, he reflected on the fate of great empires, that all glory is ultimately fleeting. Standing in the stillness of the looted Hagia Sophia, Mehmed had a muezzin climb the pulpit and chant the Islamic call to prayer, dedicating the grand church as a new mosque. The date was May 29th, 1453, and the empire had come to its end. And, well, that is the end. Not the end of Istanbul, which they renamed it, but certainly the end of Constantinople. That being said, there's still a few people who refer to it as Constantinople, a kind of stubbornness that I think we can all get behind. Well, it's still worth a visit to go to Turkey. A lot of people think that Istanbul is the capital, but I think it's actually Ankara. In any case, I have it on my list. I'll certainly go there. Quite eerie. Well, yeah, it's just a sad video. I'm sorry. It is the year 1200, somewhere in Europe, and in the pre-dawn darkness, a bell rings out. Dozens of women stir from their straw-filled mattresses in a communal dormitory, and they wrap themselves in their heavy woolen habits and form a silent procession down the hall. These medieval nuns gather in the chapel and begin to chant. Their voices echo through that chilly air as they sing the first prayers of the day. The rest of the world is still sleeping, but the nuns have already commenced their sacred routine. If you wanted to ask the question, what was daily life like for medieval nuns? Well, that's pretty much it. At least the first part of it. It's a lot more nuanced than that. You see, nuns were not ordinary people. They took vows that set them apart from ordinary life. They renounced wealth. They renounced marriage. They devoted themselves entirely to God. And their days followed a strict schedule of prayer, study, and work, all within the confines of the cloister. But far from being idle or cut off from the world in any simplistic sense, medieval nuns led lives of purpose, discipline, and often, as we shall see, considerable influence. So, spend the next hour with me, and we can find out who exactly were these women, and what did they do all day behind those cloister walls. Of course, where are my manners? Allow me to welcome you to the channel. I am your host. If you are new here, you might have noticed the tagline on the end of the video, of the no ads. Well, we're serious. We turned them all off because we hate ads. It's the kind of irrational, frothing at the mouth hatred that leads us to have a strict policy on this site. And, well, fortunately for us, we're supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and also the merch store and the occasional donation. If you want to find where to go with that, then you can navigate yourself to the pinned comment and video description. Otherwise, do us a favor. Click the like button, the subscribe button, and leave a comment, because it helps push us out in the algorithm, and perhaps one day the channel will be something a little more than brain rot nonsense. Maybe. In any case, with all that being said, let's begin. But hold on a second. Why would women choose or be chosen to enter convents in the first place? Well, that's a good place to start. You see, in medieval Europe, joining a monastery was one of the very few paths that women had outside of marriage. Some of them felt a genuine spiritual calling. They wanted to devote themselves entirely to religion. And others were placed in nunneries by their families. For instance, noble families often offered one daughter to the church if they had more daughters than marriage prospects available. Whatever the reason, once a woman took the veil and pronounced vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, she was expected to embrace her life wholeheartedly, a venerable bride of Christ. By the High Middle Ages, numerous monasteries for women, called nunneries of course, existed across Europe. These communities lived by monastic rules, sets of precepts originally written for monks but also used for nuns. The most widespread among these was the rule of St. Benedict. Yes, of the famed Eggs Benedict variety, I do believe, which provided a balanced daily regimen of prayer, work, and communal living. In the 12th and 13th century, new religious orders for women also arose. Just a few examples, we have the Cistercians, who pursued stricter austerity, and the Franciscan Poor Clares, who embraced absolute poverty. But despite some differences, all nuns' orders required renouncing worldly goods and living separately from secular society under the authority of a superior. A medieval nun relinquished personal property and freedom of movement, committing to a community where humility and obedience were the guiding principles. But becoming a nun was quite a momentous step. But it wasn't something that was easily done either. You couldn't just rock up at the door. Young women usually spent some time as a novice, learning the prayers and all the chores of the convent life. And when they were done with all this, then they would be finally ready to take those final vows. If she persevered and was accepted, she would make her profession in a sacred ceremony. She might cut off her hair, symbolizing renunciation of worldly vanity, that is, and receive the habit. Now, you'll hear this word a lot. The habit is basically the outfit that nuns wear, that plain religious dress, and a veil marking her as a consecrated woman. This entire ritual signified leaving secular life behind forever. Thereafter, the convent became her entire world. Nunneries were typically cloistered, meaning enclosed, off limits to outsiders. The convent walls and the church's rule of enclosure kept nuns physically separate from everyday society. Family visits were rare, and when they were happening, they'd be strictly supervised, often conducted through a metal grill. The intent was to minimize worldly distractions and protect the sisters' focus on prayer. Inside the convent, the environment was austere, but quite orderly. A typical convent complex included a chapel for worship, a dormitory where nuns slept in simple beds, often all of them in the same large room, a refectory or dining hall, a kitchen, storerooms, and a chapter house for daily meetings. These buildings usually clustered around a central cloister courtyard, a small garden or yard encircled by covered walkways. The cloister garden offered a bit of greenery and fresh air, but it was still well within the convent walls. The life here was deliberately simple and very communal. The architecture and daily routine alike were designed to direct the nun's mind towards God at all times. Cut off from the hustle of towns and the complications of the courts, they formed a self-contained community of women, devoted to prayerful living. And within this cloistered microcosm, time itself was regulated. Comforts were few, and the outside world was kept at bay. The nuns would now find their purpose in the structured daily rhythms and spiritual labors, ones that we are about to explore. Of course, I think it goes without saying that the backbone of a nun's daily life was prayer. Nearly every few hours, day and night, the community gathered in their chapel to sing the divine office, the cycle of canonical hours of prayer. In total, there were 8 scheduled services, the hours spaced throughout the 24 hours. Long before dawn, the nuns arose from their beds for the first and most solemn service, matins also called vigils. This could be at midnight, or in the very early morning while still dark. They assembled in the chilly, dimly lit church, and chanted psalms and readings by candlelight, offering praise to God when most of the world was still nice and comfy in their beds. After matins, a short prayer service called the Lord's at daybreak welcomed the sunrise. Once daylight came, the nuns began the daytime portion of their routine, but their work was regularly interrupted by prayer, of course. Short services took place around 6 a.m., which was called prime, mid-morning around 9 a.m., terce, noon, sext, and mid-afternoon around 3 p.m., none. At each of these times, a bell rang and the sisters dutifully filed into the choir stalls to chant a few psalms, hymns, and prayers. Each office only lasted several minutes, but together they punctuated the day and kept the nuns in a constant rhythm of devotion. No matter what task a nun was doing, whether tending the garden or illuminating a manuscript, when the bell tolled for the next hour of prayer, she would stop and head to the chapel. This structure ensured that sacred time overlaid all earthly activities. Every day, the most important worship event was the Mass, usually held in the morning after terce. Because women could not be ordained as priests, an outside chaplain or monk from a neighboring monastery would come to celebrate the Eucharist for the nuns. They attended the Mass on the other side of a lattice or screen that marked their cloister, hearing the sacred Latin prayers and receiving Holy Communion through an opening. The Mass was the spiritual high point of the day, the moment when the sisters believed Christ was truly present among them in the sacrament. Drawing strength from the Mass, the nuns then continued their cycle of work and prayer. In the evening, the community gathered for Vespers, that is, evening prayer, singing psalms of praise and thanksgiving as the sun set. The nuns sang a gentle service, asking for God's protection through the night. After Compline, the great silence was enforced. The convent went quiet, and the sisters retired to bed, speaking no more until the morning. This peaceful silence overnight was broken only when the bell would sound in the middle of the night to summon them again for matins, the beginning of a new day of prayer. And so in total, a medieval nun spent many hours each day in communal prayer. The offices were as regular as clockwork, and defined the cadence of cloistered life. This tireless routine, I'm sure you can imagine, could be quite exhausting, especially the duty of rising in the middle of the night. But it was seen as the nuns' sacred service. The sound of chanting voices, echoing through the chapel at all hours, that was the heartbeat of the convent, a sign that every moment belonged to God. Now, there's an old saying, idleness is the enemy of the soul. You might have also heard, the devil makes work for idle hands. Well, monastic tradition certainly taught that. Therefore, when they weren't in a chapel praying, the nuns were expected to be busy with productive things, or at least pious study. There was no slacking. It wasn't like they just finished the prayers and went back to their rooms and chilled out. None of that, I'm afraid. Each day, after the early morning services and chapter meeting, the convent shifted into work mode. The range of tasks a nun might do was pretty broad, covering everything needed to sustain their small community and to support the church's worship. One important occupation was textile work. Nuns spent many hours spinning wool or flax, weaving cloth, sewing or mending garments, this kind of thing. They made their own clothing, too, the habits, of course, and also linens, and often produced fine altar cloths and vestments for the chapel. Medieval nuns were particularly known for their skilled needlework, and they had plenty of time to practice it. Some convents actually became famed for their embroidery, creating ornate church vestments decorated with gold thread and silk. A nun could be assigned to sit by a window, embroidering altar frontals or liturgical robes. Of course, they'd have images of saints on them, too, quietly dedicating each little stitch to God. Pretty important. Handmade stuff. They just don't make them like they used to. This kind of delicate handiwork not only kept their hands busy, but it was also considered a form of devotion. It was a beautification of the house of God. And of course, there is a logic, too, of showing God the glory of his creation. This kind of thing. Filling the world with beautiful things, In any case, in addition to fabric work, some nuns turned their energies to books. Now, female monasteries had libraries and sometimes scriptoria. Sometimes, not all the time, we're talking about writing rooms, like those of monks. Literate nuns spent time in lectio divina, sacred reading, but they could also copy manuscripts. Now, while monks are often more celebrated as scribes, there were a few nuns, too, that engaged in preserving and producing books. In fact, there are striking examples of their contributions. A 12th century German nun named Guda, for example, worked as a scribe and illuminator, and even painted a small self-portrait in a manuscript's initial letter, one of the first self-portraits by a woman known to history. Another discovery in a medieval woman's cemetery revealed ultramarine blue particles from rare lapis lazuli paint. In the teeth of a nun, that is, suggesting that she had been illuminating manuscripts with luxury pigments, likely licking her brush and ingesting tiny little bits of the blue paint. It all adds up over time, doesn't it? Well, there's some pretty interesting clues, aren't they? They tell us that some nuns were highly skilled artists and calligraphers. They created beautiful books for use in worship and spiritual study. A well-educated abbess might even write letters, compose hymns, compile treatises. The convent, after all, was a place of learning as well as prayer. You had to hone your academic skills. That being said, the subjects were somewhat limited. But of course, not every nun could be an embroiderer or a scribe, and not every wanted to be. Many took on more practical chores, which were essential to daily living. The nuns would do the cooking in the kitchen. They would bake bread. They would brew ale, which, by the way, was the common drink, since water could be unsafe. But the alcohol content was quite a bit lower. They also tended to vegetable gardens and orchards, and cared for domestic animals like chickens for eggs. They washed and repaired their simple clothing. Some sisters were appointed to specific roles. One might act as the infirmarian, kind of like a nurse, tending sick or elderly nuns in the infirmary with herbal remedies. Another as the sacristan, keeping the chapel clean, and the altar adorned with fresh candles and flowers. In larger, wealthier convents, much of the heavy outdoor labor, plowing of fields and harvesting crops, was done by lay brothers or hired workers, allowing the nuns to focus on tasks within the cloister. But in poorer or smaller houses, the nuns themselves had to milk the cows, chop the vegetables, sweep the floors, and do all manner of manual labor in addition to their spiritual work. Compared to monks, medieval nuns generally did less plowing and heavy field work, partly due to the societal expectations of the men had to take on the rougher jobs, and partly because the strict cloister rule prevented women from ranging too far outside. The 12th century abbess Eloise once pointed out that it was unrealistic to make nuns do the same rugged agricultural labors as the men. Typically, tasks deemed suitable for women, like needlework, food preparation, laundry, were prioritized, and local men were enlisted to handle strenuous farm work from the convent. Still, the principle of ora et labora, prayer and work, applied equally to nuns. Every able nun had duties to fill the day. Idleness was avoided. Even their recreation could be purposeful, such as painting devotional art or writing music. Indeed, one famous abbess, Hildegard of Bingen, composed sacred music and wrote books of theology and medicine in the 12th century, showing a bit of creative potential that some nuns realized during work hours. So whether they were engaged in gardening, illuminating a manuscript, or tutoring a child in reading, the nuns understood their work as part of their service to God. They often worked in silence or accompanied by the softly spoken recitation of a prayer or pious reading. In the summer, one might find sisters in the cloister courtyard with baskets of vegetables or spindles of wool, working quietly in the fresh air as bells tolled the hours. All of their labor, humble, largely unseen by outsiders, was essential to sustain the convent, and was offered as service to God. And in this way the sisters balanced the Martha-like duties of their work with the Mary-like devotion of prayer, keeping both of their hands and minds occupied in the quest for holiness. Now, apart from prayer and work, a significant feature of convent life was a strict discipline in daily habits. No pun intended. Including long periods of silence, simple meals, and, well, admittedly minimal personal comforts. I mean, what were you expecting? Medieval nuns were expected to practice restraint in speech. Most convents imposed silence during the night and for large parts of the day. For example, after Compline, the final prayer at night, the rule of great silence meant no talking. That's right, not a word until the next morning. Even during daytime, unnecessary chatter was discouraged. To meet practical needs without words, the sisters developed a system of hand signals to communicate quietly, indicating things like asking for bread or water at meals with simple gestures. This culture of silence was meant to foster an atmosphere of contemplation, but also to avoid idle gossip. Daily meals in the refectory, that is the dining hall, were humble and orderly. Typically, nuns ate 1 or 2 meals a day, depending on the season, that is. One main midday dinner in the summer, and a lighter supper added in the winter when the days were a little bit shorter. Also, the weather was a bit bad. If you're shivering and all the rest, you tend to burn up a few calories. For the cold showers routine, knows about that one. Well, their diet was modest too, often vegetarian, at least predominantly. The rule of Benedict forbade the eating of meat from 4-legged animals, except in cases of illness. So a convent fare consisted of bread, porridge or pottage. Now, just quickly, pottage is basically a stew of grains and vegetables, whatever you have on hand, very rustic. Legumes and occasionally fish or eggs for protein, of course. Benedict, you have to have the eggs, of course, the rule of Benedict. Someone stopped me. Well, they also drank water, or more commonly, weak ale or beer that the nuns brewed themselves, since fermented beverages were safer than water in many places. At designated fasting times, like Lent or Fridays, their meals became even more sparse. Perhaps just some bread and a bit of broth. In the refectory, the nuns ate in silence, while one sister read aloud from a religious book, providing spiritual nourishment alongside the physical. But all of them sat together at long tables, and before and after eating, they chanted prayers of thanks. Convent records note that conversation during meals was all but forbidden, so only the sound of the clink of pottery bowls and wooden spoons would be heard, or the one who was doing the prayer readings. Living conditions in the cloister were Spartan but adequate by the standards of the time. The nuns all slept in a common dormitory, often on the simple straw-filled mattresses or pallets, with woolen blankets for warmth. They typically slept in their robes or other modest nightwear, ready to rise quickly for the night office. A single oil lamp or candle might burn in the dormitory to give a little bit of light. In some well-off monasteries, the dormitory eventually was divided into small wooden cubicles for each nun. But this was certainly not the norm, especially not in the High Middle Ages, which is our time period. Personal space was minimal. Privacy was sacrificed in favor of community. Likewise, personal possessions were few. By a vow of poverty, a nun owned little to nothing privately. Her clothing was uniform, the habit, and was regularly patched or replaced by the convent's sewing work. The habit itself was usually made of coarse wool in a subdued color. For instance, the Benedictine nuns wore black habits, Cistercians off-white, and the poor Clares gray or brown. The outfit typically included a tunic, a scapula, which was like an apron-like panel over the tunic, and a veil to cover the hair. Comfort was not the goal. The habit could be heavy and itchy, but it was durable, and reminded the wearer of her renunciation of luxury. Constantly reminded her, I assume. Well, discipline was maintained under the watch of the abbess. Minor infractions, like speaking out of turn or showing up late to prayers, earned small penances, perhaps extra prayers or taking one's meal sitting on the floor as a humbling reminder. Major violations were rare, but when they did happen, they were quite scandalous. If a nun seriously broke her vows or tried to flee the cloister, she faced severe punishment or expulsion, which, for the ones who tried to flee the cloister, well, it's not much of a punishment to give them expulsion, but, far be it from me. I'm not the abbess, so I don't make the rules. Well, more commonly, bishops' visitation records show the abbess admonishing nuns for small things. Some had kept pet dogs, or pet rabbits, which was against the rules, or gossiped and formed small cliques. Even in a devout convent, human nature finds its way into daily life. Yet the convent was not without joy. On church feast days, the rules were a little bit more relaxed. The liturgy would be extra celebratory, the chapel decorated with flowers, and the meal would be a little bit more sumptuous, if it was possible. There are accounts of nuns singing with particular exuberance on holy days. Some communities even had little celebrations. For example, Abbess Hildegard of Bingen once let her nuns wear crowns of flowers and sing with a stringed zither on a saint's feast, a break from routine that she defended as pure expression of joy in God, though a more austere abbess did criticize it, but, can't have everyone ruining the fun, can't we? In any case, they're pretty rare instances, but they do show that while nuns lived austerely, they were still very human, and still savored innocent moments of brevity and festivity. That being the rare moments of it in their secluded lives. Well, let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about a hierarchy, because there's a bit of that going on too. A medieval convent was a community with its own internal roles. At the head, we've mentioned, stood the abbess, or in some smaller houses it was called a prioress, priory, this kind of thing. She was the spiritual mother and the leader of the nuns, typically elected by the sisters, and often coming from an educated or noble background. The abbess held authority over nearly every aspect of convent life. She oversaw discipline, she managed the convent's finances and properties, and represented the community in dealings with church officials or secular patrons. The abbess was addressed with respect. In some regions, the abbesses of the major convents even carried a staff or crozier, just like a bishop would. It symbolized their office. But she was also expected to govern with maternal care and humility. And that is the embodiment of the ideals of the rule. Now, beneath the abbess were other officials appointed to help run things. These included the prioress, as we mentioned, that is the abbess's deputy and second in command, the cellarer, who managed food and supplies, of course we have that word from the cellar, and the infirmarian, the one who was in charge of the sick. Then we had the sacristan, who cared for the church and its vestments, and the novice mistress, who trained all of the new entrants, showed everybody the ropes. In a small convent, one nun might wear several of these hats, while large abbeys could staff each role with a different experienced nun who was kind of a bit more of a specialist. These officers made the convent a self-sufficient world. Each sister had some duty, whether it was as simple as helping in the kitchen, or as specialized as preparing herbal medicines in the infirmary. Whatever the case was, all knew to obey their superiors in the spirit of cooperation. And, well, unless you were the Pope himself, you always had a superior. Well, I suppose the Pope's superior is God, but, you know what I mean. The nuns addressed one another as sister, and ideally, the convent cultivated a strong sense of family in Christ. They prayed side by side. They ate side by side. They worked side by side. You get it, right? Senior nuns were like aunties or elder sisters to the younger ones. They'd guide them in virtue and any little issues they would have. Of course, a little bit of gentle discipline before the problems got up to the level of the abbess. Of course, living in any community over many years, human relationships developed, friendships, mentoring bonds. and occasionally tensions. In fact, we have hints from letters and records that cliques could form and disagreements could arise. For example, in some convents, factions supported different candidates in abbess's election. You could see how this would drive the prayer group apart. The rule and the abbess worked to smooth out any conflicts by emphasizing charity and forgiveness. Daily, at the chapter meeting, nuns could confess any small wrongdoings or voice a grievance so it could be resolved peacefully. In this way, resentments were ideally not allowed to fester for too long, but well, you can only imagine within the reasonable bounds that they did at some point. In any case, despite the occasional friction, many nuns formed deep spiritual friendships with one another. They shared the joys and sorrows of life in a way that very few outsiders could understand. When a nun fell ill, her sisters nursed her tenderly in the infirmary, and when one died, they all gathered to sing her funeral office and bury her on the convent grounds, mourning, yet trusting in the hope of God. There are accounts of nuns who, after decades spent together, describe their bond as closer than that of blood kin. The sense of solidarity was reinforced by the rituals of everyday life, from collectively kneeling in prayer at dawn to enjoying the small leisure periods together on a Sunday afternoon. Those little moments of respite, they turn into treasured memories. Even though nuns were hidden behind walls, some abbesses became figures of considerable influence. A capable abbess administered lands and revenues and might even advise local nobles. It didn't happen too often, but there's a few exceptional cases. And fame, and, her fame reached far beyond the convent in some cases. For example, the 12th century abbess Hildegard of Bingen, we've mentioned her a few times, regularly corresponded with popes and emperors. She even preached in public forums. Now that's a pretty remarkable thing. How a woman in the cloister could become a respected voice in Christendom. It was, not the common trend at the time. But of course we can't tar it all with the same brush. That would be stupid. Not every community of nuns was a one-size-fits-all. They weren't all exactly alike. And while the general pattern of prayer, work, enclosure was pretty consistent, different monastic orders had different emphases and traditions. A few comparisons highlight the variations. For example, a Benedictine abbey of nuns typically followed St. Benedict's moderate rule. Their days were balanced, somewhat moderate in routine. Some Benedictine nunneries, especially older or well-endowed ones, became relatively comfortable over time. They had ample food, they had well-built cloisters, though they still kept the core monastic disciplines. These nuns wore black habits, earning the nickname the Black Nuns. They devoted much of their time to liturgy, sometimes with beautiful music, and more elaborate ceremonies, especially in the influential abbeys. And then there were the Cistercian nuns, an offshoot reform in the 12th century, who in contrast practiced a more austere lifestyle. Cistercian sisters, who often wore undyed white or grey habits, hence the name white nuns, emphasized simplicity and strictness. Their convents were often located in remote areas, which once again was just another way to encourage seclusion. Daily life for them was even more Spartan. Their churches were plain, unadorned, their diets scantier, and silence and manual labor were even more pronounced. A Cistercian nun's meal might be more meager, and her bedding more rough than her Benedictine sisters, reflecting the order's ideal of poverty and penitence. Just going to take a sip of tea, excuse me. That's better. Well, around the same era, the mendicant movement brought new models for women's communities. The Poor Clares, founded by St. Clare under the inspiration of St. Francis of Assisi, embraced this kind of radical poverty. They refused to own property or have any guaranteed income, living entirely off donated alms. Daily life for a Poor Clare was extremely austere. They often went barefoot, slept on the simplest of beds. They fasted frequently. Many Poor Clare convents had no farmland or stable income to speak of, so the nuns truly did depend on God, and the charity of the townsfolk, more to the point, for survival. Yet their days were filled with fervent prayer and joyful simplicity. They took a bit of pride in having the privilege of poverty that St. Clare won approval for. Meanwhile, the Dominican nuns, established by St. Dominic in the early 13th century, devoted themselves to prayer and study in support of preaching, the mission of the Dominican order. These nuns followed the rule of St. Augustine and the Dominican constitutions. Like other nuns, they kept the divine office and cloister, but they placed a special value on intellectual engagement. Many Dominican nuns were educated, some even before entering the cloister, and their convents maintained pretty extensive libraries. A Dominican nun might spend a portion of her day reading theology or copying a manuscript, aligning with the order's emphasis on seeking knowledge and truth. Their contemplative life was intended to be the spiritual powerhouse behind the active preaching of their brother friars. Other variations existed as well, of course. Some nuns were canonesses, who lived under the rule of St. Augustine, and often engaged more with charitable works, for instance, running a hospital for the poor attached to their convent. And outside the formal monastic system were the Beguines, lay religious women living in the community without vows. Beguines, especially common in the Low Countries, led devout lives of prayer and service, like nursing the sick or, weaving cloth for a living, this kind of thing. But they weren't nuns to speak of. They didn't take permanent vows or live under strict enclosure. They were halfway there. They weren't nuns in the official sense, but they certainly did show how women found alternate paths to this quasi-monastic life within medieval society. But despite the differences in emphasis, whether one convent was stricter about poverty, another about silence, another about study, all the nuns shared the core commitments of chastity, community prayer, and withdrawal from worldly life. A sister from any order would recognize a kindred life in another's convent. The same chanting of psalms at regular hours, the same cloistered routines of work and worship, and that same goal, above everything, of just serving God with all your heart. But we do have to say that although medieval nuns lived physically separated from society, they weren't entirely isolated from the outside world. In fact, a convent maintained many carefully controlled points of contact. And yes, we'll say it once again, carefully controlled. One of the most important was through the clergy. Because nuns could not perform the Mass or sacraments themselves, a priest from outside had come into the convent's orbit daily or weekly. Most communities had a designated chaplain, perhaps a local parish priest or monk from a nearby abbey, who would enter the convent church to celebrate Mass each morning and hear the nuns' confessions when needed. These priests usually operated behind the convent's choir screen or spoke to the nuns through a grill, as we mentioned, maintaining enclosure, even as they provided spiritual service. Nevertheless, through them the nuns stayed connected to the larger church. The chaplain might bring news, deliver letters, carried the sisters' questions to a bishop. Family ties were never linked to the world. Many nuns came from noble or well-to-do families, and their relatives did not just forget them. Under strict protocols, family members could occasionally come and check things out, typically visiting a parlor with a metal screen between the visitor and the nun. I mean, I know what you're thinking. It sounds like a prison. Yes, I know. Pretty much like that. A father and mother might come to see their daughter on her profession day, or siblings might feast on a patronal feast day. The nuns could also send and receive letters. Of course, this all had to have the permission of the abbess. And through correspondence, they learned of events like births, marriages, or deaths in their family. They often responded with spiritual counsel or promises of prayers. A nun, though cloistered, thus remained a daughter, a sister, an aunt, offering prayers on behalf of her kin. Nobles who had daughters in a convent often became benefactors, sending food supplies, money, or gifts to support the community, especially on the feast days, which provided material relief and maintained a bit of goodwill. Convents also interacted with the local community in acts of charity and service, but usually in a more indirect form. Nuns couldn't roam the streets to tend to the poor, of course, but they did what they could from within. Many convents fulfilled Christian charity by distributing food to the needy at the gate on certain days. The almoner, which, that's by the way the nun that's in charge of alms, would hand out bread or soup to poor locals. Many of them came seeking help. They knew that the nuns would not turn them away. A few houses, especially those of more active orders, even ran small infirmaries or hostels next to the cloister, where sisters quietly tended to sick or destitute women. In this way, the nuns met their duty of compassion without compromising their enclosure. Education was another bridge to society. Some convents served as modest schools for the girls, particularly those of nobility or the rising merchant class. Such girls lived in the convent for a time and were taught reading, writing, needlework, and Christian doctrine. After a year or two, most returned to their families to marry, though a few eventually did decide to take the veil themselves. In instructing these young charges, the nuns performed an important social duty, passing on culture and piety to the next generation. Finally, the convent had relationships with ecclesiastical authorities and patrons. Bishops conducted periodic visitations to ensure the nuns were living properly, and these inspections could be understandably quite stressful. The sisters knew they would be questioned on any perceived laxities, but they also kept the community aligned with the wider church reforms. Local lords and noble patrons might attend Mass in the convent's chapel, from the public side of the grill, that is, or ask the nuns to pray for their special intentions. In gratitude, those patrons often protected and endowed the convent. Lay people also sometimes sought spiritual counsel from nuns. One famous example, the English pilgrim and mystic Marjorie Kemp, in the early 15th century, visited a community of nuns for advice and comfort. Instances like that, they demonstrate the continuing esteem for nuns, not only as spiritual guides, but kind of wise women too. In these ways, the wall of the cloister was permeable to prayers and messages. Medieval people valued the prayers of nuns as especially efficacious, considering nuns to be the closest to Christ. Wealthy families endowed convents specifically so that sisters would pray for their souls each day. The nuns, for their part, understood their role as praying for the world behind closed doors. When plagues, famines, or wars struck the region, the nuns intensified things. Thus, even though the sisters rarely set foot outside of their abbey, They were spiritually engaged in the world's troubles and hopes. A convent might be physically enclosed by high walls, but in the medieval mindset, it was an integral part of the community. Integral, rather. A powerhouse of prayer, and a beacon of faith that, well, just benefited everybody outside. But for all of its piety, the life of medieval nuns was not without challenges, and, of course, the periodic need for reform. Human weaknesses and outside pressures sometimes disrupted the ideal routine. You see, not every woman in the cloister had entered by pure choice, nor did every one of them have a strong vocation. Some had been compelled by family, or maybe circumstance. A few struggled to accept the rigorous life. Perhaps it felt like a good idea at the time, but well, once you get in there, it's not so fun. There were instances, albeit rare, of nuns breaking their vows, the most scandalous being those who slipped out to secretly meet lovers, or who fell into illicit relationships and even became pregnant. Good luck hiding that one. Church chronicles recount a few such scandalous incidents with shock. Such dramatic failures were the exception, but they understood that not everyone in the cloister was a saint, and that human nature could occasionally override the strict separation from the world. More commonly, problems in nunneries took the form of declining discipline or material hardship. Some communities, especially those with meager endowments, fell into poverty. Nuns sometimes had to worry about having enough food or firewood for winter, which could distract their spiritual focus. Turning to more practical matters, you're not going to get much praying done if you're starving. Conversely, other convents became too comfortable over time, lax in observing silence or poverty, and overly involved with local society through frequent visitors or letters. By the late 13th century, the Church recognized that many women's houses needed a tightening of standards. In 1298, Pope Boniface VIII issued a decree mandating strict cloister for all nuns, requiring that they remain perpetually enclosed. This papal command, essentially enforcing for all convents the kind of seclusion that had been expected for the strictest orders, was an attempt to curb the easygoing interactions with the outside world that some convents had adopted. But enforcing it was not always simple. But over the following decades, enclosure became much more uniform across nunneries. Despite occasional lapses and outside disruptions, the institution of the nunnery proved to be remarkably resilient. For centuries, through wars, plagues, social upheavals, convents stayed. They remained as the centers of persistent faith and prayer. Many nuns attained reputations for their great holiness. A few, like certain abbesses and mystics which we know by name, even produced writings that reached far beyond the cloister. We have, for instance, the personal letters of Abbess Eloise, which reveal a keen intellect and a human insight within the cloister itself, and the visionary treatises and music composed by Hildegard of Bingen, which earned her fame across Europe. Examples like that show that the convent could nurture extraordinary talent alongside the everyday piety. Far more nuns lived in quiet lives of dedication, and their names are unknown to history, but perhaps still cherished in their communities. The nuns supported each other through hardships like disease and hunger, and they shared moments of simple happiness in their common life. Through it all, their faith and sisterhood sustained them. Year after year, generation after generation, the choir psalms continued, and the lamps in the convents kept burning. So what do you think? Do you think you could be a nun? Maybe. Well, I think we see a pattern of constancy and devotion that's truly remarkable. Every day getting up before the sun, beginning the prayers, and every night silence behind those walls, ending the day as it began, just in the presence of God. Such was the loop of existence, continuous offering of time, labors, and love. Well, their ceaseless prayers were believed to safeguard the world beyond their cloister. Whether that worked or not is, well, arguable. Their work, whether copying books, tending gardens, or teaching girls, quietly contributed to preserving learning and caring for the vulnerable. Within their communities, they cultivated virtues of charity, patience, and discipline, striving with very human effort to live out high ideals. But, yes, human. That's the issue. There were difficulties, to be sure. Not every day matched the lofty standard. But hey, you're not perfect either. Well, the overall impression is one of sincere commitment and conviction, and I think that should be, that deserves something. For us today, I think it's a little bit hard to imagine this kind of life. But for those people back then, there was a meaning in the routine and rhythm, the community oriented toward the divine. Truly, the vows of nuns, they're not really grand, heroic actions, but it really rests in the faithful repetition of humble days. In any case, that is enough for us. And that's about time for us to end it for today. But what did you think? Do you think that kind of life is for you? He ordered the massacre of 4,500 prisoners in a single day. He spent his evenings having the Bible read to him aloud at dinner, and he wept over Augustine's City of God. You can't call him a good man, nor a bad man, and definitely not a simple one. Reducing him to either one of those misses the point entirely. He was Charlemagne, Charles the Great, the king of the Franks, and he built the largest political entity that Western Europe had seen since the fall of Rome. Modern France, Germany, the Low Countries, Austria, Switzerland, and northern Italy, all under a single authority, administered through a reformed church, a revived tradition of Latin learning, and the considerable persuasive power of military force. His own century recognized the scale of his achievements. His biographer modeled his life story on the biographies of the Roman Caesars, and nobody was saying that that was far-fetched. This is the man who turned the door between the ancient world and the medieval. And today, we're going to talk about his life in quite a lot of detail. Hello and welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for tuning in. Give it a like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm. And thank you to those who are supporting this crowd-funded project by being members on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, donating, and checking out the merch store. Links in description and pinned comment. Let's begin now. The story begins in 742, which was when Charlemagne was born, though that exact date and place are a little uncertain. A reminder that even the most famous people of the early medieval period lived in a world without the best administrative machinery of birth registration. Well, his father was Pippin III, the king of the Franks. His mother, Bertrada of Leon. He was the heir to a dynasty, the Carolingians, that had itself only recently acquired a royal status through one of the most significant political coups of the 8th century, and understanding the Carolingian rise helps us explain the ideology and also the anxiety that would drive Charles' own career. The Franks had been the dominant people of what is roughly modern France since the 5th century, and when the Merovingian king Clovis had united the Frankish tribes, He converted to Catholic Christianity, a conversion of enormous political consequence, since it aligned the Franks with the Roman Church, rather with the Arian Christianity of the other Germanic peoples, where they built a kingdom that survived for 2.5 centuries. Quite impressive given the chaos of the time. By the early 8th century, the Merovingian dynasty had declined into what historians have called the rois fainéants, the do-nothing kings, a succession of frankly weak monarchs who were increasingly just figureheads, while real power rested with the palace mayors, the chief administrators of the royal household. The most capable of these mayors was Charles Martel, also known as the Hammer. That was Charlemagne's grandfather, who in 732 defeated a rather large Muslim army at the Battle of Tours, holding the northward advance of the Umayyad Caliphate into Western Europe, in an engagement that later historians, perhaps with a bit of exaggeration, would describe as one of the most decisive battles in the history of Western civilization. Though it's not that much exaggeration, it was pretty important. Whether the Arab forces were genuinely threatening a permanent conquest of Francia, or just conducting a seasonal raid, we don't quite know. But the victory enhanced Charles Martel's reputation enormously, and this was the point where the Carolingian family was established as the real power in the Frankish world. Charlemagne's father, Pippin III, completed the transition from power behind the throne to power on the throne in 751 with the explicit approval of Pope Zachary, who ruled in a formula preserved in later sources that it was better for the man who actually held royal power to bear the royal title. Pippin had the last Merovingian king, Childeric III, deposed and shorn of his famous long hair, the traditional symbol of Merovingian royal status, and then they shipped him off to a monastery for an early and quiet retirement. Pippin was then anointed king of the Franks, and in 754 Pope Stephen II himself came to Francia and anointed Pippin again, along with his sons Charles and Charlemagne, in a ceremony that forged an alliance between the Carolingian dynasty and the Roman papacy, one that would define European politics for generations to come. The Pope needed the Franks' military support against the Lombards who were threatening Rome. The Carolingians needed the Church's religious legitimation for a dynasty that had, however capable, acquired its crown through the displacement of its predecessors. The deal was making both parties stronger, and it made Charlemagne's world a reality. Everybody wins. But Pippin died in 768, dividing his kingdom between his two sons, as Frankish custom dictated. Charles received the northern and western portions, Charlemagne the southern and eastern. But this division was politically awkward. The two brothers were apparently not close. Their interests conflicted almost immediately. But this was quite easily resolved when Charlemagne died in 771, which made his interests quite irrelevant, and it left Charles sole king of all the Franks at approximately 29 years of age. He had been the king of his portion for 3 years, long enough to have some administrative experience. He had been raised in a court that produced capable administrators and military commanders, and he had inherited from his father and grandfather a kingdom that was already the most powerful entity in Western Europe. Fortunately, he was going to use it, because he knew how to. Of course, Charlemagne fought for almost every single year of his reign. In the 46 years between his accession as sole king in 771 and his death in 814, there were perhaps 4 or 5 years in which the Frankish army did not
take the field somewhere on the kingdom's frontier. The list of military campaigns is so extensive that it reads less like a reign and more like a military general's career. There was the conquest and subjugation of Saxony, pursued with horrifying tenacity from 772 to 804. 32 years of intermittent but brutal warfare. The conquest of the Lombard kingdom of Italy from 773 to 74. Campaigns against the Avars of the Pannonian Plain in the 790s. Multiple expeditions across the Pyrenees against Muslim Spain. Campaigns against the Bretons in the northwest, the Danes in the north, the Slavs in the east. No one was safe. Well, at the height of his power, Charlemagne's armies were operating simultaneously on multiple fronts, and the logistical and organizational demands this placed on the Frankish state were, even by the standards of the early medieval world, very extraordinary. Of all these wars, the Saxon Wars was the most prolonged, the most expensive in human lives, and the most revealing, both about Charlemagne's methods and, well, frankly, his ambitions. Now, who were the Saxons? They were a Germanic people occupying the territory of modern northwestern Germany. A pagan society, but one of considerable military resistance, organized around a tribal structure, without a permanent central authority that could be defeated or negotiated with decisively. Their conversion to Christianity, which Charlemagne pursued as the religious dimension of political subjugation, was repeatedly attempted, and a few times achieved on paper, but then repeatedly abandoned when the Saxons found a new leader, and, well, the new leader was always willing to revolt. The greatest of these leaders was Wittekund, who led multiple major Saxon uprisings against the Frankish domination through the 770s and 80s, before finally accepting baptism in 785. With Charlemagne himself standing as his godfather, it was a gesture of reconciliation. There was also a political statement about the terms of Saxon submission, all done in metaphors, of course. But the darkest episode was the Saxon Wars, and one of the darkest of Charlemagne's entire career. It came in 782 at the Aller River, in the aftermath of a Saxon ambush that had destroyed a Frankish force, including several senior royal officials. Charlemagne's response was the massacre of Verdun, the execution of 4,500 Saxon prisoners in one day, same one we mentioned in the introduction. I was hoping that would hook you into watching the rest of the video. If you're still watching, I guess it did. Well, the Royal Frankish Annals record this with a kind of matter-of-factness that does not attempt to justify it beyond the context of ongoing rebellion. Many historians in the modern time have debated whether the number's accurate or just exaggeration in transmission, but the event itself is not doubted. There was a massacre. It was a calculated act of terror, you see, using mass killing to communicate to the Saxons that rebellion had a price, and it was one that their society could not afford to pay. But it didn't end Saxon resistance. Wittekund revolted again within the year, with a relentless combination of military pressure, forced resettlement of Saxon populations, systematic church burning, and the imposition of Frankish legal and administrative structures, eventually produced something that looked, at least from a distance, like complete pacification. The Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae, excuse the Latin pronunciation, the ordinance imposing Christianity on the Saxons, that is, was one of the most coercive religious documents of the period. It imposed the death penalty for a remarkable range of offenses: eating meat during Lent, cremating the dead in the pagan manner, refusing baptism, killing a priest, and entering a church to steal. The intent was to make the practice of paganism legally equivalent to a crime worthy of capital punishment. Alcuin of York, Charlemagne's most respected scholar and a man of genuine pastoral concern, wrote to Charles to protest with considerable courage given the context. You cannot baptize people at sword point and call it a conversion, he argued. True faith required, well, true conviction, not compulsion. Charles did not rescind the capitulatio, but the exchange reveals something important about the tensions within the Carolingian enterprise. The gap between the ideal of a Christian empire built on genuine spiritual renewal and the brutal political and military realities of how that empire was actually assembled. The Italian campaign of 773 to 74 was by comparison swift and decisive. The Lombards, who had been intermittently threatening Rome and the papacy for decades, were defeated at their capital Pavia after a siege of several months, and their king, Desiderius, was deposed and sent to a Frankish monastery. Charlemagne assumed the title King of the Lombards and was received in Rome by Pope Hadrian I, first of several visits to Rome that gave him direct experience of surviving monuments of Roman imperial power, and that reinforced his sense of his own historical position in relation to that legacy. The site of Rome, still immense, still partially standing, the Pantheon intact, aqueducts partially functioning. Well, it all made a deep impression on a man who had grown up in the Rhineland, those palaces of the Franks, and whose mental image of the Roman Empire was formed primarily from what he'd read in manuscripts. But the real thing, well, there was a little bit of a feeling of magnificence, but also melancholy. You know what I mean. Now, as for Charlemagne's court, that was not permanently fixed in a single location for most of his reign. The Frankish kingdom was governed itinerantly, with the king and his household moving between royal estates and palaces throughout the year, the court forming both the government and the largest household in the kingdom wherever it stopped. But in the last decades of his reign, Charlemagne increasingly made Aachen in the Rhineland, in what is now in the far west of modern Germany, his primary residence and de facto capital of the empire. The reasons were practical in part. Aachen had hot springs, and Charles used therapeutically these springs, and according to Einhard, loved swimming quite a bit. But it was partly ideological. A permanent palace complex at Aachen was a statement that the empire had a center, a capital, a Rome of its own. The palace complex in Charlemagne, built at Aachen, was the most ambitious secular building project in Western Europe since the late Roman period. Its centerpiece was the Great Hall, an enormous timber and stone building where Charles held his assemblies, received ambassadors, and conducted the public business of the empire. Adjacent to it, and still standing today, as the Palatine Chapel, now embedded in the medieval cathedral of Aachen. Well, that was the Royal Chapel, begun around 792, a magnificent octagonal structure of dressed stone, modelled on the Byzantine church of San Vitale in Ravenna. Its interior, sheathed in marble columns, looted from Roman monuments in Ravenna itself, by the way. The mosaic in its dome depicted Christ in majesty, surrounded by the 24 elders of the Apocalypse. Charles worshipped here twice daily. He knew this building was a statement about his wealth, his ambitions, and his theological conviction, but also his relationship to the Roman and Byzantine tradition. He built it all accordingly. The Palatine Chapel survived the centuries. It outlasted Charlemagne's empire by 1,000 years. It's still there in Aachen today, as the best preserved physical evidence of what Carolingian civilization looked like at its most confident expression. The court assembled around this palace was one of the most intellectually remarkable ones of the day. Charlemagne's deliberate recruitment of scholars from across the Christian world, from England, Ireland, Italy, Spain, and the Frankish heartland itself, created what is sometimes called the Carolingian Renaissance, a sustained effort to revive the standards of Latin learning, to recover and copy the texts of classical antiquity and the Church Fathers, to standardize the liturgy, and to reform the curriculum of cathedral and monastic schools, producing a generation of educated clergy capable of administrating an empire and preaching in a way that its people would understand. The scale of manuscript copying programs alone was transformative. A significant proportion of the classical Latin texts that we possess today survive in copies made in Carolingian scriptoria during the late 8th and early 9th centuries, working from older manuscripts that have since been lost. When you read Virgil or Cicero or Suetonius today, remember that you're reading a text whose survival depended on a monk in a Carolingian monastery picking up that stylus around 800 CE. But the most important figure in the Carolingian intellectual circle was Alcuin of York, an Anglo-Saxon scholar trained in the Cathedral School of York, which was then one of the finest libraries in Europe. He came to Charlemagne's court around 782 and remained there in close correspondence with Charles for the rest of his active career. Alcuin was the architect of the educational reforms, the reformer of the liturgy, a prolific writer of theological and pedagogical texts, and Charlemagne's most trusted intellectual advisor on matters of religion and learning. He was also, in his letters, remarkably forthright, willing to challenge Charlemagne on methods of Saxon conversion, willing to argue for the proper treatment of prisoners and the limit of royal authority over religious practice, doing so with the confidence of a man who knew that his value was recognized. The letters between Alcuin and Charlemagne, preserved in considerable number, constitute one of the richest documentary records of intellectual friendship, and they reveal a Charles who was genuinely curious, occasionally chastened by good arguments, and deeply invested in the project of making his empire not just powerful, but good, a nice place to be. And other figures at the court included Einhard himself, the biographer, who was a skilled metal worker and an architect as well as scholar, a real Renaissance man, just a few hundred years before the Renaissance. Then there was Paul the Deacon, a Lombard scholar, who wrote the primary source for Lombard history, the Historia Langobardorum, while at Charlemagne's court, finishing that off. Then we have Theodulf of Orleans, a Visigothic scholar from Spain, writing poetry of considerable sophistication and serving as both bishop and a royal cultural ambassador. The Irish scholar Dungal corresponded with Charlemagne on astronomical questions. This was a real intellectual community, not a court of ceremonial learning. People were here to debate, to argue, to write poetry, and they took on nicknames from classical antiquity. Charles himself was called David, after the biblical king-poet. Alcuin was called Flaccus, after Horace. Einhard was Bezaleel, after the craftsman who built the Ark of the Covenant. The nicknames were playful, but they expressed something quite serious, a self-conscious identification with a classical and biblical tradition of combined wisdom and power. This was what the court was explicitly trying to embody and convey. But what about the man himself? Well, we've got Einhard to thank for that. His Life of Charlemagne, written shortly after Charles' death in 814, is really, really good, in layman's terms. I mean, we don't have that many, at least not to this level, that many intimate portraits of early medieval figures. It's worth spending a bit of time talking about it. You see, Einhard knew Charles for decades. He lived at his court, he observed him in public and private, and he wrote about him with a bit of admiration, but also a biographer's eyes for the telling particular. Charlemagne was physically imposing. Einhard describes him as tall, quote, 7 times the length of his own foot, which scholars have estimated puts him around 6 feet 2 inches or 1.88 meters. Now that's considerably above average for the era. He also had a round head, large and lively eyes, a cheerful expression, and a thick neck. He was broad and well built, carrying his height well rather than appearing disproportionate and lanky. His voice, Einhard notes with slight embarrassment, was clear and strong, but perhaps thinner than one might expect from a body of such size. He wore Frankish dress, linen shirt and breeches, a silk-fringed tunic, stockings and shoes with a blue cloak in winter. He disliked the long robes of Roman style that foreign ambassadors sometimes urged on him, and wore them only on state occasions, and even then with visible reluctance. On his sword, Einhard notes, the hilt and belt were usually of gold. He carried a jeweled sword sometimes, but he reserved that for major feast days. He was athletic too, a dedicated swimmer and hunter. Einhard says that swimming was the exercise that he loved the most, and Aachen was chosen partly because its natural hot springs gave him the best bathing facilities in the Frankish world. He built a pool there, large enough for large numbers of people, and he invited not just his companions and bodyguards, but his sons, noblemen, and sometimes his whole household to swim with him, so that up to 100 people might be in the water at once. He also rode daily, when his health allowed. He hunted constantly. It was the primary recreational activity of the Frankish aristocracy, and also a practical source of food for the royal household. And at the hunt, he was characteristically energetic and competitive. He ate and drank moderately by the standards of his time and class. Einhard said he was restrained about wine, and rarely drank more than 3 cups at a meal, and that he also disliked feasts of many courses, preferring roast meat, usually brought straight from the spit, and rather simple food. His health in old age was impaired by fevers, and toward the end of his life he disobeyed his doctor's recommendations by resisting their advice that he abandon roasted meats for boiled, which he apparently hated. He slept lightly and briefly. Einhard says he would wake up during the night multiple times and use the wakeful hours to work, dictating, hearing cases, conducting business. He rose early and was active before breakfast. He was by any measure a man of extraordinary energy, and the range of his daily activity, from military planning to theological debate to administrative legislation, to the supervision of building projects and education of his own children, suggests a man who of mind and body simply required more input than most people's. One of Einhard's most charming details is that Charlemagne kept writing tablets under his pillow so that in idle moments he could practice, a skill that he had come to late in life and never fully mastered, his large hand apparently struggling with the precision required. He could not, it seems, make himself stop working, even when he had gone to bed. Charlemagne's personal life was complex in ways that his admiring biographer handles with a bit of diplomatic tact. He had multiple wives in succession. He repudiated the Lombard princess Desiderata within a year of marrying her for reasons the sources do not clearly explain, and then he married the beloved Hildegard, who bore him 9 children, and unfortunately died young in 783. He then married Fastrada, described in the sources as proud and cruel, after whose death in 794 he married a fourth wife, Lutgard. Beyond the official wives, he had a number of concubines and a few illegitimate kids alongside the legitimate ones. He was devoted to all of them, and raised them with great care. His devotion to his daughters was so strong that he refused to allow any of them to marry, keeping them at court throughout his lifetime, a decision that Einhard implied produced complications that the emperor chose to overlook. Those complications had specific names. His daughter Bertha bore 2 children with the court poet Angelbert, with whom she maintained a long relationship, conducted more or less openly at Aachen. His daughter, Rotruda, had an illegitimate son by a Frankish count. Charles knew about all of it, and he didn't really do anything, just shrugged his shoulders. The picture of him is a man who surrounded himself with the people he loved, followed the sexual customs of his class without significant self-reproach, and applied the same tolerant logic to his daughter's conduct, whatever the official theology required. And then we have Notker the Stammerer, writing at St. Gall, decades after Charlemagne's death. And he adds a few anecdotes whose historical reliability is uncertain, but the texture is vivid. In one story, Charlemagne tested whether his bishops and nobles were actually maintaining the educational standards he required, disguising himself and arriving at a school to observe the boys work directly. Finding that the children of the poor were working diligently, while the aristocratic boys, the nobility, were coasting on their status, he reportedly gave the rich boys a dress down with a severity that reduced several of them to tears, and then warned them that he would remember their laziness. Well, imagine that. You're slacking off in school and the king shows up and starts screaming at you. Yeah, try talking back then, kids. Maybe that's what we need to do with these kids in school now. Bring in Charles III. Have him yell at them for a little while. I'm sure he's still got some energy in him. Well, whether or not their story about Charlemagne is a real history or polished legend, we don't know. But it says something about the man, that he was genuinely interested in the quality of work he was commissioning, and he, of course, was going to come and check up on it. But governing an empire the size of Charlemagne's, with the administrative technology of the 9th century, i.e., no printing press, no standard bureaucracy, no rapid communication, no professional civil service, but that was a problem of organizational genius as much as it was of political will. The mechanisms Charlemagne developed to manage his empire were not always original. Many were built on Frankish and Roman precedents, but their systematic application on an imperial scale and the documentary record they left constitute one of the most significant administrative achievements of the early medieval period. The primary instrument of the Carolingian local government was the Count, a royal appointee responsible for administering a defined territory, the county, in the king's name. The Count held court, collected taxes, raised troops, maintained order, and enforced royal legislation. The problem with counts, however, as Charlemagne quickly recognized, was that they tended to become autonomous. Once established in a territory, a count had strong incentives to manage it for his own benefit rather than for the king's, to develop local loyalties that competed with royal ones, and to transmit his office to his children as if it were hereditary property rather than a royal delegation. The Carolingian answer to this problem was missi dominici, the envoys of the Lord King. Pairs of inspectors, typically one layman and one cleric, sent out twice a year to travel through defined circuits of counties, hear appeals against local officials, check accounts, inspect churches and monasteries, and report back to the king on conditions throughout the empire. The capitularies, the written ordinances that constitute the primary documentary record of the Carolingian administration, give us an extraordinary detailed picture of what Charlemagne expected his empire to look like and how far it fell short of those expectations. Can't win them all, I'm afraid. The Capitulare Divilis, an ordinance concerned with the management of royal estates, specifies in exhaustive detail what each estate should produce, maintain, and account for, lists of craftsmen who should be resident on each estate, specific fruit trees that should be planted, the proper management of fish ponds and beehives, the correct way to account for wine production and grain storage, things like that. It even specifies the steward of a royal household should ensure that the women's workshops on the estate where cloth was produced are properly equipped with combs, flax, wool, and other materials. This is not the legislation of a man vaguely interested in good management. Is the work of someone with a detailed operational vision of how his property should function, expressed in the form of instructions precise enough to be audited. Now, the educational reforms were understood by Charlemagne as administrative reform rather than just cultural enrichment. The letter he addressed to the abbots of his kingdom around 789, the Epistola de Litteris Colendis, the letter on the cultivation of learning, that is, makes this connection explicit. He had found, he writes, that letters he had been receiving from monasteries were poorly written, filled with grammatical errors which made him doubt whether the monks who wrote them were really understanding what they read at all. If the clergy could not read Latin correctly, they could not perform the liturgy correctly. If they could not perform the liturgy correctly, well, guess what? The prayers of the church were defective, and if the prayers of the church were defective, then the divine protection on which the empire depended was compromised. The educational program was therefore a strategic necessity. The connection between grammatical correctness and the imperial security seems at first glance like a leap, but think about it within the theological framework of this Carolingian world. It makes a kind of severe internal sense. I mean, the proper ordering of language and the proper ordering of the cosmos were understood as related aspects of this same divine order. Well, Charlemagne's monetary reform, the introduction of a new silver penny, the denarius, which is a callback to old Roman days, this standardized weights and qualities too, and also the reorganization of the coinage system into the pound, the shilling, and penny structure, whose ghost actually persists in pre-decimal British monetary systems, and in the use of the abbreviation of D for pence, which was one of his most practical, consequential administrative acts. By standardizing the coinage across the empire and cracking down on the proliferation of debased local coinages, he created the conditions for more reliable commercial exchange across a territory that stretched from the Ebro to the Elbe. He also planned, though he never completed, a canal linking the Rhine and Danube river systems that would have connected the North Sea to the Black Sea, a project that is so audacious in its engineering ambition that nothing comparable was attempted until the 19th century. The foundations were begun in 793. The autumn rains turned the ground to mud, and the project was abandoned. Hey, good try though. It was indeed characteristic that they attempted it at all. I suppose they were just a little bit too early for that. Wait 1,000 or so years and then the bulldozers can do it, right? But the relationship between Charlemagne and the church was the real defining relationship of his reign, and it was considerably more complex than the simple alliance of mutual convenience that a superficial reading might suggest. You see, Charles was a genuinely, deeply religious person. Einhard is emphatic on this point. and there's no reason to doubt it. But his religion was of a robustly proprietorial kind. He believed that as he was the ruler of the Christian people, he had responsibilities for the spiritual welfare of his subjects that extended well beyond the conventional royal obligations of endowing churches and protecting pilgrims. He believed, in short, that proper governance of the church was simply part of his job. This belief produced friction with popes, who had their own ideas about the church's independence from secular authority. The coronation of 800, for all its symbolic magnificence, was a complicated gift. On one hand, it gave Charles a title that placed him in the lineage of Roman emperors, and gave his claims to universal Christian authority a historical grounding that the mere title King of the Franks couldn't really provide. But on the other hand, it implied that the emperor's title was the Pope's to confer, which Charles evidently found intolerable as a political proposition. His subsequent negotiations with the Eastern Roman Emperor in Constantinople, who regarded the Western coronation as an illegal usurpation of the title of Roman Emperor, which only the Eastern court had the right to confer, by the way, were partly driven by the desire to establish a basis for his imperial title that did not depend on papal grant. He eventually secured a form of recognition from Constantinople, though the terms and meaning of that recognition remained to be contested. On theological matters, Charlemagne was an active participant rather than passive patron. The Libri Carolini, the Carolingian books, a lengthy theological treatise produced at his court in the 790s in response to decisions of the Second Council of Nicaea regarding the venerations of images, represents his court's direct engagement with the most contested theological question of the age. The Eastern Church, under imperial pressure, had restored the veneration of religious images after a period of iconoclasm. The Carolingian response was a characteristically independent one. Neither the complete iconoclasm of the Eastern heretics, nor the full image veneration that the council had endorsed, but more of a middle position. Images are acceptable for decoration and instruction, but should not be venerated as if they were wholly in and of themselves. The Libri Carolini challenged both the Greek Church and implicitly the papacy that had endorsed the council's decisions with considerable intellectual confidence. Basically a king claiming theological authority for himself. Then there was the adoptionist controversy, a theological dispute originating in Spain, in which some bishops argued that Christ in his human nature was the Son of God by adoption, rather than just because. This occupied Charlemagne's theological attention through the 790s. The position's most prominent advocates were Elipandus, the Archbishop of Toledo, and Felix of Urgel. And the disagreement had real stakes too, by the way. You see, if Christ was the only adoptive Son of God in his humanity, well then the implication for the theology of the incarnation and for the Church's mediatory role were serious enough to require a formal response. Charlemagne convened the Council of Frankfurt in 794, one of the largest ecclesiastical assemblies of the early medieval period, which condemned adoptionism definitively, with Alcuin as the primary theological draftsman. The council also issued canons on church discipline, monasticism, and the treatment of Jews. That gives us a detailed picture of the scope of the Carolingian ecclesiastical governance. Charles directed this entire process. He identified the issue, mobilized the resources, and convened the machinery, and he drove toward a resolution that would produce theological unity across the empire. The Church was, in his understanding, an instrument of imperial order as much as an independent spiritual authority. His personal religious practice, as described by Einard,
was intense. He attended church twice a day, at matins and vespers, and was present at all the canonical hours when his health permitted. He was a generous endower of churches, gave lavishly to the poor from his own resources, and maintained a concern for the welfare of Christians in distant lands that extended to sending gifts to the churches of Jerusalem, Alexandria, and Carthage. When the Patriarch of Jerusalem sent him the keys to the Holy Sepulchre, an act of symbolic submission to Frankish protection, Charles received them with great ceremony. He had a relationship with Harun al-Rashid, the Abbasid caliph in Baghdad, that produced an exchange of diplomatic gifts, including, famously, an elephant named Abul Abbas, the first elephant to set foot in the Frankish realm, whose arrival in 802 caused understandable sensation, and who appears in the royal Frankish annals as a minor but charming presence until its death in 810. The elephant was both a diplomatic gesture and a statement of the range of Charlemagne's international connections, but it also says something about the Abbasid caliph's own prestige, that Harun al-Rashid, the ruler of the most sophisticated empire in the world at that moment, regarded a Frankish king as a partner worth cultivating with magnificent and rare gifts. Well, the intellectual project of Charlemagne's reign, what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance, is perhaps the aspect of his legacy that is least immediately dramatic but most consequentially important. When we speak of the survival of classical learning in the Western tradition, we are speaking largely about the decisions made and the manuscripts copied in the Carolingian monasteries and cathedral schools during the late 8th and early 9th centuries, and the scale of the recovery effort and its long-term consequences for European intellectual history can hardly be overstated. There is no back that is not patted sufficiently enough for this. Now, the state of Latin learning in the Frankish kingdom when Charlemagne came to power was, by his own account in the Epistola de Litteris Colendis, poor. This clergy could not perform, or rather they could perform the liturgy, but many could not explain what they were saying, or write a grammatically correct letter, as we mentioned. Now, the libraries of the major monasteries contained manuscripts, but they were not always well maintained, weren't always legible, not always correctly transmitted through generations of copying by scribes who didn't really know what they were actually copying. It was the same as just drawing a funny picture to them. The reform Charlemagne initiated addressed this simultaneously on several fronts. Schools at every cathedral and major monastery teaching the full trivium of grammar, rhetoric, and logic. The production of corrected standard texts of the Bible, the liturgy, and the church fathers, and the active search for classical manuscripts that could be copied and preserved before whatever held them together gave way entirely. Well, the scriptoria of the Carolingian monasteries were basically the printing presses of their age, and the script that they developed, the Carolingian minuscule, a clear, legible lowercase letter form that replaced the various regional scripts of the pre-Carolingian period, was one of the most important innovations of the medieval period. Its clarity made the manuscripts more readable, more accurately copyable. Its standardization across the Carolingian world made texts produced in one scriptorium legible in another. When the humanists of the 15th century Italian Renaissance found the manuscripts written in Carolingian minuscule, and not recognizing that it was relatively recent a medieval script rather than an ancient one, they took it for classical Roman handwriting, and they modeled their own humanist script on it. And the humanist script became the basis for the Roman typefaces used in printing from Gutenberg onward. The letters you're reading on a printed page today, probably Times New Roman, are the direct descendants of a script standardized in Charlemagne's monasteries. That is the reach of the Carolingian Renaissance.
But the content of what was being copied and studied is equally significant. The Carolingian scholars did not limit themselves to Christian texts. They had a full range of classical Latin literature, copied, studied, and used as models of correct Latin style. You had Virgil, Ovid, Horace, Cicero, Suetonius, Pliny, Vitruvius, Caesar. They had it all the classics. This was functional rather than antiquarian. You could not write good Latin without models of good Latin, and the best models were the classical authors. The consequence is that the Carolingian period is responsible for preserving in usable form the greater part of classical Latin literary heritage that was not already securely established in manuscript tradition. Without the Carolingian copying programs, we probably wouldn't have these. Charlemagne's own intellectual ambitions were genuine, if limited by the constraints of his formation. He spoke Frankish as his native language, but he learned Latin well enough to be understood in it, though not to speak it with full fluency. He made a serious attempt to learn Greek, a project that Einard reports with gentle sympathy as less successful than Charles's other educational efforts. He commissioned a grammar of Frankish, the language he grew up speaking, wishing to preserve it systematically. He gave Frankish names to months and to the 12 winds, replacing the Latin designations with native ones, an expression of Frankish cultural pride alongside the classical learning. He had also collected and written down the old Frankish heroic songs, the barbarian lays, as Einhard calls them, a collection that was subsequently destroyed on the orders of his son Louis the Pious, who found their pagan content objectionable. Yeah, Louis a little bit too pious, I think. Now, the loss of those songs is one of the more melancholy casualties of the Carolingian period. The older secular vernacular literature of the Franks, gathered at Charlemagne's direct instruction, and just put to the fire by his own son within a generation. The monastery of St. Gall preserved what it could, but most of it didn't survive. The last decade of Charlemagne's life was shadowed by the deaths of the people he had loved most, but also by an increasing preoccupation with the question of succession that he had managed, in the manner of powerful men, to defer for too long. His beloved son, Pippin, the King of Italy, died in 810. His eldest son, Charles the Young, whom he had intended as his heir, had already associated in the royal government, died in 811. The succession that had seemed quite straightforward, a man of 4 sons had options, was suddenly narrowed to one. That was Louis, the youngest surviving legitimate son, King of Aquitaine, a man of genuine piety and genuine ability who was also, as events would prove, less suited than his father to managing the competing ambitions of the Frankish aristocracy. I mean, it's a hard act to follow, let's give him some credit. In 813, in a ceremony at Aachen of considerable significance, Charlemagne was crowned Louis, emperor himself, without papal involvement, making the point as clearly as possible that the imperial title was his to pass on by his own authority, rather than the Pope's to confer. He placed the crown on Louis's head and declared him co-emperor. It was by all accounts a moment of visible emotion. Charles was in his late 60s, which by the standards of his era was genuinely old, and the physical decline that Einhard describes had been progressing for several years. He had fevers, he had a limp from an injury, the loss of easy physical energy that characterized his whole life. He had outlived 2 of his 4 sons, several of his wives, and most of the companions of his earlier years. Also, Alcuin had died in 804 in the monastery of St. Martin at Tours, where he had retired. Einhard was still present, but the court at Aachen was quieter than it had been in the good old days. The great collaborative energy of the Carolingian Renaissance first decades was all a memory now. Einhard describes the last months with the precision of a man who was there and who loved the subject of his biography. Charlemagne was struck by a pleurisy, a fever with a sharp chest pain, in January of 814, and he took to his bed. He refused most food and sustained himself with liquids only. On the 7th day, his fever got worse. He received communion, and he died quietly in the morning. He was buried the same day in the Palatine Chapel at Aachen, the building he had built as a centerpiece of his imperial capital. They dressed him in his imperial robes, with the Gospels laid open on his knees, and a pilgrim's satchel and staff placed beside him. The tomb was subsequently opened at various points in the medieval period by successors who wished to associate themselves with his legacy. Charlemagne was canonized, in a move more political than theological, by the anti-pope Pascal in 1165, at the insistence of Frederick Barbarossa, and the various accounts of the tomb's opening describe with varying reliability the condition of the body and its surroundings. One account, attributed to Emperor Otto III, who opened the tomb in the year 1000, describes finding a Charlemagne seated upright on a marble throne, fully robed, his flesh relatively intact, a golden crown on his head, a piece of his fingernail that had grown through his glove, and the Gospel book still there on his knees. The relationship of this account to a historical fact is impossible to assess. But, I don't know, picturing it in your head, the symbolic point is clear enough. The great emperor, seated in his chapel, a king even in death. Of course, things did not last too long after it. Charlemagne's empire did not survive him long as a unified political entity. His son Louis the Pious spent much of his reign managing the competing claims of his own sons, and the Treaty of Verdun in 843, concluded between Louis's three surviving sons after a civil war, divided the empire into three kingdoms whose general boundaries correspond to roughly modern France, Germany, and Italy. The political unity that Charlemagne had spent 46 years building was gone within a generation after his death. This is the standard judgment on the Carolingian Empire's political legacy, and it is accurate as far as it goes. But it misses the more important point, which is that the civilization that Charlemagne built proved considerably more durable than the political entity in which it was first expressed. So, let's end on back to Einhard, because Einhard ends his life with an account of the omens and portents that presaged Charlemagne's death. Solar eclipses, a bridge that collapsed, a portico of the Palatine Chapel struck by lightning. You know the sound lightning makes. He includes them not because he's superstitious. Einhard was very sophisticated, but because they are the conventional literary frame for the death of a great man, drawn from his Suetonian model and from the whole tradition of ancient and medieval biography. They serve to mark the scale of a loss, a death so significant that it has disturbed the natural order, because no lesser disturbance would be adequate to the occasion. What they actually mark is something simpler, more honest than portent, the end of a life of extraordinary energy, range, and consequence. But remember that Charlemagne was a real human being, contradictory, impatient, capable of magnificent generosity and horrifying brutality, deeply loving, but sometimes ruthlessly indifferent. and he happened to live at the moment when his particular combination of ambition, intelligence, and energy was exactly what the situation required. Well, he slaughtered thousands when he and then heard the city of God read aloud at supper. He kept writing tablets under his pillow, and he refused to let his daughters marry because he loved them a little bit too much. But then he indulged in their unofficial relationships at court with poets and Frankish counts. He remade the world that he founded. The world that we live in bears the marks of his remaking. And in terms of legacy, that seems like it's good enough. Well, thank you so much for listening. We had a great time, didn't we? About Charlemagne. And, well, I suppose we'll have more biographies coming up. But that is it from me today. Hope you've enjoyed. I will see you in the next video, and farewell for now. There once was a little corner of medieval Europe where ancient woodland gods still reigned, while all surrounding nations had long embraced the cross. In the late 14th century, as Gothic cathedrals rose across Europe and Latin prayers echoed from Ireland to Russia, the people of Lithuania still kindled sacred fires in oak groves and honored ancient pagan deities. Lithuania was the last pagan kingdom in Europe, a remarkable holdout against the sweeping tide of Christianity. This is a story of how that last pagan realm finally converted, a tale of war, diplomacy, kings and missionaries, and a very complex, centuries-long struggle between old gods and the new. The very term Lithuania appears in recorded history at a very telling time. In the year 1009, the annals of Gutenburg note that a Christian missionary, St. Bruno of Kierfur, was beheaded by pagans on the border of Lithuania. From its earliest mention, it was known as a pagan land, fiercely resisting Christian incursion. Over the next 4 centuries, while Europe's other tribes and kingdoms gradually came into the fold, the Franks by the 6th century, the Poles by 966, Kievan Rus by 988, the Scandinavians by the 11th and 12th centuries, the Lithuanians held fast to their ancestral religion. By the 14th century, they stood virtually alone, an island of paganism in a Christian sea. But why did Lithuania remain pagan for so long? And what finally brought about the change? The answer lies in a pretty unique mix of political pressures and internal pragmatism. For generations, Lithuanian Grand Dukes deftly balanced between the Christian East and West, using the very fact of their paganism as a political tool. Meanwhile, crusading knights from Western Europe mounted relentless campaigns to Christianize or conquer the Baltic holdouts by force. The eventual conversion of Lithuania in 1387 and the related baptism of its last pagan region, Samogitia, by 1413, ended the last chapter of Europe's pagan era. A conversion that was not a simple spiritual awakening, but a calculated state decision that reshaped Eastern Europe. A story today that we tell from start to finish, from the earliest encounters to the final days, when those last heads were dipped under the water. But let me welcome you to the channel first. I've been looking forward to doing this video for a while, I will admit. I do have some videos that I look forward to doing more than others. After all, we all have our own personal interests, right? If you've not subscribed yet, I would like to politely invite you to do so. Of course, only if you feel inclined to. Perhaps you'd like to leave your thoughts in the comments too. I always appreciate a spirited discussion. Now, what I'm sure you appreciate is the lack of ads not only on this video, but on every single video I make. In a time where ads are absolutely everywhere, it's quite a point of personal pride that we keep this channel 100% ad-free. We can only do so due to the generous contributions of those on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, it's got lots of goodies on there, and the occasional donation. It all helps. Links to all of that are available in the pinned comment and the video description. Now, with all that out of the way, introduction said and done, we may begin. Long before any formal state religion, the Lithuanians had a rich pagan belief system rooted in nature and ancestral tradition. As a Baltic people, they worshipped a pantheon of gods and spirits. The supreme deity was Dievas, the sky god, and especially important was Perkunas, the thunder god, that bringer of storms, much like Thor or Zeus in other mythologies. There were earth goddesses tied to fertility, and a host of lesser deities inhabiting forests, rivers, homes, things like that. In Lithuanian lands, sacred groves of oak trees served as open-air temples, and fire was a holy element. Chronicles describe that the pagan priests, Vaidelotes, kept a perpetual sacred fire burning in the honor of their gods. An enduring image is that of communities gathering in forest clearings round an oak altar and an eternal flame, offering animal sacrifices and prayers to ensure the fertility of their fields, and in less fortunate times, success in war. Some of these practices survived long enough to be observed, albeit disapprovingly, by outsiders. It was also said that grass snakes were kept and fed with milk as household guardian spirits, so revered that the Grand Duke Jogaila later had to order these holy serpents killed when he introduced Christianity. Holy groves were strictly protected in pagan Lithuania. Cutting an oak in a sacred grove was a grave sin before the old gods. Which brings us to the Teutonic Knights. A little parable about them. A German crusading order. They later reported finding and destroying wooden idols and altars in the Lithuanian forests, which is a terrible shame. Do you imagine if they had have just taken them so we could put them into a museum? I suppose it doesn't always work like that. Either way, these accounts are a little bit biased. We have to remember that, but they do give us a glimpse of a deeply rooted spiritual culture tied to the rhythm of nature. Christianity had made a few tentative inroads to this world before the 13th century, but often with fatal results for the missionaries. It was a very dangerous undertaking. Let's look at the case of St. Bruno in 1009. That was one early encounter that we know quite well. Bruno was a zealous missionary and bishop, and he attempted to convert the border peoples near Lithuania. Big mistake. According to the Gutenburg Chronicle, he baptized a pagan leader of a neighboring Baltic tribe. But when he pressed on toward Lithuania proper, he and his entourage were killed, reportedly on the orders of a local pagan prince. Well, this violent welcome both showed Lithuania's determination to resist foreign religion, and ironically, immortalized Lithuania's name in the European records. A popular saying notes that Columbus discovered America, and St. Bruno discovered Lithuania, meaning that Bruno's ill-fated mission was how Europe discovered the existence of this pagan land beyond Poland. Throughout the 11th and 12th centuries,
Lithuania was still an emerging collection of tribes rather than a centralized kingdom. During this time, indirect Christian influences did manage to shuffle their way in. To the east and south, the Kievan Rus and other Slavic principalities had adopted Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Through trade and intermarriage, Orthodox Ruthenian, that is, East Slavic culture, began to touch Lithuania. Some Lithuanian nobles took Orthodox Christian wives or entered alliances with Rus princes. In fact, archaeological and linguistic evidence suggests that many Lithuanian nobles adopted Slavic Christian names for use alongside their own pagan ones. Either way, by the 12th century, Orthodox missionaries had reached some of the Baltic lands. For example, nearby Latgale, that is eastern Latvia, but they did have limited success among the Lithuanians themselves. But still, the influence was enough that many Old Church Slavonic loanwords for religious concepts, likely the word for church, basnikia for baptism, krikstas, that is, entered Lithuanian language at this time, showing that Lithuanians were aware of Christianity. Even if they were not converting en masse, they certainly knew what it was. Now, from the west came Latin Christian influence, and that's a bit different to the Orthodox tradition. And, of course, this time it came at the pointy end of a sword. The Northern Crusades. They began in the early 13th century, as the Catholic Church sanctioned crusading knights to subdue and convert the last pagan peoples around the Baltic. The Livonian Order, a branch of the Knights of the Sword, established itself in what is now Latvia and Estonia, while the Teutonic Order launched a crusade against the Prussian tribes, Western Baltic cousins of the Lithuanians, by the way. These military monastic orders founded fortress cities like Riga and Königsberg. That's right, they go all the way back. And they justified their conquest as a holy war against the barbaric pagans. By the mid-1200s, the pagan Prussians were largely conquered and forcibly converted, and the crusading orders set their gaze upon Lithuania next. Faced with aggressive Christian neighbors on multiple fronts, the Lithuanians were under growing pressure in the 13th century. This was the crucible in which the Lithuanian state coalesced, and religion, that was the central question. Would Lithuania go the way of its neighbors and accept baptism, whether by choice or force, or could it maintain its old ways and independence? Well, the first major answer to that question came with the reign of a certain ambitious duke, who briefly took Lithuania into the Christian fold, only for the country to slide right back into the old ways. That leader was King Mindaugas, and his story shows how fraught the issue of conversion really was. So let's talk about Mindaugas. By the 1240s, he had risen as the most popular Lithuanian duke, effectively a first ruler of a united Lithuanian state. Mindaugas was a shrewd and ruthless leader who expanded his influence not only over ethnic Lithuanian lands, but parts of neighboring Baltic tribes. However, his rise was challenged by rivals and the encroaching military orders. Surrounded by Christian powers, the Livonian Order to the north, the Teutonic Knights in the west, and Catholic Poland and Orthodox Rus in the south, Mindaugas recognized that Lithuania's survival might require a diplomatic as well as a military strategy. According to the chronicles of the time, around 1250 Mindaugas made a pretty bold political gamble. You see, he agreed to accept Christian baptism in exchange for peace and recognition. The Livonian Order
then fighting some of Mindaugas's internal rivals, offered him up a deal. Mindaugas would be baptized as a Roman Catholic, and in return the order and its allies in the church would acknowledge him as the king of Lithuania and cease their crusade against him. And so in 1251, Mindaugas was baptized, reportedly along with his wife and close family. In the following year, Pope Innocent IV issued a papal bull proclaiming Mindaugas as rightful king, a significant moment because up to that point all the Lithuanian leaders were pagan grand dukes, and none of them had any international recognition of kingship, that's for sure. On July the 6th, 1253, Mindaugas was crowned the King of Lithuania, with a crown sent from the Pope, signifying that Lithuania had, at least at the top, joined the family of Christian kingdoms. For a time this seemed like the breakthrough that might Christianize the entire nation. Mindaugas allowed Catholic clergy into his domains. The first church was built in the capital region, and Latin prayers were translated for use in Lithuania. By aligning with the Catholic Church, Mindaugas gained a powerful ally. He could call himself a king, quote, by the grace of God, and the Teutonic and Livonian knights were, in theory, obligated to stop attacking a baptized ruler. Indeed, a short-lived peace did take hold. One of Mindaugas's own letters, whose text survives in later documents, proudly recalls that, quote, our predecessor, King Mindaugas, with his whole kingdom, was converted to the faith of Christ. However, the reality is a little bit more limited. It is likely that only a small circle around the king actually converted at this time, while the vast majority of the Lithuanian people and lesser nobles continued their pagan practices, just as before. Mindaugas's conversion was thus a top-down, politically driven affair, and it faced an uphill battle. Many Lithuanian nobles resented the new alliance with the very crusaders who had been their enemies. And what's more is that Mindaugas's own power was very far from secure. In the year 1260, a rebellion, a major one at that, flared among the Samogitians, that is the northwestern Lithuanians, who inflicted a crushing defeat on the Teutonic knights at the Battle of Durbe. This victory emboldened anti-Christian sentiment. Mindaugas's nephew, Treniota, a staunch pagan at that, emerged as a leader of the Samogitians and convinced Mindaugas to abandon his new faith, joining the uprising against the Crusaders. Mindaugas, seeing the shifting winds, broke his peace with the Livonian order in 1261, and it is possible that he did renounce Christianity too, as the later chronicles claim. If that is so, then it would mean that after about a decade of being a Christian king, Mindaugas reverted to the pagan camp. An extraordinary reversal, but one in keeping with Lithuania's pragmatic approach to religion. I'm sure you can imagine that the fallout was pretty swift. In 1263, Mindaugas was assassinated by Treniota and other rivals, and with his death, the fragile, short-lived Christian kingdom of Lithuania fell to pieces. The nascent Catholic Church structures set up under Mindaugas vanished, and his successors returned openly to the old religion. For the next 120 years, Lithuania would have no baptized ruler and no official church. Mindaugas's experiment showed both the promise and peril of conversion. It brought international legitimacy, but at the cost of internal dissent and dependency on Crusader goodwill. This was a lesson that was not lost on the later Grand Dukes, by the way. After Mindaugas, Lithuania's leaders became very cautious about conversion. They understood that declaring themselves
Christian could be a double-edged sword. It might stop the Crusades, but it could also undermine their authority at home, or even invite domination by powerful Christian neighbors. Thus Lithuania entered the 14th century firmly and proudly pagan, yet fully aware of the Christian world around it, and always that option of conversion that perpetually sat on the table. In the 14th century, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania rose to its apex of power, all while remaining officially pagan. Now, that was a unique situation. A large and expanding European state ruled by pagan Grand Dukes that controlled vast Christian populations. By 1350, Lithuania had absorbed much of the former Kievan Rus territories in today's Belarus and Ukraine. The irony was striking. This pagan Lithuanian empire now governed millions of Orthodox Christians in its eastern lands, even as it battled Catholic crusaders on its western frontiers. Religion in Lithuania became not only a matter of personal faith, but a diplomatic chess piece in a high-stakes game for survival. And the leaders skillfully vacillated between Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic Christian influences, without really committing to either one of them. You see, they realized that by retaining their pagan status, it gave them a form of leverage. Well, for the Grand Dukes, particularly for the Grand Dukes Gediminas, ruling 1316 to 41, and Algirdas, 1345 to 77, retention of this paganism gave them a kind of useful diplomatic tool. You see, they could promise to convert as a bargaining chip, while preserving their independence. This period saw multiple false starts and negotiations over Lithuanian conversion, none of which fully materialized, of course. Consider Grand Duke Gediminas, one of Lithuania's most famous rulers. Gediminas was a pragmatic and tolerant leader who corresponded widely with Christian Europe. In 1322 to 1324, he penned a series of remarkable letters to the Pope and to cities of the Hanseatic League in Germany. In these letters, which luckily we have them surviving to this day, Gediminas portrayed himself not as a barbarous infidel, but as an enlightened ruler, rather interested in Christianity under the right conditions. He complained bitterly to Pope John the 22nd that the Teutonic Knights, far from spreading true faith, were rather brutal invaders who, quote, devastated the land with sword and fire. Gediminas even claimed that a previous Lithuanian duke, perhaps an allusion to his predecessor, had invited Franciscans to build a church in Vilnius, but the Knights had actually burned it down, using this story to argue that the Knights were obstructing, not aiding, the conversion of Lithuania. In a masterful touch, Gediminas's letters vaguely promised that he was ready to accept baptism and place himself under the Pope's protection only, and only if the aggression ceased. Pretty clever, right? You see how this bargaining chip is certainly one they want to hold on to for a while. Not quite a get-out-of-jail-free card, but certainly better than nothing, that's for sure. Now, at the same time, Gediminas invited merchants, craftsmen, and clergy of all faiths to come and live in Lithuania. In a 1323 letter to the cities of Lübeck, Bremen, Magdeburg, and others, he famously announced that we worship God, and would allow Franciscans and Dominicans to preach freely. He listed that Lithuania already had Catholic churches operating in his realm, serving foreign merchants and the wives of German knights captured in battle, and he offered land and tax exemptions to any Europeans who would settle in his cities. Not a bad deal, right? But this was essentially a public relations campaign to show that Lithuania was not hostile to Christianity itself. No, they were only hostile to the violent crusaders, which they were trying to put across as not purveyors of real Christianity at all, but just brutal bullies. Gediminas' savvy correspondence won him a short-lived truce. The Pope sent legates to negotiate, and in 1324 the Teutonic Order was pressured temporarily to suspend its crusade. Many in Europe had believed that Lithuania was just about to convert, and indeed Franciscan friars did arrive, all dressed up and ready to go in Vilnius to begin the instruction. But in the end, Gediminas never actually underwent baptism. When the Teutonic Knights resumed attacks a few years later, under dubious pretexts, any plans for conversion were shelved. It seems Gediminas had achieved what he wanted, a breathing spell of peace and some positive diplomacy, without giving up his pagan independence. He died, still an unbaptized worshipper of Perkunas, but having shown Europe that Lithuania could not be easily cowed. Now, as for Gediminas' successors, they continued this rather delicate balancing act. His son, Algirdas, and Algirdas's brother, Kestutis, ruled jointly over different parts of Lithuania, and relentlessly fought off the Teutonic Knights throughout the mid-14th century. Both men kind of flirted around with the idea of conversion when it suited them. Algirdas, whose wives were Orthodox princesses, was rumored at times to consider converting to Orthodoxy, especially as a counterweight to the Latin Crusaders. One Russian chronicle even claims he was baptized Orthodox in his youth, though he later performed pagan rites openly, so, well, didn't really work that well, didn't it? Meanwhile, Algirdas's co-ruler, Kestutis, handled relations with the West. In 1349, Kestutis entered into talks with Pope Clement VI about a possible conversion to Catholicism. The idea of this was that Kestutis and his sons would be baptized, and even receive royal crowns, much like Mindaugas had, thereby nullifying the Crusader threat. The negotiation got pretty far, too. One chronicle notes that Kestutis agreed to be baptized if certain lands were recognized as his. But the plan was derailed when the King of Poland, a supposed mediator, suddenly grabbed some disputed territories for himself, making the Lithuanians suspect a trap. The deal fell apart. Kestutis remained pagan. A couple of years later, in 1351, Kestutis was captured during a clash with Hungarian forces allied to the Crusaders. The Hungarians tried the conversion gambit again. King Louis of Hungary offered to release Kestutis and grant him the crown if he would accept Christianity. Of course, he outwardly agreed to be baptized, and even swore an oath in the Christian camp. But guess what? I'm sure you can see what's going to happen. He insisted on swearing by his own pagan gods and not the Christian god. And, well, that's not really how it works. Well, the Christians weren't very happy about that. According to one account, he performed a pagan ritual of sacrifice, reportedly killing a bull with a thrown knife to seal the pact. Well, the gesture might have offered some reassurance to the Christians at the time, but it was likely a ruse. Kestutis knew an oath to pagan gods meant nothing to his captors. Sure enough, as soon as he was set free, Kestutis simply slipped away and returned home, well and truly unbaptized. And when he got there, he resumed the fight. It's a bit cheeky, don't you think? It's an example of how Lithuania's leaders were willing to play along, feign their conversion, just humoring the Christians for a while, only to maintain their freedom of action later on, sort of skulking away, giggling to themselves. Meanwhile, on the home front, Lithuania's ruling family was slowly absorbing aspects of both Christian cultures. Many princes of the Gutenberg dynasty took Orthodox baptisms when it was politically convenient, often if they married into Slavic royalty or ruled over Orthodox lands. For example, Vaishelga, also known as Voselka, Mindaugas' son, he became an Orthodox monk and even founded a monastery. Svitrigela, a son of Algirdas, was baptized Orthodox as a child too. But these individual conversions did not change the official state stance. They did mean, however, that the Lithuanian court was not ignorant of Christian customs. By the late 14th century, one could find Orthodox and Catholic Christians at the pagan Grand Duke's court, whether as in-laws, advisors, or perhaps even just foreign guests. Notably, there was no policy of persecuting Christians in Lithuania, unlike some earlier pagan societies, even Rome at one point. The Lithuanians generally tolerated Christian presence among foreigners or subject peoples, and this tolerance was another reason why the Grand Dukes did not feel an urgent need to convert. You see, they could allow faiths to coexist, while they themselves continued to honor the old gods. However, the common Lithuanian people, especially the peasants in the heartland and Samogitia, remained staunchly attached to their traditional religions of the 14th century. Pagan priests continued to conduct ceremonies, and the populace saw the Christian god as the god of the foreigners, not their own god. I mean, that doesn't mean that they were looking down on it. They were just saying that this is just not our thing. You can understand that, I suppose. There are recorded instances of extreme resistance when knights or missionaries were captured by Lithuanians in war. Sometimes they met a gruesome fate as human sacrifices to the pagan gods, but these are quite rare. The general picture was one of pretty broad tolerance, though we need to mention these ones. So the chroniclers of the Teutonic Order describe with horror how Lithuanian warriors would, on rare occasions, sacrifice a captured crusader in thanks for victory. There was actually a famous incident in 1320 after a battle at Mendininkai. The Samogitian Lithuanians took a high-ranking Teutonic knight, tied him to a wooden frame with his horse, and buried him alive as an offering to their gods of war. Decades later, even as late as 1389, just before the official conversion, a chronicler records that Samogitian pagans sacrificed a captured German commander by tying him to trees and stabbing him to death in a ritualistic execution. But we have to be said, these brutal acts were not everyday occurrences. They were exceptional, even in the 14th century. But they did make a strong impression on Christian Europe. And of course, it reinforced the image of Lithuanians as ferocious pagans. It is worth noting, too, that some Lithuanian leaders themselves began to see such practices as barbaric. The same Kęstutis who tricked the Hungarians was also said to have forbidden his followers from killing an important captive as a sacrifice in 1378, deeming it inappropriate to knights. It suggests that by the late 14th century, that Lithuania had absorbed a bit of that Christian chivalric ethos, even if they weren't baptized. The society was certainly in a transitional state, politically and militarily pagan, but gradually learning the languages and norms of Christianity. By the 1380s, the stalemate was reaching a turning point. The Teutonic Knights, frustrated that Lithuania remained heathen, continued to wage yearly war, crusading raids, referred to as Racen in their chronicles. Samogitia, the northwestern region, was especially crucial. As long as Samogitia stayed in Lithuanian and pagan hands, it separated the Teutonic Knights in Prussia from their brethren in Livonia to the north. The order desperately wanted to conquer Samogitia and unite their territories, and Lithuania desperately wanted to hold on to it. Of course, this tug of war led to constant conflict. At the same time, another threat was looming: the growing power of Muscovy to the east. Recognize the name? Yes, it's Moscow, but we'll call them Muscovy today. Muscovy was an Orthodox Christian city, and had designs on uniting all Eastern Slavs under his rule. A pagan Lithuania controlling many Orthodox lands was an anathema to their ambitions. By 1380, Muscovy had defeated the Mongols at Kulikovo and was on the rise, offering itself as the protector of all Orthodox Christians, including those under Lithuanian rule, by the way. In this situation, the ruling Grand Duke, a young man named Jogaila, grandson of Gedimas, had to make the fateful choice. Jogaila inherited the throne amid civil strife and external peril. At first, he tried to play east against west. His mother was a Russian Orthodox princess, and one proposal in the early 1380s was for Jogaila to marry a daughter of the Grand Duke of Moscow and convert Lithuania to Orthodoxy, making Lithuania a sort of junior partner to Moscow. On the other side, the Polish nobility offered Jogaila a different deal: marry the young Queen Jadwiga of Poland, convert to Catholicism, and become the King of Poland, thereby allying Catholic Poland with Lithuania against the Crusaders. Of course, each option had pretty big implications. Converting to Orthodoxy might have eased relations in the East, but done nothing to stop the Teutonic Knights, who wouldn't recognize an Orthodox conversion as ending their crusade, but it also risked making Lithuania subordinate to Muscovy. Converting to Catholicism and joining with Poland, on the other hand, would immediately pit Jogaila against the Knights in a united front and give him a royal title. But it meant a profound shift westward, and an abandoning any tolerance for orthodoxy at the state level, potentially upsetting his Orthodox subjects, and there were plenty of them. After careful deliberation, Jogaila chose the Polish option. It was arguably the greatest strategic decision in Lithuanian history, one that would create a new European powerhouse and alter the region's fate for centuries. In 1385, the Union of Crewo was agreed. Jogaila would accept baptism in the Latin Rite, marry a Queen Jadwiga who was 12 years old at the time, by the way. Why don't you take a seat over there, Jogaila, and be crowned King of Poland? But in return, he pledged to Christianize his entire Lithuanian realm, and united with Poland in a personal union. Of course, to sweeten the deal for Lithuania's nobility, Jogaila, who would take the name Vladislav II Jagiello after baptism, also agreed to release Polish captives and pay compensation for war damage. But importantly, he did not cede political control of Lithuania. It was to remain a Grand Duchy, ruled by his family, only now fraternal with Poland and sharing the Catholic faith. The dawn of a new Lithuania. Jogaila moved quickly to fulfill his promises. In early 1386, he travelled to Krakow, the capital of Poland, and on February 15th, 1386, he was baptized, emerging from the baptismal font as a Christian monarch named Ladislaus or Vladislav. Not sure about the pronunciation. It might be Ladislaus, actually. Correct me in the comments, I'm sure you will. Later that month, he married Queen Jadwiga and was crowned the King of Poland. These events were watched with amazement from across Europe. The conversion of the Lithuanian prince was hailed by the Pope and many leaders as the great victory for Christendom. But the hard part was still to come, converting the people of Lithuania themselves, many of whom had never even seen a priest, and had, fought Christians all their lives. It was going to be a hard sell. In 1387, now as a fully empowered king, Jogaila returned to his native land at the head of a sort of Christian mission. He brought with him priests, many of them from Polish and Czech lands, and a contingent of Polish knights for protection and influence. According to the Polish chronicler Jan Długoszy, who later described the event in detail, Jogaila began in his capital, Vilnius, which is still the capital of Lithuania, by the way, by summoning the Lithuanian nobles and explaining the benefits of the Christian faith. Many of the higher boyars or nobles, seeing which way the wind was blowing and influenced by their leader's example, agreed to baptism. The operation had a both spiritual and pragmatic side. Jogaila granted privileges and land incentives to those nobles who converted, effectively tying their political loyalty to the new faith. In February of 1387, he issued edicts that formally freed many noble families from certain taxes and corvée labor, on the condition, of course, that they were baptized Catholics. It was a shrewd move. It made conversion not just a matter of piety, but also one of social advancement and economic benefit. But for the common folk, large-scale baptism ceremonies were organized. Contemporary accounts tell of how priests fanned out from Vilnius into the surrounding regions of Lithuania proper. Villagers were gathered, often by the hundreds, to the nearest river or lake to be baptized en masse. There is a famous, though apocryphal, perhaps, scene describing by later writers. Jogaila himself, it is said, went down with priests from village to village, destroying the old wooden idols, chopping down the sacred groves, and personally pouring holy water over the heads of peasants who knelt before him to receive baptism. Now, whether or not the Grand Duke literally baptized people with his own hands, he certainly took symbolic actions to demonstrate the end of the old era. Jogaila ordered the sacred fires extinguished and the holy oak groves cut down, and he commanded that all serpents and grisly snakes kept in houses as household gods to be killed, a dramatic public repudiation of pagan beliefs. Well, that certainly marks the sharp break with the past, if anything. The altars of Perkunas were torn down, and a Christian cross was put up in their place. Under Jogaila's guidance, the foundations of the church in Lithuania were quickly laid. A new bishopric of Vilnius was established in 1387 with the Pope's approval. The first bishop of Vilnius set up his cathedral in the very heart of the capital. Interestingly, the site chosen for the Vilnius Cathedral was said to be the location of an old pagan temple, possibly one dedicated to Perkunas. By building the cathedral there, the Lithuanians sent a clear message that the old religion is gone and the new one was here to stay. Churches were also founded in other key towns. It is claimed by Długoszy, the historian we mentioned before, that the first batch of churches were built in places that had been important pagan centers or estates of the Grand Dukes. Towns like Kreva, Masiagala, Mendininkai. Many of these early churches were so modest wooden structures, but they signified a permanent change in the spiritual landscape. Also, it's important to note that the conversion process, while enforced from above, was not described as excessively bloody or coercive, at least not by the standards of the time. Unlike some earlier forced conversions in Europe, there were no reports of mass slaughter or martyrdom in Lithuania's baptism. This was partly because Jogaila and his cousin, Vytautas, who soon became the Grand Duke of Lithuania under Jogaila's overlordship, were careful to persuade and reward the population, and partly because decades of pressure had perhaps made many Lithuanians resign to eventual conversion. As for the pagan priests, they seem to have lost their influence quite quickly once the political leadership tossed them aside. We hear of no large-scale rebellions in 1387 against Christianization either. It certainly helped that people were not required to learn a new language for worship immediately. Many priests likely preached in the local language, or in Ruthenian, which was understood by some, and Christian concepts were slowly introduced, and when they were introduced they were on more familiar terms. Of course, conversion didn't magically transform everyone overnight. Many peasants went through the motions of baptism, accepting the sign of the cross and new Christian names, but quietly continued some pagan customs in their daily lives. Seems to be a Lithuanian tradition that we've learned in this video. Now, realizing this, Jogaila and Vytautas did not engage in any brutal inquisitions. Instead, they tolerated a gradual blending of cultures. No one was executed for secretly keeping a talisman or honoring the harvest in the old way. The approach was more carrot than stick, I suppose. The rulers genuinely wanted their people to accept Catholicism, but they understood that it would take time for the old beliefs to fade away. In the interim, having the official label of Christian was what really mattered, at least on an international stage. Certainly helped remove that excuse for crusades. And indeed, the international impact was immediate. The Pope in Rome was overjoyed to welcome Lithuania into Christendom. In 1388, Pope Urban VI issued a bull recognizing Lithuania as a Catholic country and confirming the establishment of a bishopric in Vilnius. That same year, the Pope explicitly ordered the Teutonic Knights to cease all of their attacks on Lithuania. After all, one couldn't crusade legitimately against baptized fellow Christians, right? The Knights, stubborn and unconvinced of Lithuania's sincerity, tried to continue their war for some years, but their moral authority to do so was greatly undermined. By formally converting Lithuania, effectively pulled the rug out from under the Crusaders' justification for war. However, there was one unresolved issue: the Samogitians. The Samogitians, inhabiting the northwest region of Lithuania, were the most fervently pagan group and had been on the front lines of battles with the Teutonic Order. At the time of Jogaila's 1387 mission, much of Samogitia was actually under the de facto control of the Teutonic Knights due to recent treaties Jogaila had in a controversial earlier pact, that is the 1384 Treaty of Duisa, temporarily yielded parts of Samogitia to the Order. I'm sure the Samogitians were not made aware of that until people showed up to claim their land. Thus, the 1387 baptisms did not reach the Samogitian villagers. For all practical purposes, the Samogitians remained pagan, even after Lithuania proper was baptized. The very last pocket of organized paganism in Europe. It would take another quarter of a century to get this final Samogitian question settled. The first step was the great victory of the Lithuanian Polish forces over the Teutonic Knights at the Battle of Grunwald in 1410. You may also hear this called the Battle of Tannenberg, by the way. This was a battle that broke the power of the Teutonic Order and was largely sparked over the disputes over the Samogitians. In the aftermath, the Peace of Thorn in 1411 restored Samogitia firmly to Lithuanian control, at least until the lifetime of Vytautas. With the Crusader threat effectively neutralized, Grand Duke Vytautas the Great, Jogaila's cousin, and now the ruler of Lithuania's day-to-day affairs, moved to finish what Jogaila had begun. In 1413, Vytautas personally undertook the mission to baptize the Samogitians. Chroniclers describe how the aging Grand Duke traveled by boat down the Niemen River into the heart of Samogitia, accompanied by priests and an armed escort. He convened gatherings of Samogitian elders, much as Jogaila had done elsewhere, perhaps recalling how fiercely independent this region had been. Vytautas is said to have employed a mix of firmness and even fatherly persuasion. Eventually, the Samogitians agreed to abandon their old practices and accept baptism. In group ceremonies along the Dubisa River and at the settlement of Betigala, the last pagan communities in Lithuania received Christianity. There's an image of those moments. Proud Samogitian warriors who once offered prisoners to their war gods, now kneeling to receive the sign of the cross from a bishop's hand. An epical change in spiritual allegiance. By 1417, the integration of Samogitia into the church was formalized by the creation of the Diocese of Samogitia, with its seat eventually at Medininkai, later known as Varniai. This marked the final, official Christianization of Lithuania's people. At long last, every last region of Lithuania was under the pastoral care of the Catholic Church. The Baltic Crusades, which had raged for 200 years, abruptly lost their reason. The last pagan nation in Europe had finally been converted. Yet, as we all know on the ground, old habits die hard. For decades, even centuries after 1413, observers noted that many Lithuanians, especially in the more remote villages, still practiced elements of their ancient faith under a veneer of Christian superficiality. In the 15th century, Catholic missionaries working in Samogitia complained that some newly baptized folk would secretly worship at the old sacred oak stumps, or continue to burn offerings of grain and animals during certain festivals. As late as the 16th century, church authorities in Lithuania wrote about peasants who kept serpents in honor and practiced pagan rites at home, prompting renewed campaigns to eradicate these, quote, superstitions. The famous Polish-Lithuanian cardinal Stanislav Hozdu in the 16th century noted with frustration that in parts of Lithuania, quote, the people come to church, but still whisper prayers to trees and snakes. Over time, however, especially through the efforts of the Counter-Reformation and better education of the clergy, these vestiges faded. By the 1600s, the vast majority of Lithuanians were devout Roman Catholics, and the memory of the old gods survived only in folk songs and stories. The Catholic faith had become so entrenched that Lithuania would later be known as a bulwark of Catholicism in the East, somewhat ironically, I suppose. And so to sum all this up, the conversion of Lithuania was not just a religious event, it was a political turning point.
By joining the Catholic fold, Lithuania effectively tied its fate to Western civilization rather than Eastern. The personal union of Jogaila and Jadwiga blossomed into a long-term Polish-Lithuanian alliance, culminating in the Union of Lublin in 1569, which created the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and that was one of the largest and most powerful states in 16th century Europe. A union like that would likely not have been possible without the common faith that bound the Polish and Lithuanian elites after 1387, and thus the baptism of Lithuania paved the way for a multicultural, multi-faith federative state that would endure for centuries, ultimately shielding Europe's east from Mongol and later Ottoman encroachment. But from a modern perspective, the story of Lithuania as Europe's last pagan kingdom certainly has its romantic allure. It represents the persistence of indigenous European religion, long past the time it faded elsewhere. Because Lithuania converted so late, historians and folklorists have been able to glean relatively detailed information about the Baltic pagan practices from songs, early ethnographic accounts, and the writings of Christian chroniclers who witnessed those practices firsthand. This has allowed for partial reconstruction of the old mythology and rituals, something harder to do for, say, the paganism of the Gauls or Germanic tribes that vanished in late antiquity, without much of a trace to show for it too. So in a way, Lithuania's delay of conversion preserved a fragment of the ancient pre-Christian heritage of Europe into the early modern period. And today, Lithuania remembers both its pagan past and Christian heritage, and with pride. The nation still celebrates Statehood Day on July 6th, commemorating the coronation of King Mindaugas in 1253, interestingly honoring the first baptismal king, even though his Christian kingdom was short-lived. Meanwhile, in 1987, the country marked its 600th anniversary of official Christianization with great fanfare, even under Soviet rule, by the way, which was a delicate balancing act of historical pride. There has even been a neo-pagan revival movement in recent decades, called Remover, after a legendary old Baltic temple that seeks to reconstruct and practice the ancient Baltic faith. Such groups remain small, but they're certainly growing. Excuse me. And they testify to an enduring fascination with the old gods of Lithuania. I think that's a fascination that is not going to go away for quite some time. On a summer day in 1540, an executioner at London's Tower Hill makes a mess of an already gruesome task. The victim was Thomas Cromwell, a powerful minister of Henry VIII, but the crowd's horror was not directed at the traitor's death, but rather the incompetence of the executioner. Contemporary chronicler Edward Hall recorded how Cromwell, quote, so patiently suffered the stroke of the axe by a ragged and butcherly miser, which very ungoodly performed the office. In an era when executions were meant to demonstrate the crown's swift justice, a botched beheading was deemed unnecessarily cruel, and not to mention quite unprofessional. The executioner's greatest offense, as suggested by Hall, was not the killing itself, but his failure to deliver a quick, clean end. This is but one account, but it shows the paradoxical role of a medieval executioner, a figure at once central to law and order, yet universally stigmatized for the very violence that he was obliged to carry out. Executioners in medieval Europe occupied a rather unique but uneasy position in society. Tasked with enforcing the ultimate punishment of the law, they were indispensable agents of justice, especially as public executions became the dramatic crescendo of medieval criminal proceedings. Yet these same men, for the role was almost exclusively male, were socially reviled, often literally living on the margins of the community they served. The life of an executioner was typically marked by isolation, inherited duty, and strict professional demands that might surprise the modern imagination. Far from that volunteer, hooded axeman of popular myth, historical executioners were usually reluctant recruits who treated their office with a sober seriousness and who needed considerable expertise to avoid disasters like we mentioned in the introduction. The story of medieval executioners is one of duty and dishonor, skill and stigma, a very human story at its core, and it gives us a pretty good window into the values but also the contradictions of medieval society. So let's take a look at the lives of medieval executioners. Another grim topic, but I know that's what you're here for. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, I advise you to do so. And I would like to first thank the supporters on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, and those who kindly donated. This video is 100% ad-free because of their kind donations. We are sustained by the audience here. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. Well, let's start with the early medieval ages. Somewhat of a chronological approach today. The role of an executioner in this time was pretty much unknown. Early medieval justice systems were often decentralized and rooted in more community-based or familial responses to crime. Among the Germanic kingdoms that replaced the Western Roman Empire, formal capital punishment was actually quite rare to other forms of redress such as Wehrgild, that is, monetary compensation for wrongdoing, or even blood feud as well. The earliest law codes of the post-Roman tribes make no mention of any official charge, specifically with executions. For example, the 6th century Lex Burgundionum, that is the law of the Burgundians, lex being the Latin word for law, and Burgundionum being the word for Burgundians. Well, it refers to a royal official called the Vitiskalk, as essentially a court officer who proclaimed sentences. But this person, quote, only passed on sentences, not executed them. This suggests that in that era, if a death sentence was carried out, it was not by a permanent executioner, but likely by whatever agent of authority was available. A soldier, a local strong man, or even by the injured party's family, of course, all under sanction of the court. Ecclesiastical influence in early medieval Europe also played quite a role in the absence of a formal executioner's office. The church advocated mercy and penance over bloodshed for much of this period, and trials by ordeal or combat were commonly used to simply let God decide a culprit's fate. When outright executions did occur, they were often military or political in nature. Let's just take one example, the battlefield execution of prisoners or the post-revolt massacres ordered by kings like Charlemagne. These executions were carried out by knights or soldiers, rather than by a designated professional. In Anglo-Saxon England, a convicted thief or murderer might be hanged, but the duty could fall to a local sheriff, or even to the accuser, or perhaps the victim's kin, following the ethos of personal retribution within this legal framework. In essence, the idea of execution as a full-time occupation had not yet come to existence. It was a still grim task, sure, but it was assigned case by case. On those occasions when an execution needed to be done, medieval communities sometimes resorted to creative coercion to find someone willing to act as the headsman. Chronic anecdotes hint that some early executioners were themselves unwilling participants. One notorious method was to recruit from the ranks of the condemned. If a prisoner slated for execution could be convinced or, perhaps, desperate enough to, quote, swap the noose for the sword, he might even be pardoned, on the condition that he take up the role of the executioner. In Scandinavia, this practice was extensively used in the late early medieval and early high medieval period. Such men were essentially dead in the eyes of society, complete outcasts, their old lives now forfeit, pariahs, essentially, and thus they could perform the community's dirty work. According to a Danish account preserved by the historian Hugo Matheson in 1470, that is, on the cusp between the medieval and Renaissance period, a Swedish thief in Ardboga was standing at the gallows when he begged for mercy and offered to become the town executioner. The gathered public took a bit of pity on him, and after a little bit of conversation, they actually agreed. The man was pardoned, but not without the permanent stain of his new station. A red-hot iron branded his flesh, with the symbols of both thief and executioner, literally writing his shame onto his body. Well, that example shows a transition underway, don't you think? Executioners were being made, not born, not hired, often from the ranks of these outcasts. To ensure everyone knew the executioner's identity, and to prevent them from slipping back into an ordinary life, authorities in some regions mutilated or marked these men. Scandinavian sources indicate that a new executioner might have one or both ears cut off as a visible sign of his new office. And spoiler alert, they don't grow back. Elsewhere, executioners were branded on the face or forehead with irons, effectively a permanent badge of infamy. Extreme measures like this, it's a bit of an example of how socially toxic the role had already become by the end of the early medieval era. The executioner was set apart as a kind of living scapegoat, bearing the literal scars of the community's sins. Thus, through the early Middle Ages and into the 11th century, one cannot yet speak of a standardized executioner's profession, at least across Europe. Capital punishments, yeah, they certainly existed, as evidenced by chronicle reports of hangings, beheadings, and burning of heretics or rebels, but the task was usually handled in quite an ad hoc manner. The very reluctance of people to perform executions, except under duress or necessity, set the stage for the later development of a more specialized professional office. The early medieval executioner, insofar as he existed, was an outsider, not by coincidence but by design. You see, by forcing condemned criminals or marginal persons into the role, communities kept the taint of blood off respectable hands. Over time, the practice of shunting the duty onto social pariahs would crystallize into a hereditary profession. But first, changes in law and urban society during the High Middle Ages would create the conditions for the professional executioner to finally appear in a more formal context. Okay, so let's talk about the situation in the High Middle Ages. If you don't know what the High Middle Ages are, that is the 11th to the 13th centuries. So, that's just to help you get your bearings a little bit if you're not familiar with the terminology. It was at this time where there was some profound shifts in European legal systems and urban life taking place. And of course, that led to the emergence of the executioner as a more recognized public official. Kings strengthened their authority. Towns gained the rights of self-governance. The administration of criminal justice was becoming more systematic. Executioners, as the ultimate assertion of law, were increasingly staged as public events to deter crime and symbolize sovereign power. And while there's probably nothing more demonstrative of power than just being able to cut someone's head off in the middle of the public square, it certainly discourages people from committing crimes. Well, by the 12th and 13th centuries, many regions moved away from purely compensatory justice and began to impose the death penalty for a wider array of offenses, especially for crimes like murder, theft, treason, heresy, where moral outrage or the need for deterrence was pretty high. With this expansion of capital punishment came a need for a more reliable, professional executioner to carry out sentences efficiently and regularly. One indicator of this shift is terminology in the sources. Earlier medieval documents rarely used a specific term for executioner, but by the 13th century, new titles start to appear. In German-speaking areas, words like Nachrichter, which sounds as bad as it is, it actually means after judge, and Scharfrichter, the sharp judge or headsman, came into use. While Latin records too might use carnifex, a term dating back to the Roman executioner. In French, bourreau eventually became the word for executioner, though its usage solidified somewhat later. These terms reflect a view of the executioner as an extension of the judiciary, that is, one who implements the judge's sentence after verdict. So quite rightly now a part of the system. Now notably, that word Nachrichter implies someone who executes judgment after the trial, emphasizing the quasi-judicial nature of the role rather than just casting it as mere savagery. But the first explicit documentation of a permanent executioner in a European town also appears around this time. City charters and law records from the late 13th century occasionally mention the office. Just as one example, the city charter of Augsburg in 1276 contains what is likely the earliest reference to an official executioner in that municipality. This suggests that by the late 1200s, some towns had found it quite necessary to appoint or at least hire a specialist for executions. The rise of towns and the judicial autonomy many gained in the period was key to this. Medieval cities sought to assert their right of high justice, the privilege to pronounce and execute capital sentences, which had formerly been the purview of nobles or kings. Hiring a professional executioner, but that was all part of that assertion of authority, ensuring that justice could be visibly served within the town's walls. As for the town councils, they recruited professional executioners as a way to bolster their control over crime and provide a frightful spectacle of public punishment as a deterrent. Dare I say it probably worked for most people, but desperate times, desperate measures. And as always, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. So sometimes even the spectacle of having your head cut off in public wouldn't discourage you from seeking riches in underhanded means. After all, we've all got to make a living, You just hope that you run faster than the soldiers chasing you, and hope they don't have horses. Well, in other words, as the urban centers grew and developed their own courts, the executioner's role evolved from a necessary evil to more of a civic necessity, albeit one carefully kept at arm's length. During the 13th century, new legal philosophies also contributed to this development. The rediscovery of Roman law and the influence of scholastic theology led to a framework where the state, or the city, was expected to punish wrongdoers and maintain order. Executions were no longer ad hoc vengeance, but part of a more orderly process. Justice that had to be seen, to be done. The gruesome public executions of this time, whether they were hangings, beheadings, burnings at the stake, were consciously used to instill fear and obedience. And this meant that the executioner's work was often very public, before large crowds. The hooded, anonymous headsman of later legend, that was not the norm in the Middle Ages. In fact, the medieval executioner typically did not wear a mask. Why is that? Well, it was precisely because everybody already knew who he was. I mean, they put him up for the job, didn't they? So what's the point? Far from being able to hide, he was a known figure, sometimes even required to wear identifiable dress or insignia when on duty. For instance, chroniclers mention cases where executioners had to carry a special staff or even wear a particular colored garment in public, signaling their profession so people could avoid physical contact with them. Untouchables of the European variety. By the end of the High Middle Ages, 14th century, many parts of Europe had established the office of executioner at least in some form, and some executioners were itinerant professionals, traveling a circuit of villages and towns that had too few executions to each employ a full-time hangman. Others became salaried officers attached to a city or a prince's court. In German lands, for example, a trend towards standing executioners on regular salary was emerging by the 14th to 15th centuries. But the job was, well, so universally shunned that it was often forced upon certain families. A common pattern was beginning. An executioner might be appointed from a criminal background or born into the trade, inheriting it via family ties, and then his sons and his sons-in-laws would succeed him. What started as opportunistic recruitment of anyone desperate or perhaps despicable enough for the task solidified into more lineages of executioners. By the 13 and 1400s, the phenomenon of executioner families was noted across Europe. The occupation, though not legally hereditary, became de facto hereditary in many places. We can observe that genealogies of executioners could be drawn much like any other European royal dynasty, monopolizing their grim office over generations. Yet even the role of professionalized executioner in the late medieval period, the ambivalence and stigma attached to it grew. In medieval moral hierarchy, certain trades were considered unclean and dishonorable, and executioners, well, increasingly they fell squarely into that latter category. Surprisingly, though, in early medieval times in earlier times of the High Middle Ages, rather, the hangman's dishonor was not always sharply distinguished from that of other unpopular but needed professions. For example, let's look at butchers and tanners. They dealt with blood and animal carcasses, and because of that they were also viewed with a degree of ritual impurity. and even millers were sometimes regarded with suspicion for cheating customers. The executioner was initially just one among several unclean figures. However, as guilds and towns drew stricter lines of respectability in the late Middle Ages, executioners were increasingly singled out and pushed to the margins of civic life. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, we saw guild articles and city laws explicitly barring hangmen and their kin from guild membership, civic honors, and even church attendance. A sign that by the end of the medieval era, the executioner had firmly become a social outcast. Well, before examining the later medieval social conditions in detail, I want to make it clear to you that by the High Middle Ages, the executioner had emerged from the shadows to become a known functionary in the machinery of justice, simultaneously an agent of government and an outcast of society, necessary and impure at the same time. In the late Middle Ages, we can see this contradiction intensify, producing a fully formed culture of executioners living on Europe's social fringes, even as they performed one of the realm's most vital public services. By the late Middle Ages, that is the 14th and 15th centuries, the institution of the executioner had spread across much of Europe's towns and cities, accompanied, of course, by an elaborate web of customs, privileges, and, don't forget, the restrictions. The executioner was now typically a permanent post, often held by one family over multiple generations, and his duties had expanded along with the growing sophistication of criminal law. This period provides the clearest picture of the life of a medieval executioner, thanks of course to better documentation in town records, chronicles, and even the rare memoir. Yeah, we'll get to that, don't worry. Well, in this era, executioners became paradoxically both more integrated but more isolated in society. They were integrated in the sense that authorities formally recognized their role with salaries, contracts, exclusive rights. For example, a city might grant its executioner free lodging and exemption from taxes and tolls as part of his compensation. Not a bad deal, right? Well, some archival records show executioners being paid handsomely, and that's per task, by the way. So the more executions you would do, the more you would get. In the 13th century England, an executioner could earn about 5 shillings per execution. Doesn't sound like much, but it was equivalent to several weeks' wages for a skilled laborer. All you need is, well, 2 or 3 of them a month, and you're doing pretty good. By the 15th century, fees of 10 shillings per beheading were recorded in some places, a considerable reward that reflected the importance and difficulty of the act. These payments and perks made the executioner economically better off than many commoners, and that's a fact that is not lost on contemporaries. In fact, we'll find a lot of them often resenting seeing a social outcast reap such financial rewards. Now, if you're a natural introvert, well, it might be a decent career move. And indeed, executioners in prosperous cities could become quite wealthy from their official duties, and a little bit of side businesses too. Because remember, if you were only getting maybe 2 or 3 executions a month, of course you'd be doing other things in the meantime, right? Why not open up a little tannery? Or even a brewery? Oh, there's so many options. Side hustles. I have a video about medieval business, if you want to look at that. And recently I did one about running a medieval tavern. That being said, I don't think anybody would be showing up to the executioner's tavern, though he could brew the beer himself, or the ale, or wine, whatever it is, and then sell it on, but they'd probably be keeping it a secret, where it's sourced from. Anyway, a bit of imagination there. Well, at the same time as all this, late medieval executioners were culturally and socially pushed to the margins harder than ever before. Wherever they served, they and their families were treated as if contagious moral impurity had clung to them. Like I said, proper untouchables. Let's look at France and the Holy Roman Empire. Executioners were typically barred from living inside the city walls. They dwelt on the outskirts, or just beyond the gate. A late 15th century ordinance in Burgundy, for instance, ordered that the executioner reside by the town's leper house, effectively associating him with those unclean people in a biblical sense. If an executioner had to enter the city, rules often confined his presence to what was necessary for his work. He couldn't just go in for a night out at the pub or anything. One chronicler describes how in some towns executioners could only come in on certain days, or they had to wear identifying... Well, I'm getting executed at the moment, aren't I? Let's start again. They could only come into town on certain days, and they had to wear identifying gloves so that townsfolk might avoid inadvertent contact. Now, of course, this must have some psychological implications upon them, don't you think? Because remember that a lot of this was hereditary. My dad was an executioner, my grandfather was an executioner, so now I have to do it. Regardless, you think people just want to make friends? Be normal people. After all, executioner or not, everyone's human, and everyone needs to talk to people from time to time. All this social isolation, it was enforced both through custom and law. Church attendance, that was the cornerstone of community life, and it was heavily restricted for executioners. Many churches did not permit an executioner to mix with the congregation. At best, he might be allowed to stand in a designated pew, often at the back, separated from the rest of the faithful. In some locales, executioners were outright forbidden from going into the churches, except perhaps when no one else was present. There was a rationale behind this too, a mix of superstition and stigma. Shedding blood, even lawfully, was thought to defile a man spiritually, and his presence in the church was seen as a potential pollution of the sacred space, an unwelcome miasma-like spirit coming in. And similarly, municipal regulations banned executioners and their families from public inns, bathhouses, and markets, alongside ordinary citizens. The town of Memmingen in Bavaria famously passed an ordinance in 1528, a little bit after the medieval period, I know, but I want to mention it, that made it illegal for any citizen to sit at the same table or even eat with an executioner, even though the executioner was an employee of the town. Well, this merely codified what had been long common practice. Executioners often had to dine alone, and if they entered a tavern, others would keep a wide berth, or just get up and leave altogether. Pretty much like a leper coming in. But instead of this physical danger, it was more seen as a spiritual danger. You don't want to be around that kind of person. Late medieval society's treatment of executioners thus verged on that of untouchability, as we've mentioned. A vivid description of that comes from later folklore, but encapsulates the late medieval reality. If an executioner walked through a busy market, a kind of bubble of empty space would form around him, as people hastily moved away to avoid even brushing against his clothing. Simply touching an executioner was believed to bring bad luck, even moral contamination, So one can imagine the psychological burden on the executioner's children who found themselves shunned by their friends. Well, perhaps they weren't even their friends to begin with. Sometimes even refused admission to any schools because their father's infamous profession. Not good. Well, that being said, there wasn't that many places for them to go anyway. These were more church institutions that they were locked out of when we say schools, things like that. So it's not surprisingly, executioner families tended to close ranks. They often lived together in small enclaves, and it became common for the children of one executioner to marry into the family of another. It just makes sense. By the late Middle Ages, endogamy, that is, in-marriage among executioner dynasties, was prevalent. Daughters of executioners marrying the sons of executioners, creating a self-perpetuating caste. Well, this was part practical. In part, I suppose. No other family would readily consent to such a match. But in part it was also cultural, as only someone raised in the milieu of that trade could fully understand the peculiar burdens and secret knowledge of the business. Several executioner dynasties in late medieval Europe began a lineage that would last well into the modern era. In France, for example, the Sanson family, though famous in the 17th and 18th centuries, traced its origins to an earlier tradition of hereditary executioners in Normandy. In Germany, records from the 1400s show certain families like the Meister Franz line in Nuremberg, or the Reinholder family elsewhere, dominating the office. This family nature of the work only reinforced the outsider's perception that the executioner were a breed apart, almost a tribe denied any civil status among the ordinary folk. Well, by 1500, the medieval executioner stood as an established, if uncomfortable, feature of society, recognized, tolerated, but importantly, never accepted. Well, having talked about all this and set the stage with how the role developed and how executioners were viewed by the late Middle Ages, we can get into the details. What was it like? The daily life, the daily work. Who were these men behind the mask, if any mask was worn at all? And what exactly did their job entail? How exactly did one become an executioner, and what skills were required? We've discussed that briefly, but we'll go into a bit more detail. And what perks made the job tempting to some in different areas? And don't forget about the danger that loomed over them, too. So, let's get to that. Explore the executioner's professional world, this mix of practical knowledge, precise brutality, and unusual side duties, as well as the personal and familiar sphere of those labeled masters of death. To the medieval mind, an execution was not just a killing. It was the ultimate legal ritual, carefully choreographed, a piece of public drama of justice and punishment. The executioner, as the central performer in this theatre, had to carry out his duties with a high degree of skill, even a bit of artistry, I suppose. Far from being an unskilled brute, the successful executioner in the Middle Ages was expected to be technically competent and mentally disciplined. His profession, reputation, and sometimes his life depended on it. The core duty, of course, was to execute sentenced criminals by whatever method the law or custom prescribed. Medieval Europe knew a variety of execution methods, of course. Beheading, hanging, burning at the stake, drowning, garroting, breaking on the wheel. It's probably one of the worst ones. And then, of course, you got dismemberment. Well, you got a few more, depending on different places, but these were the main ones. I suppose it depends what you did, how much people didn't like you. Executioners needed to master multiple techniques too. Beheading was considered an honorable death, often reserved for those nobles or high-status offenders, and it required a great bit of skill with a sword or axe. In England, the headsman's axe was usually the main implement for beheading, whereas on the continent, especially in German and Italian cities, a long sword was preferred. We do have surviving examples of these executioners' swords, by the way, which are straight-bladed, two-handed swords without a point, since they were not for combat, but purely for cutting off heads. They were often engraved with pious or moralizing inscriptions, showing once again the solemnity of the act. A little bit later, but one 17th century's executioner's sword from Germany famously bears the inscription, "When I raise this sword, so I wish that this poor sinner will receive eternal life." Well, that's a bit chilling, isn't it? Even in delivering death, it seems the executioner should pray for the soul of the condemned, but it also reflects the executioner's self-image, not as a murderer, no, but as an instrument of divine and kingly justice, just doing his job. Well, granting the condemned, of course, a chance to atone and receive eternal life, even as he's hacking away at the back of their neck. I suppose everything has to be seen in a theological context. But cutting off heads like this, that wasn't the most common method. At least for ordinary criminals, thieves, bandits, etc. Most of them were hanged, and of course that too had its own techniques. A medieval executioner had to know how to tie the noose and where to position the knot for a quick death. However, unlike the modern long drop hanging, medieval hangings often led to death by slow strangulation, unless the executioner or assistants pulled on the victim's legs to hasten death. Now that must have been a grim task. Sometimes it was done out of mercy, or even a bribe had been paid for a quicker end. Still not good, though. Well, we can't go past the burnings now, such as those of heretics or witches, particularly in the late medieval period. The executioner's role was to arrange the pyre, or often to strangle or otherwise kill the victim before the flames grew unbearable, if that was allowed. It sometimes was. Chroniclers do mention instances where a condemned person was secretly choked or a bag of gunpowder was hung around their neck to ensure a mercifully swift death in the flames. In these acts, when they did occur, were usually thanks to an executioner's discretion, or perhaps a hefty payment from the victim's family. Like we said, side hustles. The punishment of breaking on the wheel, like I said, gotta be the worst one, reserved for heinous crimes like aggravated murder by the late Middle Ages, involved the executioner smashing the limbs and bones of a living victim with an iron bar and then threading them through a wagon wheel. They would just hack away at your knees and elbows, any bones that they could find, pretty much just turning you into a bag of walnuts, if we want to use that terminology. Of course, this required physical strength and accuracy to deliver the blows in the prescribed horrific sequence, and some executioners unfortunately became quite notorious for prolonging or even conversely swiftly ending the torture, depending on their character or the expectations of the crowd. But no matter what the method, professionalism was paramount. Authorities and spectators alike demanded that an execution be carried out smoothly, with minimal unnecessary suffering, beyond the punishment itself intended. A clumsy executioner who needed too many blows to decapitate someone, or who set a fire poorly such that the victim burned too slow, would face public anger. And in some regions, the standards were actually codified. Let's look at some German towns first. They often had an informal 3-strike rule for beheadings. If the headsman failed to dispatch the condemned in 3 strikes, the crowd might literally take his life too in place of the victim's. Though, that being said, I think the victim would probably be bleeding out already over time. So it's pretty cold comfort for them. While this was not usually written law, it was a well-known folk custom. It's been noted, too, that in some of these German towns, an executioner was permitted 3 times to get the job done before he was grabbed by the crowd and just thrown on the block himself. Likewise, in France, a botched execution could lead to a riot. City officials might punish the executioner afterwards by docking his pay, throwing him in prison, or even firing him. "You're fired." The medieval mindset saw a bungled execution as an affront not only to human decency, but to justice itself, possibly even an omen of divine disfavor, since a clean execution signified the righteousness of the sentence, whereas a disaster on the scaffold, well, that could be interpreted as God intervening to show the victim's innocence. And this is why executioners honed their craft so assiduously. They didn't want any mistakes making them look bad. So what about training? How'd that start? Well, like with most things in the Middle Ages, you had to go through an apprenticeship, often from father to son. An inspiring executioner in a family dynasty would start young, learning how to tie knots, handle weapons, perform lesser duties such as quartering bodies or disposing of remains. The famous Nuremberg executioner Franz Schmidt, whose 16th century diary provides a rare first-hand look at the profession, recounts how as a youth he practiced decapitation first on inanimate targets like pumpkins, and then on animals, graduating from stray cats or dogs to larger livestock, before even approaching a human victim. Vegans in the comments section not happy about that one. This was, of course, a gruesome training, but it was all deemed necessary to build the precision and nerve required. Schmidt's diary notes that his father, an executioner before him, supervised this progression and only allowed him to perform an actual execution after extensive practice. Such apprenticeships could last years, ensuring that by the time the new executioner took up the sword or the rope in his town, he was as prepared as he could possibly be. But executioners were also responsible for torture during interrogations. Now that is a grim task. I think that's more grim than the actual executions, to be honest. Medieval and early modern courts frequently used torture to extract confessions or information, and of course, all that dirty work fell to the executioner. The aspect of the job further required a detailed knowledge of how much pain a human body could take without dying, knowledge that you only got through experience. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Devices like the rack, thumb screws, or the strappado might be employed on the executioner under a magistrate's orders. Now, just quickly, the rack, we know that as the stretching of the limbs. It would dislocate all your limbs, essentially. Not good. Thumb screws, basically these big things they would put over your thumbs and screw down these, well, screws, I suppose, and eventually would penetrate your thumbnails and, well, you can imagine in your head how that would be problematic. Then we have the strappado that I mentioned. Right, so put your hands behind your back, okay? At the back of your chair, your hands together. Now imagine that they're tying a rope
on your wrists, and then that rope is attached to a sort of hoist, and then of course they are hoisting your body up, and sort of like putting you back and forth, up and down in the air. Of course, arms are not meant to move that way, so you can imagine, quite chillingly, I suppose, this is the best way for me to explain it to you, how your shoulders would eventually dislocate, and, well, your body would not deal well with this. Those were the three main methods. Of course, it paints a grim picture, doesn't it? It contributed to an unexpected skill set. Executioners became, in a sense, experts in anatomy and also trauma, understanding how to relieve or inflict suffering. And indeed, contemporary accounts and later analysis reveal a striking irony. You see, executioners often possessed medical knowledge that rivaled or even exceeded that of licensed physicians of the day. By necessity, a headsman knew how to swiftly sever joints or arteries. A torturer knew how to resuscitate a fainting prisoner, or treat a wound to keep someone alive for further questioning. So over generations, this practical anatomy translated into an informal surgical tradition within the executioner families. By the late medieval period, it was not unknown for an executioner to double as a healer or bone setter for his community. One of the few services he could provide that did overcome social barriers, because even those who shunned him socially might secretly seek his help when desperate. But think about it. If you're a little 8-year-old boy, fallen over or something, you've dislocated your shoulder, and your mother tells you, quick, go to the executioner's house. I don't think you'd be too keen. A little nervous, perhaps. Well, of course, let's move on. There is one historian, Hanel Clamatela, who observes that executioners had, quote, fundamental knowledge of human anatomy, and even exhibited uncommonly high literacy rates for people of their class, since they needed to read court orders and keep records. Some executioners compiled remedy books or had apprenticeships in rudimentary medicine. An unexpected side hustle again. There are also documented cases of late medieval and early modern executioners acting as healers. For example, a 1579 license issued by King Frederick II of Denmark formally granted Anders Fremont, the executioner of Copenhagen, the right to set bones and treat old wounds, though pointedly forbidding him from treating recent injuries, likely so he wouldn't compete with regular surgeons. Well, regular surgeons, I'm guessing they weren't inviting him out for drinks either. There was another Copenhagen executioner, Andreas Liebknecht, became so renowned for treating venereal disease around 1695 that he even wrote a medical book on the subject. Now, these are later examples, but they do stem from a trend that was already visible in the 15th century. People might avoid the executioner in the marketplace, yet if they had a persistent ailment or a dislocated limb, the executioner's door would be knocked on in secret. Franz Schmidt himself wrote in his journal that he treated hundreds of patients, far more than the number of people that he executed. In one tally, across nearly 50 years of service, Schmidt executed 394 individuals, but in terms of providing medical treatment, he claims to have done it for 15,000. He even mused that he would rather have been a doctor by profession, had fate not forced him into that role of the executioner. Thus, the late medieval executioner seems to be a man of dual faces. On the scaffold he was a cold enforcer of death, but behind closed doors he might be a
pragmatic healer and a folk doctor. A nice guy at heart, I suppose. Well, this dual role improved his lot only slightly. It earned him a bit of begrudging respect and extra income, but it didn't erase the stigma. As one executioner's contemporaries put it, people who didn't want anything to do with an executioner socially would still come to his house if times were tough. The executioner's knowledge was valued, even if his person was not. Finally, the executioner was responsible for many post-execution tasks. You can't just leave the body there, can't you? After an execution, it was the executioner himself who disposed of the corpse, whether that by burying it, often in unhallowed ground, gibbeting it, that being hanging the body, or just the severed head in an iron cage on a roadside gallows as a warning, or quartering it and sending it to the parts of various city gates. These chores ensured that no ordinary citizen had to handle a traitor's remains. The master of high works would take care of it. Executioners often also acted as grave diggers for people who took their own lives, or for criminals. Again, because such bodies were considered to be polluted. Additionally, the executioner was charged with carrying out non-lethal corporal punishments, that is, whipping criminals, cutting off ears, or the hands of thieves. Where such sentences were given, this wasn't universal, and also branding people, a pretty ironic task, given that many executioners bore brands themselves. And then there was also escorting offenders during shame punishments like public pillorying or parading. Now, the pillory is a different word for the stocks. You know, when they put your head and arms in the wooden block and people throw tomatoes at you and all the rest. Well, if they had tomatoes were not native to Europe, but they would throw something at you, or just hurl insults. Well, in many cities, the executioner became a general specialist in all the dirty work of the community, a role that the French came to call les basses ouvriers, the low works. I hope I said that right. Could have French people in the comments yelling at me. I'm trying to improve, really. Anyway, these tasks included being the knacker, removing and flaying animal carcasses, the cesspit cleaner, and even the street cleaner for filth that others would not touch. And the logic was simple. Since the executioner was already polluted by death, additional filthy jobs could be assigned to him without newly tarnishing an innocent soul. Late medieval records from France and the Low Countries and Germany all indicate executioners had exclusive rights to certain unpleasant tasks with hidden profits. For instance, only the executioner could clean the city latrines and cesspools, but he had the right to keep any valuables he found in the sewage. I know, right? Still doesn't sound good. Similarly, any stray dog caught could be taken to the executioner for culling, and he might collect a fee or a bounty for each. Animal carcasses in the streets, they were his to collect too, and with them he gained the animal hides, meat, and bones to sell. Why the bones? Well, bones were often rendered into glue or fat, and that was a common byproduct. Medieval stuff, you know. In a sense, the executioner was a one-man public works department for all those jobs deemed too foul or spiritually corrupt for anyone else to handle. One particularly interesting duty was that in some areas, the executioner had a kind of oversight over other outcasts. He could be put in charge of regulating the women of the night, if you know what I mean. Lepers and gamblers. the fringe populations of medieval society. In the 16th century Troyes in France, for example, the executioner was allowed to collect a tax from women of the night, 5 sous, once from each new worker, and of course from lepers he would take a liard, a small coin. Anyone who entered the city was subject to that. This bizarre arrangement basically made him the sovereign of the underworld. It put a bit of extra money in his purse, while reinforcing his symbolic position of the lord of society's lowest, the prince of the poverty line. In other places, executioners were tasked with expelling vagrants or driving lepers out of town limits when plague or fear of contagion arose, and they often maintained the brothels or gambling houses too on behalf of authorities, since interacting with those kinds of people was considered defiling for most citizens. But the hangman's moral status could hardly sink any lower by doing so. In all these duties, the executioner had to balance on a knife edge, performing essential functions, yet reinforcing his own infamous reputation with each task. It is little wonder that executioners developed a certain pride in their work as a counterweight. Far from the crackling sadists of fiction, many saw themselves as professionals, just upholding justice. They would have seen themselves as law enforcement officials, I suppose. Executioners often took an oath of office, just as magistrates did, swearing to execute sentences faithfully and without cruelty or malice. Their tools, the sword, the rope, were almost sacred instruments of authority. One executioner's sword, as noted, was etched with a wish for the sinner's soul. Others bore images of scales of justice or the crucifixion to signify divine order in punishment. These symbolic touches suggest that the executioners coped with their grim work by framing it as a necessary moral surface. The meticulous choreography of an execution also gave the executioner a certain status in the event. He was the final arbiter of life and death. Manuals and traditions dictated, for example, how the executioner should accept a token coin from the condemned, a ritual tip to ensure a swift death, or how he might offer a last prayer, perhaps a swift mercy. In some famous cases, condemned nobles bribed the headsman heavily to ensure he would strike true and not make them suffer. The custom of tipping the executioner was widespread. Contemporary accounts mention that families of the condemned would pay extra for a strong, sharp sword or a well-tied noose. Executioners who earned a reputation for quick, clean kills could command higher fees, and perhaps even earn a modicum of respect, at least as the lesser of evils compared to a clumsy torturer. No one wants that. We actually have quite an interesting anecdote of the executioner's initiative, and it comes from Franz Schmidt's own reforms. In Nuremberg, he argued to the city council that the traditional method of punishing women convicted of infanticide, that is, stuffing them into a sack and drowning them, was inefficient and insufficiently a deterrent, So he convinced the authorities to let him replace drowning with a swift beheading in such cases, reasoning that beheading was more certain and carried a greater symbolic weight to dissuade others. This change, when Schmidt boasted about it in his journal, shows that an executioner could contribute to policy, emphasizing efficient justice over older, perhaps more cumbersome methods. It also shows that the executioners were not mere functionaries. They were often deeply invested in the efficacy of punishment as much as a spectacle. So, the executioner's duties in the late medieval period
seemed to expand a breadth that could be quite startling. Precision killing, orchestrated pain, public theater, sanitation, law enforcement on society's fringes, even healing, which is quite ironic. He needed the brawn of a butcher, the steady hand of a surgeon, the stoicism of a monk, and the stagecraft of an actor. These demands forged a particular, identity among the executioners, a sense of being the keepers of arcane knowledge, and an unsung maintainer of the social order. Yet, no amount of professional pride could shield them fully from the scorn and alienation that their work attracted, as we shall see in the next section on their social world. So you might ask the question, why would anybody remain an executioner, given the heavy social price? Well, it's the money. I think that's pretty much it. The answer at least lies partly in economic incentives and privileges that came with the office, especially by the late Middle Ages, when things were a bit more lucrative. Rulers and town councils understood that to keep an executioner on the payroll, they had to compensate for that stigma. Thus, executioners were often granted special privileges and material perks, fringe benefits, to sweeten a very bitter job. One common privilege was the right of harvage, known in French as the right to dip in, droit de harvage. This was a kind of tax or toll privilege. An executioner could take a portion of goods, that is, drink, food, wares, from vendors in the marketplace or from carts entering the city, ostensibly to feed his family. But in practice, it meant that as the executioner walked through the market, he could just dip his hand into a sack of grain, or select a cut of meat or a loaf of bread, without having to pay. Now, understandably, this did not make him very popular among the merchants, but it was an accepted custom enshrined by local authorities to ensure the hangman never went hungry. The droit de harvage was meant to ease the ostracized life of the executioner and his family by providing them free sustenance, since many townsfolk would refuse to trade with them. Now here's something interesting. The only others who commonly enjoyed this were kings or feudal lords. It was a seigneurial-like right. Now that shows the executioner had a semi-official-like status. So many contradictions with it. Social pariahs with the same rights as kings. Notably, the privilege could make the executioner's household comparatively well provisioned. Of course, a big handful of grain every day certainly adds up over time. Contemporary observers sometimes grumbled that the executioner took lives as casually as they took garbage, implying that the constant stream of freebies made the hangman and his family rather complacent, or even gluttonous. But it certainly set them even further apart. While others paid taxes, the executioner, in effect, received a tax directly in produce. Executioners were also usually given a house at public expense, often just outside the city gate or adjacent to the jail. Free housing, of course, saved them rent and kept them at a remove from neighbors. Many were exempted from municipal taxes and road tolls, too, and some even drew a fixed salary or retainer on top of the fees per execution. In late medieval England, a city hangman might be paid a retainer by the borough and then the additional sums per head or per flogging. In parts of Germany and Italy, the executioner was sometimes provided with a horse and livery, that is, uniform for official duties. Though again, he might ride that horse only when leading a condemned person or transporting a corpse. It wasn't for his personal leisure among the townsfolk.
But there's another lucrative prerequisite. That is the right to the belongings of the executed. By custom, when a criminal was executed, the executioner could claim the clothes and personal effects on the body at the time of death. This might include jewelry, a purse of coins, garments, which in those days were quite valuable. On occasion, executioners even got to keep the property confiscated from felons, or at least a portion of it, as part of their payment. This was quite likely more if they were heretics, because, for example, if a heretic's goods were seized, as they often were, the hangman might be entitled to some furniture or a cut of the auction proceeds. Of course, this varied widely by locale, but it adds another incentive. The more people they executed, the more potential spoil for the executioner. It is worth noting, however, that executioners were not generally seen as doing it for justice or profit. In fact, it wasn't them who decided what kind of jobs they would get. Well, more of a principled executioner would typically take no joy in extra executions. At least, he would act like he wouldn't take any joy in it. Nonetheless, these rights could accumulate into a tidy source of income. The side jobs that we described were also sources of profit. Being a knacker or animal disposer meant that the executioner could sell hides, tallow, and meat. Cleaning latrines could bring quiet payments from the city or guilds who contracted him for that unpleasant task. Driving out lepers and vagrants could be monetized if towns paid a bounty for each person removed. Collecting fees from brothels or gambling dens, essentially an extortion sanctioned by authorities, lined the executioner's pockets even further. But perhaps the most poignant perk, if it can be called as such, was a kind of job security and social acknowledgement that came with being the necessary villain. By virtue of their feared status, executioners often navigated spaces closed to others. For example, bandits and criminals would not harm an executioner, it was said, because they knew that one day they might need his merciful hand to finish them swiftly. There are also folktales of outlaws tipping their hats to the hangman as a strange, professional courtesy. Also, an executioner had the ear of the authorities to some degree. After all, he dealt regularly with judges, sheriffs, even princes who employed him for more delicate tasks. The proximity to power sometimes allowed a clever executioner to petition for favors. The case of Franz Schmidt provides an example. After a long and distinguished career in Nuremberg, Schmidt petitioned the emperor in 1617 to restore his family's honor and remove the hereditary stain of dishonor from his children. And impressively, he succeeded. Emperor Ferdinand II granted Schmidt citizenship and an imperial dispensation, declaring his lineage free of the executioner's taint. An extraordinary reward, essentially a noble ennoblement of a hangman. It was only possible because Schmidt had earned the trust and even the admiration of elites through decades of impeccable service. While Schmidt's case is post-medieval, it does reveal a dynamic that began in the late Middle Ages. Some executioners managed to leverage their unique position into a kind of grudging respectability. Well, let's think beyond physical danger. There was the spiritual and psychological weight of the job, too. Medieval culture was very religious. Executioners, though assured by courts and sometimes church decree that they were absolved of the sin for doing their job, often struggled with the prospect of eternal judgment. Many believed, as did most of their neighbors, that they were destined for damnation, simply by the blood on their hands. And this inner turmoil is quite hard to document. But occasionally it surfaces in letters or second-hand reports. Some executioners attempted to atone by acts of charity. For example, anonymously funding masses for the souls of those they executed, or making donations to churches, even if they could not attend the church service inside. A few joined lay religious confraternities if they were allowed to pray for mercy on their own souls. The Catholic Church's stance was that an executioner performing lawful sentences did not commit murder, and several popes and theologians affirmed that such work could be morally illicit, or rather morally licit. But popular sentiment and personal conscience often triumphed official doctrine, leaving the executioner feeling spiritually contaminated. It perhaps explains the pious inscriptions on the swords, and the sometimes scrupulous care given to the condemned person, a last chance to confess or receive rites. The executioner knew that he might soon stand before the same divine judge, and he might soon, too, be the one begging for mercy. When we are in the tavern, we care not that we are mortal. The words of the 13th century reveller in the Carmina Burana, capturing the rowdy allure of these medieval establishments. And indeed, to the people of high medieval Europe, taverns, inns, and alehouses, they were far more than mere drinking spots. They were living rooms of the community, the waypoints of the road, buzzing with news, commerce, and camaraderie. A place of respite, stepping off that muddy path, out of that cold, and into the warm. So how about you and me go and get a table, and I'll tell you all about that world of taverns, and examine how one might exactly run one of these establishments in the High Middle Ages. How did one establish one? What food and drink were served? How were they procured? What about the laws that set the closing hours or fixed the price of a pint? Who were the typical patrons, and what was the mischief they brought through the door? It's not just about the general practices, but also all those lesser-known details that bring the tavern to life. The alewives who dominated the beer trade, the penalties for serving bad drink, tavern names and signboards, a culture unto themselves, and even notorious incidents like tavern brawls that spilled into violent, drunken riots. We're not going to stick in one place. Regional and economic differences, we'll note them when we come across them. Whether the establishment is a humble rural alehouse or a grand inn in an urban area, to appreciate the tavern's varied role across medieval Europe, we'll try and tread as many paths as we can. And by the end of that journey, you'll know exactly how a medieval tavern was run. But before we get to all of that, let's have a welcome to the channel. A warm tavern welcome. We'll stick with the theme, I suppose, shall we? Well, if you're new here, you've yet to hit the subscribe button. I invite you to do so. If you've already hit the subscribe button, do not hit it again, because that means you unsubscribe, and we can't have that, can't we? Now, this video is 100% ad-free, due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. Thank you very much, you have my eternal thanks. And with all that out of the way, introductions, welcomes, good manners, let's get to the topic at hand. As usual, nice and relaxed. So let's start from the beginning. To run a medieval tavern, you've first got to know what kind of establishment you're running. Medieval terminology distinguished several kinds of drinking houses and lodging houses, and each of them had its own niche. First, let's look at the general tavern. In many parts of Europe, the word tavern implied a setup in status and usually a focus on wine. In fact, in medieval England or France, the word tavern often specifically meant a wine-drinking house, distinct from ale houses, which of course sold ale. Taverns were commonly found in towns and along trade routes. They served wine, often imported, and they prepared foods too, roast meats, cheese, or stew, for a more well-to-do clientele such as merchants, guild members, or travelers. Now, here's an interesting part. Women of respectable standing usually avoided these wine taverns, at least in the French accounts, due to them having quite a, let's say, rowdy reputation. Taverns might also offer takeaway wine in jugs, and many doubled as informal restaurants where one could dine out heartily or just have a simple fare long before true restaurants existed. Now, we just made mention of an ale house, so let's get to that. A more simple local establishment, often literally just somebody's house, where homemade ale was brewed and sold. These were ubiquitous in villages and towns. The common ale house usually ran by an alewife or brewer. They typically did not provide lodging either, only ale and perhaps some basic fare. A telltale sign of an alehouse in England was the ale stake, a pole projecting from the door to announce that a fresh brew was ready. Ale was the everyman drink, and alehouses were frequented by labourers, peasants, and townfolks to get their daily beverage and dose of socialization. And then, of course, we have the inn, essentially taverns licensed to offer lodging. An inn provided food, drink, and a bed for the night, catering especially to travellers, pilgrims, and visiting merchants. There were typically larger establishments too. A decent inn had multiple chambers for guests. And of course there would also be a main hall for meals and drink, a kitchen, storage cellars, and stabling for horses. Because of the need for space and resources, inns were often found on main roads or in towns, and many were operated by people of some means, almost middle class. In England, by the later Middle Ages, inns became known as public houses, or pubs. Every inn was a tavern, but not every tavern was an inn. The key differentiator was beds, lodging. If you didn't have any lodgings, you were just a tavern. Nothing wrong with that, though. There are a few other terms. Medieval sources mention guest houses, hospices, and hostels, often run by religious houses or charitable foundations, especially along pilgrimage routes. Of course, think of the Knights Hospitaller, things like that. They provided lodging and sometimes free food to travellers. Though they might not be considered commercial taverns in a strict sense, nonetheless, many inns had religious origins. For example, along major pilgrimage routes in Central Europe, monasteries or local nobles established inns to serve pilgrims and merchants. During the High Middle Ages, such inns with taverns proliferated along trade routes, frequently under noble or ecclesiastical patronage. In Central Europe, there was the German tavern in the Wirtshaus tradition. It often began under feudal privilege. Only nobles, monasteries, or town councils might have a license to run them initially, but this all changed as time went on. Now, running each type of establishment required different resources, and of course, you catered to different crowds, but they all fell under the umbrella of victualling houses, places providing victuals, food and drink, that is, to the public. For a prospective tavern keeper in the 13th century, deciding whether to run a humble village alehouse or a bustling town inn
would determine everything from the scale of operations to the clientele served. And of course, there's some clientele that you'd perhaps rather go without. We'll get to that later. Now, here's the thing. In the High Middle Ages, no one could simply set up a tavern wherever they pleased. There were actually a surprisingly complex legal and feudal set of frameworks to consider, and many taverns were, in fact, established under some form of license or privilege. In towns, tavern keepers often needed permission from town authorities or a royal patent to operate. Urban taverns or inns were sometimes regulated by guilds or town councils. For instance, the city of London kept close watch on its taverners and vintners, vintners being the winemakers, by the way. City ordinances controlled how taverns sold wine, even mandating that no tavern could sell both red and white wine at the same time. This ordinance aimed to prevent fraud and ensure quality by specialization, a hint of the early regulatory environment a tavern keeper had to navigate. In many regions, feudal lords or monasteries held rights to approve or run taverns. Along pilgrimage roads or in smaller settlements, the local lord often had the right of tavern, or in French custom, the ban vin. The ban vin was the lord's privilege to sell his own wine for a certain period after the harvest. Vin, of course, being the word for wine. In Italian you have vino, French you have vin. Well, during this time when he had this privilege, no one else in that area could sell wine at all. So, a would-be tavern keeper in the countryside might actually lease the tavern rights from the lord or operate the tavern as part of the lord's demesne. In many cases, the inn on a manor was a monopoly of the lord. Villagers were bound to buy drink there, just as they were bound to grind grain at the lord's mill. Well, ecclesiastical ownership, too, that was quite common. Not surprising, since the church owned quite a lot of the land, and therefore much of what was built upon it. Monasteries and bishoprics often maintained inns for travellers or derived income from tavern rents. A significant number of taverns on busy routes were effectively run by clergy or under church auspices in this period. However, the church did draw a line between providing hospitality and endorsing drunken revelry. Church-run guest houses aimed for more wholesome lodging, while strictly for-profit taverns ran by lay people flourished under secular oversight. But no matter who owned the tavern, authorities recognized them as public necessities. And with that came legal obligations. English common law, by the late medieval period, declared inns and taverns to be public houses, and with that they had duties to the public. This concept, which had quite early roots actually, meant a licensed inn had to receive all respectable travellers willing to pay, and could not arbitrarily turn people away or price gouge. If they got caught doing that, well, you would lose your license. Already in the 13th century, the principle was that an inn served the common good, a refuge for travellers who otherwise had few safe places to sleep on the road. An aspiring innkeeper, therefore, entered a sort of social contract. In exchange for the privilege of operating, they were expected to uphold certain standards of hospitality and fairness. Of course, royal and municipal laws also shaped tavern operations. One landmark in England was the Assize of Bread and Ale, 1266, the statute of King Henry III's reign. It stands as one of the first food regulatory laws. It fixed the price at which ale could be sold relative to the price of grain, and likewise regulated the weight and price of bread. In essence, if grain became expensive, the law allowed ale prices to rise proportionally, and of course it became cheaper or vice versa, so that tavern keepers, many of whom brewed their own ale, could not overcharge beyond a fair profit. This exercise was enforced for centuries and required innkeepers and brewers to keep the official measures and prices on pain of fines. We also see, in Magna Carta of 1215, an earlier nod to standardizing trade. Quote, "There shall be one measure of wine, of ale, and of corn throughout our whole realm." The declaration from King John's Charter. For a tavern in the 13th century England, this meant your servings of ale or wine had to conform to standard volumes, like the London quart or gallon, rather than a deceitfully short measurement. In practice, local ale tasters and wine gaugers, official inspectors by the way, would drop by randomly to measure your pitchers and ensure customers were not being cheated out of their proper drink, and quite rightly so. Need to bring them back. I've been to a few bars, and I swear to you, their pint glasses are deceptively different to what I'm used to. Anyway, this isn't about me. Across Europe, similar measures to this existed. Medieval city statutes from Italy to Germany often required taverners to use standard weights and measures, and to post all of the prices publicly. For example, a tavern in Paris or Florence might be required to sell wine at a fixed price per pint, set by the city authorities, especially in times of plenty. In some regions, authorities capped tavern prices to ensure the poor could actually afford ale, or impose special taxes on tavern sales to fill the civic coffers. Thus, the tavern keeper had to be mindful not only of pleasing customers, but also staying on the right side of the law. Would-be tavern keepers also needed to get that license in many jurisdictions. Records from England show local courts regularly renewing or revoking brewing licenses. In Scotland's 14th century law code, Regiam Majestatem, a chapter on brewsters declares that anyone making evil ale, that is, bad quality ale, shall pay a fine of 8 shillings, or face the punishments of the cucking stool, which is not what you think it is. Well, notably, it says, "She shall be put on the cucking stool," hinting that the brewers were assumed to be women, a point that we will get to shortly. Obtaining a license often meant paying a fee or rent. For instance, a tavern in a city might pay an annual rent to the city for the right to tap wine. In rural manors, the right to brew and sell ale might be auctioned off to a peasant for a season. Well, to sum it all up, if you want to run a tavern, you've got to know as much about the rules and greasing the wheels of authority as much as actually making the ale or wine. A good tavern keeper kept a clean relationship with local officials, be it town aldermen, feudal lords, or royal officers, avoiding those fines and securing their livelihood. Now, assume our tavern keeper has the legalities sorted and the keys to the alehouse firmly in hand. So, let's step inside and see the daily operations of the tavern. Dawn breaks, and the tavern keepers wake up. The keeper and their family, or servants, stir the embers of last night's fire and prepare for the day ahead. If the establishment brews its own ale, as many of them did, especially smaller alehouses and inns, The day might start with tending the mash in the brewhouse out back. Brewing was a core task for many tavern keepers. You're not much of a tavern without any ale, aren't you? In England, brewing ale was so common among the women that alewife became a pretty standard occupation. Women brewed and sold ale from their homes as a way to earn extra income. Side hustles back in those days. Monastic records, literature, and legal rolls all attest to the prevalence of female brewers. Let's take one example. The Durham Manorial Court Rolls of 1365. They list many women presented for issues with their brew. One Agnes Postel was fined 12 pence for selling bad ale, and another, Alice de Belsaye, was fined 2 shillings for similarly poor ale that was, quote, of no strength. These fines show that quality control started with the brewing process. Weak or sour ale, that was a punishable offence, and quite rightly. Thus, a conscientious tavern keeper rose early to brew, or at least sample the new batch before serving it, knowing that one angry customer or a random ale taster might complain the ale was below standard. Apart from brewing, you also had supply management. That was a daily concern. For alehouses, grain, or malt as they call it, had to be sourced often from local farmers or maltsters, and brewing done frequently, since ale, by the way, does not keep long. Unhopped ale would sour in days. In wine-selling taverns, the keeper had to procure wine from merchants. In the High Middle Ages, and this meant dealing with wine traders who brought in barrels from regions like Gascony, Rhineland, or Italy. London tavern records show that the most wine in English taverns was robust red wine shipped from Gascony, that is, southwest France, with some Rhine wine or other varieties for those who could afford them. The tavern keeper would buy a barrel and then retail it by the jug or cup. Wine was typically sold relatively young. Medieval consumers expected this year's vintage, not aged bottles, as wine spoiled without modern bottling. Of course, we solved all these problems now, haven't we? The tavern keeper had to be adept at storage, keeping the casks in a cool cellar and tapping them efficiently. Food preparation was another key part of operations, especially for inns and taverns. A medieval tavern keeper's menu was pretty simple, but not bad. The common fare included bread and cheese, stews and pottages. One popular tavern stew recorded in the 14th century English cookbook is a spiced chicken stew called boucanade. Roasted or boiled meats too were popular. Bacon, beef, or mutton for those who could pay. Pies, seasonal vegetables. In France, taverns by the 14th century offered roast meats and simple dishes to accompany wine. The tavern kitchen might have a large cauldron simmering with a one-pot meal that could be ladled out to guests. For travellers at inns, breakfast might be coarse bread and ale. The main meal later could be a stew of whatever was available, perhaps rabbit or salt fish on Fridays, and of course, plenty of ale or wine to wash it down with. Tavern keepers usually did not aim for fine cuisine. Nobles dined at home or in castles, but they had to provide filling portions. An old saying was that good ale keeps good company with good bread, so bread was indispensable, either baked on site or bought from a baker daily. And yes, quite rightly, you'll even know that in our common days, at least if we talk about Australian or British pubs, the first thing they really give you is the bread, even if you don't want it. It keeps good company. Now, the tavern keeper's role, that was multifaceted. It wasn't just one job, quite complex. Part merchant, part host. He, or she, many ale housekeepers were women, did everything from tapping casks to serving customers to bookkeeping and supervising servants. In a larger inn, the staff might include serving wenches or lads, a cook, stable hands for the horses of guests, and pet boys to clean pots and refill jugs. But in a smaller tavern, it was pretty much a family affair. We have depictions of tavern scenes where the keeper's wife cooks a stew in the back while the keeper draws ale at the front, and their children might be sweeping floors or busying themselves with some other task. One 15th century illustration even shows a tavern woman using a broom hung above the door as a sign of her trade, a practice related to the ale stake or bush sign. That broom or green bush branch told passers-by that fresh brew was available. Hence the proverb, "Good wine needs no brush," implying if your wine was excellent, you need not advertise it. Well, aside from domestic chores, an innkeeper had to mind finances. Prices were often set by law, but profit came through volume and services. A cup of ale might be cheap, but an innkeeper could charge for lodging, for stabling a horse, including feeding it hay and oats, for meals, and even for ancillary needs like arranging a guide or selling feed and travel supplies. Successful innkeepers in bustling towns often became quite prosperous. By the late medieval period, English innkeepers could be among the wealthier townsfolk. They sometimes expanded into side businesses too, brewing on a large scale, importing wine or goods, or money lending. One notable example from later medieval England is Richard Kingsmill, a 15th century innkeeper who grew so prominent that he actually ended up serving as the town bailiff, member of parliament, and justice of the peace. Clearly a man of means and influence, certainly. While Kingsmill era is slightly later than our focus, which is the High Middle Ages, it does show a trend. A well-run inn on a major route could be a springboard to wealth. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the groundwork for this was laid as trade expanded and more travelers filled the roadways, increasing demand for good inns. But at the operational heart of the tavern was the cellar, or the cask room, controlling the drink. Medieval tavern keepers had to guard against spoilage and theft. Barrels were valuable, and there are accounts of taverners being fined for watering down wine or reusing dregs from old casks to stretch the supply. Indeed, sources indicate a variety of tricks and adulterations, mixing good wine with bad, blending cheaper imported wines with premium ones, or even creating fake wine by adding spices and alcohol to water. Now that's dirty. You can't do that. Of course, practices like that were risky. If you got caught, the punishments would be humiliating. So, London's authorities employed wine tasters called searchers to visit taverns, sample the wine, and ultimately destroy any casks of spoiled or fraudulent drink. One London ordinance infamously punished a tavern keeper who sold bad wine by making him drink a portion of the sour wine and then pouring the rest over his head in public shame. Ale, too, was policed by official ale conners in England, conner being an old word for taster, who would don leather breeches and literally sit in a puddle of spilt ale. One bit of a strange test was that good ale not too watery would make the ale conner's leather pants stick to the bench. Whether or not this exact test was common, it does show that the medieval public valued honesty, whether it be by measure or quality, and tavern keepers always lived under the community's watchful eye. So let's go on to the next section. Who really ran the taverns? Well, I've mentioned a little bit about the prominence of women as alehouse keepers and brewers already. In the High Middle Ages, especially in Northern Europe, brewing was a rare commercial sphere where women could actually thrive. Many taverns and alehouses were essentially family businesses, with a husband and wife team or a widow carrying on the trade. Records from England around 1300 show alewives frequently mentioned in court rolls, often when they are presented for breaking the assize of ale by overcharging, or just brewing something a little bit subpar. Now, a typical entry might have read that so-and-so, the alewife, is in mercy, as what they would call fined, for selling ale contrary to the assize. These fines, usually just a few pence, were seen as cost of doing business most of the time. They indicate that women of relatively ordinary status did play a key role in the tavern trade, just because they show up in the records so many times. And in fact, that cucking stool punishment, once again, not what you think it is, in Chester, and later laws specifically targeted she who brews bad ale, confirming that authorities expected tavern brewers to be female. Now, for many women, running an alehouse was an extension of household brewing, taking a traditional task and turning it into a profit by selling the excess. Most of the time, that's pretty much how it started. But, on the other hand, the large inns in cities or on major roads were often run by men, sometimes men of significant standing. These innkeepers might be retired soldiers, merchants, or urban officials who invested in the hospitality trade. They had to manage more capital, property, multiple staff, supply chains for wine and food, just because of the size of the establishment. This social status could be respectable. Some even served in town councils, as noted earlier. Yet tavern keepers always walked a fine line in reputation. Whenever alcohol's involved, well, things can go downhill pretty quickly, can't they? They provided comfort and community, but the moralists frequently maligned them as enablers of sin, drunkenness, gambling, and all the rest that comes with it. There's an old Latin proverb, wine and women destroy men, and taverns are accused of offering both in ample measure. Church writings and sermons often lump tavern keepers with dubious professions, warning of the souls they could lead astray. Now, what about the staff within taverns? That arranged from family members to hired help. The prosperous inn might employ serving maids or lads, who not only delivered food or drink to the tables, but also sometimes doubled as entertainers or flirtatious company for the guests. All in good fun. The trope of the comely barmaid has its medieval roots, after all, though reality for such women could be harsh work, rather than romantic jokes and revelry. Cooks and kitchen boys, especially if the inn prided itself on a particular dish. In some taverns, the cooking might be minimal, cold fare like bread, cheese, pickles. Patrons could even bring their own meat to be cooked on the tavern hearth for a fee. This practice was akin to a cook shop operation, and was more common in the cities. Then you had stable hands or ostlers, crucial for inns that hosted travelers' horses. These workers fed, watered, and looked after the horses, and in winter kept them from freezing. The innkeeper charged guests for stabling, so keeping the animals healthy was both a good service and good business. After all, you don't want to stable someone's horse and they come back the next morning to find it frozen to death. Now here's something. On occasion, you would have musicians or hired entertainers. Now, they were not regular staff, but taverns did often welcome minstrels who might perform for tips or food or lodging. A fiddler or singer could enliven the evening and draw a bit more custom. Some tavern keepers would encourage such performances, effectively making their tavern a hub for music and storytelling on market or holidays. The clientele of the medieval tavern, it all depended greatly on its type and location. A village alehouse might see the same locals every single day, peasants, artisans, or all relaxing after work. But in towns, the tavern attracted a mix. Local tradesmen visiting merchants, even students, especially in university towns like Oxford or Paris, even sometimes the clergy, though the pious were supposed to refrain, many did not, due to the chagrin of the bishops too. And there were also travellers, messengers, pilgrims, peddlers, knights errant, and they all needed a place to sleep and eat. The social classes mingled in taverns more freely than other settings. Contemporary observers noted that in the tavern, for pope and king alike, all drink without restraint. Now that line from the In Taberna song humorously lists all ranks of society drinking together: the lady, the lord, the soldier, the cleric, the man, the woman, the servant. Indeed, taverns were one place where the usual social hierarchies seemed to loosen out a little bit. Especially after a few drinks, no one really cared. A scholar or a squire might find himself dicing and joking with a blacksmith or sailor. This commingling sometimes led to a few tensions, however. For example, university students, generally from more privileged backgrounds, clashed with the local townsfolk in taverns. The famous St. Scholastica's Day riot of 1355 in Oxford actually began when two students insulted the wine quality at Swindlestock Tavern and ended up trading blows with the innkeeper. Of course, this sparked a town versus student melee, and it left nearly 100 people dead. All fun and games until the end of the sentence, right? While that occurred, slightly after the High Middle Ages, it does show a constant of tavern life. When disparate people get together to drink, conflict can brew up as easily as the ale does. But beyond serving food and drink, taverns played crucial roles as information and networking centers. News traveled through taverns as through no other place. Travelers brought gossip from afar. Minstrels spread tales and news. Local deals were struck at tavern tables, and even political conspiracies sometimes fermented over ale. Of course, that's only people getting drunk. One thing leads to another. Chronicles and letters from the period revealed that taverns were often the setting for notable encounters. Merchants would choose a reputable inn to meet partners or clients, essentially conducting business over pints of ale or a jug of wine. Guilds on occasion, too, held informal gatherings. In 14th century London, some craft guilds met at specific taverns which became their unofficial headquarters. But for the common folk, it was quite the recreational centre. Games, they were a big draw. Dice, board games like backgammon, throwing games, they were all common sights on tavern tables. With games, of course, came gambling, and taverns were hotbeds of that, to such an extent that some towns banned dice play outside of taverns in an event to confine the vice. Taverns also hosted celebrations. a successful harvest, a saint's feast day, or a wedding eve often spilled into local alehouses for communal toasting. For young people, the alehouses could be a place of courtship, or indeed mischief. Though moralists fretted about it, villagers acknowledged that youths might meet and mingle at the ale bench. And, well, complaints notwithstanding, you're never going to stop people from doing that. The tavern keeper had to manage this lively atmosphere. One essential skill, of course, was keeping order. The tavern keeper was expected to break up any fights and throw out those who became a little bit too unruly. And this was more than just good sense. It was legally mandated in many places that the innkeeper maintain peace on their premises. Town laws in Germany and England held innkeepers responsible for violent brawls if they did not intervene or report them. Some sources even suggest that innkeepers could face fine for bloodshed. Tavern keepers sometimes employed a strong servant or maintained a cudgel behind the bar, just in case. As one writer later quipped, a good innkeeper needed, quote, the patience of Job and the strength of Samson when dealing with the drunk patients. Now, interestingly, the duty to keep order also intersected pretty much with public safety. English common law would eventually make innkeepers answerable for the security of their guests and their goods. Already, in our period, if a traveller's horse was stolen from an inn stable or his bag pilfered while he slept in the inn, the innkeeper could be held liable to compensate the loss, unless he could prove he took all precautions. Wise tavern keepers employed locks, had designated sleeping quarters, and sometimes organized a curfew bell or lights-out policy to reduce the nocturnal mischief. A few city taverns even hired night watchmen, but that was kind of expensive, and, well, you need to cut costs, don't you? Of course, we can't have it all about the cheerful hospitality. You'll have plenty of perils and moral quandaries. Authorities kept a wary eye on taverns, precisely because they knew that they gathered mixed crowds behind closed doors with alcohol in play. So let's consider a few of those challenges. Of course, inebriation, drunk people. That's the most obvious issue. Medieval society was surprisingly tolerant of moderate drinking. However, habitual drunkenness was frowned upon and sometimes punished. The keeper had to decide when to stop serving an obviously drunken guest. Fail to do so, and that guest might start a fight or damage property. The literature of the time is full of warnings, too. One 12th century cleric described taverns as places where men, quote, drink the blood of the grape until the room spins and shameful behavior ensues. The rule of the Knights Templar in 1129 and other military orders explicitly forbade members from entering taverns precisely to maintain discipline. That a rule had to be stated suggests some eager young knights might otherwise slip into the local tavern, with potentially unruly results. A tavern keeper in a garrison town might thus find himself turning away cowled Templars or Hospitallers who were under oath not to be there, or face their order's penalty if caught. Of course, we've also seen how tavern altercations could escalate into violence, apart from our Oxford riot example. Medieval chronicles occasionally recount murders that occurred at taverns, and it doesn't get more violent than that. Here's one case, from the Crusader states. It tells of Count Hugh of Jaffa in 1134. While gambling in a tavern in Jerusalem, he was suddenly attacked and stabbed. In that account, the tavern, described as a merchant shop used for gaming and drinking, became the stage for a political assassination. But in more mundane reality, tavern brawls between locals were pretty common. Blows with fists, drinking pots, or even daggers could be exchanged. The tavern keeper's challenge was to calm the tensions early. Some tavern keepers employed a simple rule: all weapons left at the front. A few medieval taverns had a chest or rack by the door where customers were supposed to deposit swords and daggers upon entry, a precursor to the coat check, I suppose. How widely this was enforced is pretty unclear, but at least one city, London in the 13th century, forbade carrying unsheathed weapons in taverns, indicating authorities encouraged disarmament inside the drinking houses. Then there was gambling. Of course, all the problems that come with it. The taverns often ran hand in hand with games of chance. Despite periodic bans by kings or bishops on dice and cards, you could never really stop it. Some tavern keepers might run a side gambling den or take a small cut from the wagers as a house fee. This could be lucrative, but it also invited trouble. Debts incurred in drink led to bitter quarrels. Moralists bemoaned taverns as schools of dice where youths learned to gamble away all their money. But for many innkeepers, allowing dice games kept customers on the premises longer, and that meant they were just going to buy more ale. So yes, it was a vice, but quite tolerated. Similarly, we also had the women of the night lurking in some taverns. Especially in larger towns, certain taverns gained reputations as fronts for those midnight rendezvous, those who wanted to procure some companionship. In 1268, even far away in the Holy Land, the Sultan Baybars complained about a Frankish tavern in Jaffa that had installed a Muslim woman in it for illicit purpose, essentially accusing the Crusaders of running a very dirty establishment under the sign of a tavern. Within Europe, civic records occasionally mention tavern keepers charged with allowing loose women on the premise. The savvy innkeeper might officially forbid such activity, but unofficially some inns did profit from renting out the back rooms. Well, the line between tavern and a more illicit establishment could always blur. And it's one of the reasons that the more respectable in society sometimes chose to keep their distance. There is a less sensational but important challenge, and that is maintaining a basic level of cleanliness. Taverns could get filthy. Brushes on the floor soaked with spilled ale, greasy wooden tables, unwashed pots, and the ever-present smoke from torches and hearths. A good tavern keeper would sweep out the hall, bring in fresh rushes or straw for flooring, wash drinking vessels, and air out bedding in inns to prevent fleas. This was not merely for comfort. Travellers indeed took note of the inn's hygiene. A 15th century traveller's guide advised choosing inns that appeared clean to avoid those that stank of sour ale and vermin visibly present. Poor sanitation could also draw fines. A few cities had health inspectors who would censure taverns for rotten food or foul privies. Medieval understanding of germs was pretty much non-existent, but they did understand that bad ale would make you sick. Spoiled meat could cause illness, so tavern fare had to be relatively fresh. After all, it only takes one bad meal or a bad drink to lose a customer for life. For example, unsold meat pies might be required to be thrown out the day after to avoid food poisoning incidents. And indeed, an unlucky tavern could get a reputation for making patrons ill. Well, they wouldn't be around for too long after that, certainly. Taverns, like all medieval buildings, were mostly made of timber and thatch in small villages, and even in cities often wood-framed, with cooking fires and drunk patrons with torches or pipes. There was that risk of fire that was ever present. Innkeepers often had to enforce a sort of nightly fire curfew, ensuring that hearths were banked and guests did not leave candles burning near bedding. A tavern fire could be devastating, not only to the inn, but to the entire neighborhood if it spread. So cities sometimes required tavern owners to keep water buckets or firefighting equipment handy. There is an echo of this, too, in later London records, requiring every inn to have a ladder and tank in case of fire. In the countryside, a tavern might be the only large communal building, so villagers might rally to put out any blaze. But of course, prevention is the real key. Well, despite all of these challenges, many taverns ran successfully for generations, often passing from parent to child. They adapted to the rhythms of medieval life, busier on market days, subdued in penitential seasons like Lent, when authorities sometimes banned revelry, and overflowing on holidays, when the ale flowed freely. The tavern keeper's adaptability, to be a genial host one moment and a stern bouncer the next, then a shrewd accountant at some times and empathetic listener at others. It was all crucial, and at the end of the day, just part of the job. Well, let's have a look at a few of the regional differences. Just a few of the differences in general between different regions, urban and village establishments. Well, the basic concept is all the same. Food, drink, and shelter, that's universal. But these differences gave each area's tavern its own cultural flavor. As mentioned, in wine-producing areas, Italy, Spain, the Rhineland, France, the tavern was largely a wine house, and in such places ale was less popular, or it was seen as a bit of a poor man's drink, might only be brewed for local consumption. By contrast, in the north, England, Flanders, Germany, Scandinavia, ale or beer was king. An English tavern keeper typically brewed ale. A German innkeeper in the late 13th century might be brewing beer with hops. The Germans were indeed pioneers in hopped beer, and this led to differences in scale. Wine could be imported in volume and stored, but ale, that was different. It had to be brewed constantly and in small batches. Thus, a tavern in Bordeaux might simply tap the latest casks from the local vineyards, whereas an alehouse in England might have a brewhouse as its centerpiece. As hops spread in brewing, as in hopped beer lasted longer, so it all made sense. By the late 14th century, larger commercial breweries emerged, and that shifted beer making from women at home to a more large and male-dominated enterprise. The tavern keeper in the Low Countries, around 1300, might be on the cusp of this change. Instead of brewing himself, he could buy beer from an early brewery. This was an economic shift. The era of alewives gradually gave way to the era of the Brewers' Guild and beer guilds in towns. In cities, taverns tended to specialize. There were taverns known for certain wines or dishes, inns favored by certain merchant caravans, and alehouses tied to particular neighborhoods or guilds. In London, a document from the early 15th century lists over 50 tavern names, and they all sound rather just like normal English taverns of our modern day. The Boar's Head, the Angel, the Swan. It shows how taverns used pictorial signs and names to stand out. Urban tavern keepers faced stiff competition. They also had to cultivate quite a good reputation. Prices in cities were often higher due to taxes. For example, after 1300, heavy taxes on wine in France and England made tavern wine quite expensive. But rural taverns, on the other hand, there were fewer and far between, perhaps one every few villagers, and they might operate more intermittently, etc., only when the ale was freshly brewed. No open and closing hours, just wait for that broom to be hung up. They were on the vital highways, a lonely inn on a long road. It might only be the safe spot to stop for miles. Travelers' journals sometimes mention relief at finding a humble roadside tavern after a long and hard day's journey. Well, regional customs also influenced tavern regulations. For example, in some Italian cities, taverns had to close at night by the ringing of a curfew bell to prevent all of that late-night debauchery. And in England, there was no universal closing time in the 13th century, but local town laws might enforce Sunday closure during mass hours or ban late-night service to students. Penalties for transgressions varied. Sources from France tell of blasphemous or swindling taverns being pilloried. German towns sometimes combined the tavern trade with brewing rights in unique ways, etc. Only certain houses were granted brow and serve rights. A high medieval tavern keeper in Bavaria might thus need to be part of a guild, or officially recognized by the Duke to brew beer for sale. But despite all the differences, the unifying theme across regions and classes was that taverns were indispensable. A 12th century English text whimsically claims that ale is proof that God loves his creation, and by extension, the alehouse is a blessed place. Maybe a bit of irony, of course. Medieval people accepted taverns as part of the social landscape, sometimes praised for their hospitality, and other times blamed for society's ills, but they could never outlaw them altogether. Attempts at prohibition were virtually unknown. Alcohol was West, too central to diet and culture. Even reformers who criticized taverns usually conceded that travelers and pilgrims needed somewhere to stay. We just can't leave them out in the mercy of the elements. Now that would not be very Christian at all. Well, we are drawing towards the end of our time together today. But there's a few little goodies that I've left till last. It shows a bit of the colour and character that went into the tavern. There's a few vivid little tales and facts that have emerged from the old primary sources. The first one is the tale of the two alewives. In medieval literary allegory, tavern keepers sometimes appear as stock characters. In William Langland's late 14th century poem, Piers Plowman, there was an alewife named Dame Quickly, and in some versions Betty the Brewster, who is notorious for selling bad ale and cheating her customers. She even has an epitaph that she'll be doomed for her watered-down ale. Now this poem's interesting, because it notes how she dilutes ale with water and serves it in unclean vessels, deceiving both pilgrims and the poor. Yeah, it's an exaggerated satire, but it does mirror real concerns that tavern keepers had to balance that profit versus honesty. Despite church strictures, not all clergy shunned the tavern. Some monastic accounts slyly record monks sneaking out for a cheeky pint with the boys. One story tells of a monastery where the ale was so bad that certain monks regularly escaped to a nearby inn for something decent to drink, only to be caught and disciplined.
This prompted the abbot to actually hire the tavern's brewer to improve the monastery's own stock. Well, let's have a little talk about tavern names and signs. Like I said at the start of the video, they're a culture unto themselves. Medieval taverns typically had symbolic names, since literacy was quite low. A tavern would be known by its sign, etc. The Green Dragon, a dragon painted on the signboard, or the Crown, or perhaps the Boar's Head, or the Flying Bird, or something like this. In London, a list from the early 1400s indeed shows tavern names inspired by animals, objects, saints, and heraldry. A tavern keeper thus also had to be a bit of a marketer. The iconic painted inn sign has its roots in our own period. Well, the period we're talking about, I mean. By the High Middle Ages, it was common to hang a recognizable icon outside one's tavern. We've already noted the simpler, universal symbols like the ale stake or bush. But gradually, more personalized signage emerged. For example, Chaucer set his Canterbury Tales pilgrims gathering at the Tabard Inn. Now, tabard is a type of tunic. Likely the sign displayed a picture of a tabard coat. Indeed, Chaucer's description of that inn and its host gives us a rather delightful snapshot. The host of the Tabard, Chaucer calls him Harry Bailey, is a stout and merry man, who is so genial in hosting that he joins the pilgrimage as a tour guide. Chaucer's host even proposes the storytelling contest to entertain the group, a clever innkeeper turning a journey into a social game. Through this, we glimpse how talented tavern keepers could be, the life of the party, the facilitator of communities. Now, what about a few notable drinks? People had to get creative. Ale and wine, they were the staples. But there was also mead, which is a kind of wine made from honey. That was popular in regions with beekeeping. Cider was common in ale-growing areas, like Normandy or England's West Country. Though cider was often sold by farmsteads, some taverns did serve it. Spiced wines called piment or hippocras were high-end luxuries. These were my wines mixed with sugar, ginger, cinnamon, whatever spices you could get, served warm in winter. A tavern keeper might have a special recipe for a hot spiced ale or mulled wine to draw customers on cold nights. By the late 13th century, distilled spirits, the early forms of brandy and whiskey, were finally starting to appear, but still rare. A high medieval tavern wouldn't yet be selling shots of hard liquor. That came later in the late medieval period when distillation spread. But they did, however, make potent concoctions like braggart, which packed quite a punch. This ale mixed with some honey and herbs, a little bit stronger than the usual. We also have evidence of taverns hiring storytellers, or allowing theatrical troupes to perform short farces in their yards. In Southwark, near London, in the 14th century, some inn yards were used for plays, quite a precursor to the Elizabethan theatre tradition. In village taverns, the entertainment might be more rustic. Jugglers, trained animals, or just bawdy jokes told by the locals. And on the flip side, taverns, of course, could be spots of crime. Cutpurses, that is, pickpockets, frequently crowded taverns to ply their trade. A traveller who drank too deeply might wake up to find his pockets quite lighter than expected. Of course, I suppose he could be gaslighted into thinking he just spent it all on alcohol. Savvy tavern keepers did keep an eye out for known thieves, since if word spread that one's inn was unsafe, business would drop. There's a record from Bruges of a tavern keeper who colluded with thieves.
He would get wealthy foreign merchants drunk and then signal the thieves to rob them. Well, he didn't last that long. When caught, needless to say, he faced harsh justice. But most of the time, tavern keepers were very honest, cooperating with local watchmen to ensure their premises did not become dens of thieves. After all, it tends to push the customers away. Now, one more before we finish up. There is one story that shows the physical risk of the tavern trade. It actually comes in the form of a coroner's report from England in 1270. It tells of two women, Amice and Sybil, who were brewing ale in the brewhouse of an inn. As they carried a tub of boiling wort to the vat, Amice slipped and fell into the boiling liquid. Despite Sybil's quick rescue attempt, Amice was grievously scalded, and the poor thing died the next day. This tragic incident, it shows a little bit of the unseen dangers faced by tavern keepers and their workers. Open fires, heavy barrels, boiling liquid, an ever-present occupational hazard in the days long before occupational health and safety regulation. And let that remind you that while we've gone through all of this and it all sounds nice and pretty, all good fun, that there is a rather dangerous image of the tavern too. It's still medieval times, and in medieval times you are never really safe. And there we have it for today. What did you think? You reckon you'd be up for the challenge if you were living back then? I don't know. Maybe. The main problem, I think, would be the troublemakers. Still the same problem. 14th century France. An itinerant horse dealer stops at a tavern near the coast. But he is no simple merchant. He is Enoquin de Beauce, an English spy sent to infiltrate the French noble household during the 100 Years' War. Far to the east, in 13th century Cairo, a Mamluk agent walks through the market fully veiled, hiding his identity as he carries a secret message for Sultan Baybars. And in a Japanese fortress town, a shinobi ninja silently scales the wall at midnight to map out the enemy defense. We speak briefly of a few examples among many, and these examples spanning different cultures are not something out of fanciful fiction. They rather reflect a very real, though often hidden world of medieval espionage. Spies and informants roamed the courts, camps, temples, and trade routes of the medieval world, quietly shaping history from the shadows. Medieval chroniclers and manuals hint at whispered intrigues, a captured letter revealing a plot, a double agent turning the tide of a siege, or an assassin lurking in the royal court right under everyone's noses. Chivalric knights and roaring battles dominate the popular imagination of the Middle Ages, but behind the scenes, a more subtle war was being waged. And it is what we uncover today, in our time together, peeling back the layers on those hidden agents of medieval times. So come with me, and we'll slip behind the curtain. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. For those returning, good to see you again. You may not have clicked the subscribe button yet. If you have not, I invite you to do so, and leave your thoughts in the comments below on what you think about medieval spies. Also, this video is 100% ad-free. Thank you very much to the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreon, and those who occasionally donate. Once again, you have my thanks, Eternal gratitude. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can look into the world of medieval spies. From the earliest medieval campaigns, commanders understood that knowledge was power, and therefore knowledge could decide a victory or defeat. The use of scouts by those commanders, that's an old warfare tactic, as old as war itself, and medieval leaders, they were no exception. As a matter of fact, medieval war manuals explicitly urged the use of spies. Around 1409, the French writer Christine de Pizan advised every general to dispatch them, for to inquire and understand the purpose of the enemy. But true espionage, that went beyond simple scouting. It meant to penetrate the enemy's secrets, not just observing their movements. This could be a perilous endeavor, yet many took the risk. Medieval chronicles abound with references to covert agents in wartime, from humble camp spies to high-ranking traitors. Let's go back to the 100 Years' War. We mentioned that in the introduction. Perhaps the most quintessential of medieval conflicts, the war between England and France. English forces, fighting on foreign soil, needed the best intelligence they could get. One major hurdle was language. A spy who couldn't blend in would be quickly unmasked. But fortunately, for King Edward III, his court included many French-speaking allies, such as Flemish and Gascon knights, whom he sent to snoop around on the French plans. According to the chronicler Jean Froissart, the English even planted multilingual agents, fluent in English, French, and German, within the French army itself. These spies mingled among the enemy ranks, gathering gossip and sensitive information undetected. Froissart dramatically illustrates the payoff. In 1345, the Earl of Derby learned of a French siege plan by means of a spy he had in the French army, enabling a surprise counterattack. The raid succeeded brilliantly, largely because one secret informer kept the English one step ahead. The war intensified, and English espionage grew more daring. In 1386, anticipating a French invasion fleet, the English recruited our aforementioned Antoine Dubos, a mercenary fluent in French, to infiltrate the French High Command. Posing as a servant for hire, Antoine wormed his way into the households of two French nobles coordinating the invasion. For a time, he fed London priceless details about troop musters and logistics. However, eventually his luck seemed to have run out. Caught snooping around Montreal, he was arrested and tortured in Paris. Antoine's grim fate, execution after interrogation, showed the risks that medieval spies faced. Yet, after the death of Antoine, there was much more to do. The confessions that he had, screamed out during his interrogation seems to have blown open an entire network of English subterfuge agents within French territory. Now, at the main peak of all this, in 1386 to 87, English spies roamed across northern France in many different disguises, from mercenaries to horse traders and merchants, all the rest, and they took up menial jobs in French households to overhear plans. Of course, once the plans were all heard, they would relay these by word of mouth to the English commanders at Calais. Now, Calais is an important city, At the time, it was an English-held port, and it became this intelligence hub, funneling secrets back home to Westminster. So what emerges from these accounts is a proto-spy ring that starts to resemble a more coordinated intelligence service, long before such institutions formally existed. Let's look at other medieval armies, likewise employing espionage, though often in more ad hoc and creative ways. The Byzantine Empire, heir to Roman statecraft, they left behind their own military treatises that frankly discuss the craft of spies. One anonymous Byzantine strategicon, likely 6th century in origin, laid out criteria for selecting good spies. They must not be of the enemy's race, must know the enemy's language and customs, and have no grudges that might skew their loyalty. They must be men of natural intelligence, fluent in the enemy's language, and experienced travelers in their country, the treatise goes on to advise. It even suggests tradecraft for communications. A spy should arrange a secret meeting with a confederate in a busy foreign marketplace under the pretext of trading goods. An early example of what they call a dead drop in plain sight. The Byzantine generals were warned to be as crafty in counter-espionage as in spying. Emperor Leo VI's Tactica, circa 900, recommended that if one's army was outmatched, any enemy spies caught should be killed or locked up immediately to deny information to the foe. Conversely, if one's army was stronger, Leo suggested a clever psychological ploy. Allow enemy spies to observe exaggerated displays of strength, and then release them, so they would report back and their compatriots succumb to cowardice at the thought of facing such forces. The Tactica also outlines methods to flush out infiltrators in the camp, for example, sudden musters to see who did not know the unit passwords. The very inclusion of these tips in military manuals shows that espionage was a known factor at this time, and although it's a little bit before the medieval period, it's certainly worth mentioning as these traditions carried forward into later times. Even legendary warrior kings were not above a good bit of subterfuge. An oft story told, first recorded by medieval writers after the Norman conquest, claims that Alfred of Great Wessex personally infiltrated a Danish Viking camp in the 9th century, disguised as a humble minstrel. While scholars note this tale comes from a later tradition rather than contemporary evidence, its endurance in English lore speaks to a fascination with cunning as a component of generalship. The image of King Alfred strumming a harp by the enemy's fire, all the while noting their numbers and plans, it's the epitome of the ideal of the warrior spy. Brave enough to fight in the shield wall, yet cunning enough to sneak behind the enemy lines in a peasant's garb. Now, whether or not Alfred truly did this, we know many medieval commanders employed agents to scout and infiltrate. During the Crusades, for example, both Christian and Muslim leaders relied on espionage amid holy war. Let's take one example. Before the First Crusade's assault on Antioch in 1098, Crusader Bohemond of Taranto recruited a spy inside the city, a renegade, former Muslim guard, who helped facilitate the city's fall by stealth. Decades later, Nur-ed-Din Zangi and Saladin routinely sent spies to Frankish strongholds. In fact, a remarkable anecdote claims Saladin managed to recruit the Frankish queen of the city of Antioch as an informant in the 1180s. The full truth of that is a bit debatable, but it is clear that cross-cultural spying did occur during the Crusades, aided by the region's religious and ethnic mingling. Hospitaller and Templar Knights maintained networks of local contacts, and Arabic-speaking Christian converts would move between camps gathering intelligence. The Muslim side likewise used merchants and local Christians as scouts. Spies were so endemic that crusading armies often executed suspicious locals as potential informers, sometimes rather unjustly. And so the war for the Holy Land was not only a clash of swords, but a battle of wits, with each side vying to outmaneuver the other with the help of secret eyes and ears in the dark. But nomadic empires, too, they had mastered espionage of their own style. The Mongols, known for swift and brutal conquest in the 13th century, also excelled at intelligence gathering, a softer tool, a complement for their hard power. Genghis Khan's forces routinely sent agents ahead of the horde, posing as traders, monks, even fleeing refugees, mapping out enemy terrain and probe defenses. Many cities in Central Asia and the Middle East opened their gates in panic after Mongol spies sowed rumors of the horde's invincibility. The Mongols also integrated conquered engineers and officials who brought valuable inside knowledge, and in turn, their adversaries sought information on this seemingly unstoppable horde. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars in Egypt built an extensive spy network to monitor the Mongol movements and frustrate their plans. He established an information network from Syria's northern frontier to Gaza, with mountaintop watch stations to spot invading armies and pigeon posts to relay warnings swiftly back to Cairo. A postal relay with fresh horses allowed urgent messages to cover hundreds of miles in days, a medieval intelligence hotline. Baybars also formed a secret elite cadre called the Kusad, messengers or seekers, whose sole task was espionage and clandestine missions against the Mongols and Crusaders. These agents were so secret that their names were never written down. They operated in complete anonymity. A contemporary biographer of Baybars noted that the Sultan lavished funds upon these spies, paying them, quote, blood money, commensurate with the lethal risks that they took. The Khuzad excelled in both intelligence and sabotage. Chronicles account how they recruited disaffected insiders in the Mongol Ilkhanate, and when that failed, they forged letters, falsely implicating loyal Mongol officials as traitors, a ruse that led the Mongols to execute their own generals. In this way, Baybar's spies turned the enemy's fear and suspicion into a weapon, creating chaos behind Mongol lines without ever even loosing a single arrow. From England to Byzantium, the Levant to the Asian steppe, commanders who invested in espionage often gained a decisive edge, or at least mitigated the blind uncertainty of pre-modern battle. The eyes of the army, that's what spies were sometimes called. They could save thousands of lives by preventing ambushes and unwelcome surprises. Yet, espionage in war was inherently unreliable and fraught with danger. Medieval spies lacked many tools modern agents would take for granted. No wiretaps, cameras, or telegraphs back in those days. Just wits, and whatever trust they could earn. And then there was the risk of gruesome punishment if caught. A captured spy might be hanged, beheaded, thrown into a dungeon for years. False information was another pitfall. Some spies were double agents, or simply fed rumors that they'd heard in taverns. As one analysis puts it, medieval spies tended to repeat gossip learned at many hands removed, and we all know how unreliable that can get. Wise generals treated spy reports with caution, corroborating them through multiple sources if possible. But despite these challenges, the incentive to spy was too great to resist. The alternative was to march in blindly, hoping one's enemy was not a step ahead. Thus medieval warfare became a cat-and-mouse game of screening and scouting. Camouflage, code words, and decoys were used to mislead the enemy spies, while counter-spies tried to sniff out those very tricks. The existence of this long-running spy versus spy contest in the Middle Ages, it shows us that human intelligence, in, both senses of the word, has always been a crucial element of warfare. But let's go a little bit beyond the battlefield. You see, espionage thrived in the royal courts and corridors of power too. In the medieval period, politics was intensely personal. Kings and queens guarded their thrones from ambitious vassals, while rival states jockeyed through diplomacy and subterfuge. Without modern bureaucracies or communication technology, rulers often relied on webs of informants to keep them apprised of distant happenings, or in the worst case, hidden conspiracies. A common maxim in medieval governments was that the ruler ought to plant spies on his subjects and associates, like eyes that spy on their whereabouts, their news, especially if there was any doubt about them. This advice, echoed in various mirrors for princes, that is, guides for rulers, from early Islamic eras to late medieval era, showed that the systematic surveillance was considered a normal duty, simply the prudence of an intelligent monarch. One of the earliest organized intelligence networks emerged under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates of the Muslim world. As early as the 7th century, the Umayyads set up the Barid, a state postal service, but it also doubled as an espionage apparatus. The couriers who carried letters were also expected to report on local conditions and officials, earning the nickname Sahib al-Kabar, or bearer of news. In essence, the mailman was just another spy. Early caliphs planted agents in provincial courts to ensure governors remained loyal and that the tax revenues kept flowing in. This, of course, could be as simple as a trusted courier quietly noting the mood of the populace in each town, or as elaborate as a network of informers relaying intelligence back to the capital. By the 10th and 11th centuries, this ethos of surveillance reached a point where in some cities like Basra, people assumed any stranger might be a spy for the caliph and greeted unknown faces with outright suspicion. The Seljuk Turks, they came to power in the 11th century and found their own agents so overzealous that they had to set rules. For example, forbidding spies from invading the privacy of women's quarters or breaking down doors without cause. Clearly, intelligence gathering was so pervasive even in peacetime governance, to the extent that social paranoia sometimes ran high due to it. Back in Christian Europe, royal spy networks were genuinely a bit more ad hoc. But by the later Middle Ages, some rulers developed reputations as spy masters. King Edward II of England, just for one example, early 14th century, well, he employed agents to monitor his treacherous barons. However, his enemies also spied on him, and famously used his favorite private correspondence as evidence to rally opposition. The Avignon papacy in the 14th century had cardinals who acted as quasi-spies, funneling political information from across Christendom to the Pope. Meanwhile, King Charles VII of France, organized a bureau called the Cabinet Noir. What a cool name. They intercepted and decoded letters, an early form of postal espionage that presaged those modern intelligence agencies. But it was Charles' contemporary, King Louis XI of France, who truly earned a nickname as the Spider at the center of the web of spies. Louis XI, reigning 1461 to 83, was dubbed the Universal Spider by his foes for his endless intrigues. He recruited informants from all walks of life, merchants, pilgrims, even shoemakers, to act as his eyes and ears throughout Europe. The shoemakers were the soul of the operation, surely. The Burgundian diplomat, Philip de Comines, who later served Louis, wrote admiringly of how the king maintained secret contacts in foreign courts, always paying for good information. Louis sent agents to follow the movements of rival dukes, bribed messengers to hand over copies of letters, and posted his own spies in the households of powerful nobles, disguised as perhaps grooms or clerks. In one instance, when Louis was plotting against the Duke of Burgundy, he had a surgeon in the Duke's service on his payroll, feeding him details of the Duke's health and itinerary. Such underhanded methods scandalized more than a few contemporaries, as they violated this chivalric ideals of honest dealings among nobles. Yet by the late 15th century, real politic was winning out over chivalry, and espionage in politics was becoming somewhat institutionalized, I suppose. Comines frankly observed that a wise king must know everything he can, and couldn't rely solely on overt ambassadors. And speaking of ambassadors, diplomats in the medieval world were inherently double agents as spies. When Italian city-states like Venice, Milan, Florence began to send resident ambassadors to each other in the 15th century, one of their primary duties was gathering intelligence. These envoys wrote regular dispatches home, not only about treaties and ceremonies, but also the military preparations, finances, and even gossip about the foreign court. Earlier in the medieval era, diplomatic missions were more episodic, but rulers still expected envoys to take note of anything useful. The Byzantine Empire's legendary Bureau of Barbarians in Constantinople managed foreign envoys and very likely collected intelligence they let slip. Byzantine officials were masters of polite interrogation, plying visiting dignitaries and merchants with lavish hospitality, while subtly probing them for information on their realms. In turn, Byzantium sent out its own spies, under the guise of diplomats or traders. Emperor Justinian, in the 6th century, dispatched envoys to the Persian court, who were explicitly tasked with gathering military intelligence. And, time permitting, sow a bit of discord, a mission that sometimes blurred into bribery and subterfuge. By the High Middle Ages, Italian merchant banks and trading houses formed another pan-European information network. The agents of the Medici Bank, for example, reported from far-flung markets about not just commodity prices, but local politics. Venetian merchants abroad routinely wrote letters that doubled as intelligence briefings, knowing the Senate valued such reports. In a medieval world without newspapers, those who controlled the flow of news, well, they had the power. Rulers often maintained friendly relations with merchant communities, precisely to tap into their knowledge of other regions. Trade and politics intertwined. But nowhere did political espionage and religion intermingle more than in the medieval Islamic states, like the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt. The Fatimid court in Cairo, around the year 1000, was a hotbed of palace intrigue, where spies and counter-spies operated under the patronage of royals. The eccentric caliph Al-Hakim bi Amir Allah, 996 to 1021, is credited with an unusual innovation: the extensive use of female spies. You see, chroniclers say that Al-Hakim recognized that women, often overlooked in a male-dominated society, made excellent clandestine agents. He employed elderly women to visit the homes of leading families under friendly pretenses and subtly pry information from the ladies of the household. These grandmothers turned spies would return with reports on who might be fomenting dissent or which nobles were meeting in secret. Well, not to be outdone by her brother, Al-Hakim's half-sister Sit al-Mulk organized her own spy network, of course, to advance her own political goals. The reach of women in domestic spaces gave them access to whispers that male officials could never hear. Another Fatimid vizier, Al-Afdal Shahanshah, notoriously enlisted his mother in an espionage caper during a struggle against political rivals. She masqueraded as a soldier's mother and wandered Cairo, loudly lamenting how badly the current regime treated its servants, a ruse designated to draw out sympathizers of the opposition. When, eventually, an unwary citizen would agree and speak ill of the vizier, the disguised mother spy reported their words back to her son, helping Al-Afdal identify and eliminate hidden rebels. Pretty clever. Well, all of this shows that medieval espionage was an equal opportunity employer. Transcends gender and class when circumstances require. A clever mind and loyalty to one's patron, that was the only real qualification. Religious institutions themselves played their own roles in espionage and information networks. The medieval Catholic Church, operating across Europe, had perhaps the largest intelligence service by default, i.e., the clergy. Monks, priests, bishops, they frequently traveled or corresponded, and they could act as conduits of news, or even secrets between realms. Popes received a steady stream of reports from the legates and prelates in distant lands. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is the one involving the Cathars, by the way, and the medieval Inquisition, 13th and 14th centuries, the Church leaned on local informants to unearth heresy, effectively a domestic spy system, where neighbors would, report on those holding unorthodox beliefs. In the 14th century England, foreign monks became suspects of espionage, simply due to their international ties. Parliament in 1378 even accused French monastic houses in England of harboring spies, and used this as an excuse to dissolve the alien priories. Whether or not those monks actually plotted treason, the incident shows how the specter of espionage permeated political paranoia. Secular rulers were uneasy about any uncontrolled channels of communication, and foreign clergymen or merchants could easily fall under suspicion of spying. Sometimes rightly so, but a lot of the time, not. Conversely, there were, of course, cases of clerics acting as double agents. During the 100 Years' War, an English prior named John Bouquet was caught carrying correspondence from the French. Perhaps it was messages written in code. Well, the poor fellow was thrown into Newgate prison for spying. And if you've watched my video about medieval English prisons, you'll know that was not the place to be. Thus, medieval governance operated amid constant low-level surveillance. Kings watched vassals, popes watched kings, and sometimes even queens and courtiers pursued their own secret agendas. Well, let's move on to the church's involvement in particular, because of course having such a great institution, they've got their hands in many different things. A religion in the Middle Ages, it wasn't just a matter of piety. It was entwined with politics, war, and thus espionage. Holy wars and sectarian strife. That's one way to breed subterfuge, and perhaps the most notorious example of a religious group employing this cloak and dagger tactics is the sect known to crusaders as the Assassins. In the 12th to 13th centuries, the Nizaris, a breakaway Shia Muslim faction, controlled a mountain fortress in Persia and Syria under their leader, whom the Franks dubbed the Old Man of the Mountain. Surrounded by larger Sunni and Crusader states, the Nizaris used targeted assassination as their chief weapon, and pulling off those missions required careful espionage. Assassin devotees infiltrated the courts of powerful enemies by posing as converts or servants, sometimes for months, even years, waiting for the right moment to strike. And thus they became experts in blending in. A Nizari agent might serve incognito as a bodyguard to a Seljuk vizier, gathering his trust and intelligence about his routines, and then one day plunge a dagger into his back. The elimination of key figures like Marquis Conrad de Montferrat, assassinated in 1192, entire by Nizari agents disguised as Christian monks, sowed fear and uncertainty, a psychological effect far exceeding the assassins' small numbers. To counter this invisible threat, rulers hired food tasters, doubled their guards, and kept spies of their own to sniff out potential impostors. The assassins demonstrated how religious fanaticism combined with espionage could completely destabilize a realm, and in turn, they forced those realms to adopt countermeasures. But religious espionage was not limited to dramatic assassinations. Often it took the form of information gathering under the guise of piety. Pilgrimages, for example, they allow travelers to cross borders relatively freely, and some pilgrims, well, they were wearing the right outfit, but they were essentially spies. Kings occasionally sent knights on pilgrimages to holy shrines in hostile territories, with instructions to observe fortifications or political conditions along the way. Conversely, members of religious orders wandering abroad could be recruited as informants. The Franciscan and Dominican friars, who ventured into the Mongol Empire in the 1240s, such as John of Plano Carpini and William of Rubruck, they were true missionaries. Yet, the detailed reports they wrote about the Mongol military strength, customs, and geography were eagerly studied by the Pope and European monarchs. Effectively, intelligence dossiers, cloaked in the mantle of travelogues and journals. Throughout the Crusades, military orders like the Knights Templars and Hospitaller maintained extensive networks from Europe to the Holy Land, and their letters and ciphers criss-crossing the Mediterranean often carried strategic insight. It is telling that when the Templars were suppressed in 1307, one accusation was that they were communicating secretly with the Muslim world, an unfounded charge, but reflective of the suspicion that their international reach had enabled more espionage. Back to the Islamic sphere, the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca each year brought together Muslims from Spain to Central Asia. Rulers sometimes placed agents among the Hajj caravans to glean distant political news. The Mamluk Sultan in Cairo might thus learn of unrest in North Africa, or a new pretender in Arabia via returning pilgrims. The religious diplomacy between Christian and Muslim powers also saw spying under truce. During the Third Crusade, Richard the Lionheart and Saladin famously exchanged envoys and gifts. Meanwhile, each kept spies in the other's camps. Arab chroniclers mention how Saladin's intelligence chief, Rais al-Jasus, the chief of spies, intercepted letters between the Crusader princes and used turncoat Franks to feed false information to the enemy. On the Christian side, Richard had Arabic-speaking knights, and perhaps sympathetic local Christians who passed him intelligence. For example, warning him of Saladin's ambush plans on the road to Jaffa. In one instance, Richard's forces preemptively struck at a watering point, having been tipped off about Saladin's intended surprise attack, which certainly implies effective espionage or scouting on the part of the Crusaders. Espionage served not just war, but also religious persecution and power struggles. We briefly mentioned the Inquisitions, but we'll quickly go over them in a bit more detail. Within Christendom, the medieval Inquisition, especially in the 13th century against the Cathars of the Languedoc region of southern France, relied heavily on informants. The inquisitors, like Bernard Guy in the early 14th century, encouraged the faithful to report clandestine, heretical meetings. Neighbors would observe who attended secret Cathar prayer gatherings. In a sense, the whole society was being mobilized as amateur spies in service of religious orthodoxy. The covert nature of the Cathar heresy, meeting in caves or remote barns, it forced the church to adopt these spy tactics. We're talking disguises, surprise raids, and networks of informers who infiltrated heretic circles. Some inquisitors even planted fake converts to Catharism, who would gain trust and then betray the leaders. It's pretty morally sinister, but you can't deny it's effective, because by the 1320s, the Cathar movement was largely destroyed, thanks in part to espionage from within. You certainly don't see many Cathar churches around, don't you? Meanwhile, at the highest levels, papal and imperial intrigues featured espionage worthy of any royal court. In the 12th century showdown between Thomas Becket and King Henry II of England, both sides maintained agents to monitor the other's moves. Henry had royal clerks spying on Becket's allies, while Becket, still in exile, had informants in England, keeping him apprised of the king's hostility. Similarly, during the Great Schism, the split between the rival popes in Rome and Avignon around 1400, each papal claimant dispatched spies and propagandists across Europe to undermine the other. Effectively, a spiritual Cold War fought through espionage and secret correspondence. Well, to sum it all up, religion provided both a motive and a cover for medieval espionage. Beneath that cloak of faith, spies could travel and converse where soldiers simply could not, and where faiths or sects clashed, from the Holy Land to heresy at home. The struggle often relied on stealth and information as much as open preaching, or, on the worst days, force. And let that remind you that even in an age supposedly guided by divine providence, medieval actors took matters into their own hands. They deployed spies in a very human way,
in the service of God, or at least their interpretation of God's will. Of course, the medieval world was not just clashes of arms and ideology, but also intense competition for technology and wealth. In this arena, too, espionage stepped in to play its role. Long-distance trade and nascent global markets gave opportunities for industrial spies, those who would steal artisans, techniques, or geographic knowledge to benefit their patrons. And the most famous case of medieval industrial espionage is the theft of silk from China. You see, here's what happened. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire craved the luxurious silk textiles that came via the Silk Road from East Asia. Silk production was a carefully guarded Chinese monopoly. No one else could do it. And exporting silkworms, well, if you got caught trying to smuggle them out, they would kill you. According to the historian Procopius, around the year 5500, Emperor Justinian I managed to break this monopoly with a bold spy mission. Now, I know this is a little bit before the medieval period, but I'm going to put it in anyway, because I want to. Two monks who had traveled in Serinda, the Far East, informed Justinian that they knew the secret of silk, that it was made by the cocoons of worms feeding on mulberry leaves. And so they offered to acquire these wondrous worms for Byzantium. Under Justinian's patronage, the monks journeyed back to the east, likely Central Asia, and smuggled the silkworm eggs hidden in hollow canes, all the way back to Constantinople. Procopius writes that the eggs hatched into worms which fed on mulberry leaves. Thus began the art of making silk in the Eastern Roman Empire. Of course, this cloak and dagger operation, two robed monks as undercover agents, it paid off magnificently. Byzantium established its own silk workshops, freeing it from paying gold to Persian middlemen for Chinese silk. It was perhaps the first recorded instance of international industrial espionage. The stolen secret of sericulture gave the Byzantine economy a boost and altered the balance of trade. Notably, it was achieved not by military conquest, but by stealth. Throughout the Middle Ages, we find similar, if a little bit less dramatic examples of economic espionage. Knowledge, as always, was power, whether the recipe for Damascus steel, or design of an improved windmill, or even the map of a new sea route. Medieval guilds zealously guarded their crafts. If a skilled craftsman tried to emigrate, he might be stopped or even assassinated to prevent trade secrets from leaking. Italian glassmakers in Venice, famous for their quality, were legally forbidden to leave the Venetian lagoon for this very reason. There are accounts of agents sent to lure foreign artisans to a new land with higher pay, essentially talent poaching. For example, in the 15th century, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, eager to develop cannon casting in his empire, enticed European cannon founders to Constantinople, or simply just captured them in war to replicate the latest Christian technology. Conversely, artisans who left Islamic regions for Europe brought technologies in metalworking and textiles that ultimately gave the West a new edge. Trade networks themselves were conduits of intelligence. Merchant spies became commonplace. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the Italian merchant republics, Venice, Genoa, Pisa, they were all locked in a fierce rivalry over trade with the East. They all kept agents in foreign ports to glean information about each other's deals and about political changes that might affect commerce. A Venetian in Alexandria might secretly report the movements of a Genoese fleet,
or bribe a local to obtain a peek at his competitor's cargo manifests. Western merchants in Constantinople were notorious for dabbling in espionage. During wars between Christian and Muslim powers, some merchants sold information to one side or the other, motivated by nothing more than profit. And so, commerce created cosmopolitan meeting points, ports, fairs, caravanserais, where news and secrets inevitably traded hands. Savvy rulers tapped into it. The Crown of Aragon, for instance, used Jewish and Muslim merchants as informants on naval activities in the Mediterranean. In the Indian Ocean, Arab traders closely guarded their navigation methods, like the use of monsoon winds. They didn't want the Europeans to know about that. But one legend holds that around 1500, a Gujarati pilot revealed the monsoon timing to Vasco da Gama's crew, a revelation that helped the Portuguese establish a direct sea trade to India, albeit just after the medieval period. Earlier, Marco Polo, in the late 13th century, provided Europe with a trove of information about the wealth and politics of East Asia. Whether he was acting deliberately as a Venetian trade intelligence agent is unclear. But his book, it certainly served that purpose for those who followed. Sometimes, espionage targeted strategic resources. A subtle example comes from the 12th century wars between the Song dynasty of China and the Jurchen Jin dynasty. The Song general, Liu Guangshi, facing invasion, devised a psychological ploy involving coinage. He issued special coins as tokens to encourage enemy troops to defect to the Song side. Many of them, by the way, were ethnic Han conscripts under the Jurchens. These coins promised safe passage to any bearer who came over to Song lines. By sowing distrust and offering reward, this act blurred into espionage. It induced the enemy soldiers to become Song informants, or just outright turncoats. Some later theorists even speculated that these coins could have been used as identification tokens for Song spies operating in Jin territory, though the historical record favors this defection narrative. Either way, it was a clever exploitation of information as currency, quite literally. Another arena of economic espionage was geography and exploration. Knowing the exact locations of gold mines, spice islands, or trade routes, that was immensely valuable. States went to lengths to keep such knowledge secret or ferret out each other's secrets. In the late medieval period, as Atlantic exploration began, the Portuguese jealously guarded their maps of the African coast. According to some accounts, rival Spanish agents tried to obtain these maps in the 1480s, essentially engaging in covert ops for cartographic intelligence. Back on land, the trans-Saharan gold routes were object of mystery and desire for Europeans, and there are indicators that the African traders gave deliberately misleading information to Berber middlemen to prevent them from bypassing certain caravan routes, a form of protective disinformation that confused foreign seekers. But by and large, fully fledged industrial espionage in the modern sense was limited by medieval constraints. Many technologies were localized. Stealing a secret formula, for example, the Chinese porcelain recipe, it was futile without the raw materials and skilled context to replicate it. And indeed, Chinese porcelain remained unmatched in the West until much later. All spies could bring back were samples and vague descriptions. But that doesn't mean that you should underestimate the medieval entrepreneurial espionage spirit. Individuals like the 12th century scholar Adelard of Bath traveled to Islamic Spain and the Middle East, learning advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, written in Arabic, and then smuggled this intellectual treasure back through translations, thus enriching European science. And while not espionage in a cloak and dagger sense, this transfer was sometimes done quietly to avoid the scrutiny of conservative authorities. In a way, books and manuscripts, they were the era's sensitive data, and acquiring a prized manuscript from a distant library, well, that could be as valuable as stealing state secrets. And so, of course, rulers patronized scholars to obtain such works, which occasionally involved some stealth or persuasion in foreign lands. By the end of the Middle Ages, the groundwork for the organized economic intelligence was laid. The Italian city-states and Hanseatic League had established archives of treaties and trade reports. The Portuguese and Spanish had been systematically charting new territories, and cities like Bruges and Nuremberg teemed with correspondents swapping commercial news. So it's really no surprise that in the 16th and 17th centuries, states would formalize these practices with chartered companies and secret services dedicated to securing economic advantage via espionage. But even in earlier medieval centuries, we see that whenever goods and coins crossed border, information rode alongside with them. The medieval merchant was often part adventurer, part diplomat, and part spy, whether gathering news of Mongol intentions on the Silk Road, or carrying letters between European courts as an unofficial courier. You always had to find a way to make a little bit of extra money, even if it was coming with some danger. Breathe in the damp smell of human misery. A cramped cell, a gaunt prisoner. He huddles in the corner in his ragged clothing on top of a bed of straw, surrounded by scuttling rats. This haunting image of a medieval dungeon is one that's captivated our imagination in books and films for some time. But imagination is one thing, history is another. What exactly was the reality of life and death in a medieval English prison? From the early Middle Ages through the late 15th century, the English prison evolved from a rare makeshift holding pen into a grim institution of royal justice. Let's go back together today, and we'll speak of how prisoners lived and died, what they ate or didn't, how they were treated, and how the very notion of incarceration changed over time. And don't forget the damp cells and torture chambers, the corrupt jailers, the long-suffering inmates, and the broader justice system that consigned these people to their fate. It's a story of cruelty and despair, but also of order and reform, peppered with astonishing anecdotes of human endurance and ingenuity. Welcome to the channel. Well, it's good to be back for one of these more macabre topics. They seem to be quite popular. If you're new to the channel and you're still trying to figure out what's going on, well, nice to meet you. I invite you to hit the subscribe button if you've not yet done so. The like button too, and leave your thoughts down below in the comment. You wouldn't believe how good it is for the algorithm. Now, you will notice throughout the breadth of the video there are 0 ads. Not bad, Made possible, of course, by the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreons, and the occasional cheeky donation. Thank you all very much. Surprisingly, the kindness of strangers is, well, it's quite abundant. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed. Introductions out of the way. Let's go to jail. Well, we begin. The origins
In the early medieval period, the concept of long-term imprisonment as a punishment, well, it was largely unknown, at least in England. During Anglo-Saxon times, that is, before the Norman conquest of 1066, there were essentially no dedicated prisons at all. Anglo-Saxon justice, well, it relied on fines, known as vergild or man price, or harsh corporal penalties like mutilation and execution. They weren't going to lock people away. Just get it over and done with. Off with a finger. Something like that. That ought to teach them a lesson. If a crime was committed, the offender or their family usually paid compensation to the victim's family. For serious crimes such as treason or violent offenses, the response was swift and brutal. An execution or a physical punishment. But not imprisonment. The very idea of maintaining a prisoner at the community's expense, well, that ran quite against the practical customs at the time. A person found guilty would be punished or made to pay. They wouldn't lock them up. Waste of taxpayer money, I suppose. In fact, early medieval law codes and chronicles barely even mention jails, and records suggest the Anglo-Saxons had no professional jailers or prison buildings in the way that later centuries would. But, when necessary, a suspected criminal might be temporarily detained in a lord's house or a church crypt until a trial could be arranged, or more commonly, they were bailed into the custody of kin. But the notion of a prison sentence, months or years behind bars, before the 12th century in England, it simply did not exist. All of this began to change after the 1066 Norman conquest. The Norman kings and barons brought new attitudes towards authority and fortification. They built great castles across England, and within these castles they created secure chambers and dungeons to hold those people deemed dangerous or important. In the 11th and early 12th centuries, imprisonment started to appear as a tool of political control. A rebellious noble or a high-ranking captive taken in might find himself thrown into a castle dungeon, not for a defined sentence, but as an open-ended detention at the whims of the king. For example, in the year 1100, the Tower of London received one of its first famous prisoners, Ranulph Flambard, the Bishop of Durham. Flambard had been a powerful minister to King William II. When King Henry I came to power, he accused Flambard of extortion and locked him away in the Tower. But this early incarceration did not last long. Flambard actually got out. How did he do it? Well, his plan was to get his captors drunk on wine, and then lowering himself from the tower with a smuggled rope. Clever idea. His escape became quite legendary, showing both the presence of these new Norman prisons and the fact that a clever prisoner with resources could still outwit his jailers. Nevertheless, by the early 1100s, the idea had taken root that castles could serve as prisons for the enemies of the realm. It was under King Henry II, reigning 1154 to 89, that a truly systematic network of prisons were established in England. Henry II's legal reforms revolutionized the English justice system. In 1166, through the Assays of Clarendon, the king ordered that those accused of serious crimes be held in custody, while royal judges travelled the circuits to try them. Crucially, this royal decree required that every county in England have a jail for detaining these suspects. If a county had no jail, the sheriff was now obliged to set one up, often by fitting out a room or cellar in an existing castle, or county sheriff's house as a holding cell. The crown even bore the expense of constructing jails where necessary, reflecting how important this system was to Henry, to have his reforms and suspects secured. Within a few decades, permanent prisons, usually called jails or castle dungeons, existed in every county. By the early 13th century, nearly all English counties had an official jail in operation. These early jails were often just repurposed keeps or gatehouses. For instance, the City of London began using the old Newgate, one of the city gate's towers, as a prison by 1188, following the mandate by Henry II. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, imprisonment had evolved from a rarity into an integral part of the justice system, albeit initially as a means to hold the accused before trial, rather than as a punishment itself. Now, if I were to tell you that the daily life and the conditions inside these jails were actually surprisingly humane, you would accuse me of being a liar. And you would be correct. It is a lie, because they were far from humane in any definition. Life inside a medieval jail was characterized by filth, discomfort, and insecurity. Most jails were impoverished spaces in old buildings, castle dungeons, gatehouse towers, or cellars repurposed to confine human beings. Comfort was the last thing on the build plan. Conditions, of course, varied from place to place, but a few common features stand out. The typical prison was dark, often windowless, or with only a tiny barred opening admitting scant light. Cells could be stone rooms with nothing but straw on the floor, or sometimes just deep pits or oubliettes, accessible only by a hatch in the ceiling. Of course, think about what they make castles out of. Dampness. That was pervasive. It didn't help that many dungeons lay below ground level, so water would seep in, and prisoners shivered in the cold, clammy air. Torches or lanterns were a luxury, seldom granted, leaving inmates in near perpetual darkness, save for any daylight that might slant its way in. The stench in such a place, well, that was pretty famous too. With primitive sanitation, prisoners often had to relieve themselves in buckets, and as if they had a bucket. Sometimes they just had a corner, and in crowded quarters, waste could overflow or go uncollected, fouling the air. One account from London noted that female prisoners at Newgate had to walk through the men's chamber to reach a privy, an indignity only remedied in 1406, when officials added a separate tower with a latrine for women. Overcrowding itself was a chronic problem. Multiple inmates were crammed together in spaces scarcely large enough, especially during times of social turmoil or when courts were not in session and the backlog of untried prisoners grew. In 1419, the situation at Newgate became so dire, with the building decaying and many prisoners dying from the close quarters, rampant disease, and terrible sanitation, that the city authorities had no choice but to temporarily shut the prison down. Only after the wealthy Lord Mayor Richard Whittington left funds in his will was Newgate rebuilt with slightly improved facilities a few years later. Certainly gives a sense
of how appalling conditions could become before anyone really took action. And so within the prison walls, daily life followed no strict schedule beyond what necessity dictated. Prisoners passed the time in idleness, misery, and desperation. There were no organized work or rehabilitation programs. Concepts like that, well, they were a few hundred years away, that's for sure. Most inmates simply just waited for their trial, their sentence, their family to bring aid, or in the worst case for death to just bring some sort of release to them. Those who had money, they might be able to bribe the jailer for small comforts, like a little bit more straw on the mattress, a blanket, or even a little freedom of movement. Those without resources, which was the majority of people, languished on the bare stone floors, often shackled in heavy irons. Chains and fetters were commonly used to prevent escape and to punish. One late 15th century complaint by a prisoner recalled having, quote, great fetters and bolts of iron fastened on his legs, and being locked into wooden stocks in a deep pit. As for clothing, jailers did not typically provide that either, so inmates wore whatever they had upon their arrest until it fell to rags. In winter, the cold could be deadly for those without cloaks. Conversely, in the summer, the unventilated cells turned fetid and stifling. Infestations of lice, fleas, and rats were all just a part of the furniture of the place, I suppose. Prisoners often suffered constant bites from vermin. Indeed, the scurrying of rats across the floor and even sleeping over prisoners at night was a ubiquitous horror. Some inmates trapped and even tamed rats out of sheer loneliness, while others no doubt saw them as agents of terror, nibbling at their meager bread, or worse, their skin. But what about if you had friends in high places? Well, for those of higher social standing, conditions could be mitigated. Medieval prisons didn't have a uniform standard. A wealthy knight or noble held captive might actually be lodged in the jailer's own house, or in a castle apartment, rather than the common dungeon. And such a privileged prisoner could even have servants attend him. Decent food, decent wine, and even a bed. For example, during the 100 Years' War, noble captives like the French prince Charles of Orleans, held in England as a prisoner of war for 25 years after 1415, actually had a pretty comfortable life, spending his time writing poetry and walking within the castle grounds. But don't be fooled. These were exceptions. The vast majority, common thieves, debtors, accused peasants, they experienced incarceration at its harshest form. Chained in a dark, crowded chamber, sleeping on straw soaked in filth, they lived day to day under the watch of jailers who might be brutal or indifferent, and their survival often depended on what charity they could obtain from the outside. In this oppressive environment, time lost its meaning. One medieval proverb grimly advised, go to friends for counsel, to women for pity, to church for pardon, to prison for experience. Experience, yeah, that's one word for it. The prison was certainly a world apart. Ordinary rules of comfort and hygiene ceased to apply, and only the strongest in body and spirit could hope to endure for long. And speaking of endure, what was the menu like? Nice little buffet in the morning, perhaps? Well, not quite. Food, or lack thereof, one of the most critical factors, indeed, in a prisoner's fate. You see, unlike modern prisons where authorities are obliged to provide meals, medieval jails typically did not guarantee any inmates sustenance at all. If a prisoner had money or friends on the outside, they might eat tolerably. But if not, they might just starve right there in the cell. Jailers were not funded by the government to feed any of their charges. Instead, they often made food a source of profit, selling provisions to prisoners or charging fees for allowing outside food to be delivered. In many prisons, there was effectively a pay-as-you-go system. Those who could pay the jailer or prison cook could buy better food, but maybe a little bit of meat, ale, or cheese. But the penniless, of course, survived on scraps or nothing at all. One chronicler in the 14th century described the plight of inmates, calling out through their cell grates to passers-by, begging for scraps of bread. It was not uncommon for local townspeople or charitable church guilds to distribute alms, and especially around religious holidays, precisely because without charity, they knew that those souls locked down there in the dungeon would simply wither away. We even find bequests in medieval wills, leaving small sums, quote, to the poor prisoners in such and such a jail, for food or fuel in the winter, indicating a community awareness that prisoners desperately needed outside help. Now, for those with absolutely zero support, the default ration might be nothing more than the proverbial bread and water, and often not even on that regular of a basis. The bread and water diets were sometimes explicitly imposed as a form of punishment. For example, errant monks might be sentenced by their abbots to a week on bread and water in a cell. In prisons, receiving only a coarse loaf of bread and a jug of water per day was essentially the lowest sustenance level to keep someone alive, and even that was not guaranteed unless some ordinance required it. And so starvation was sadly a real killer behind bars. Many inmates grew emaciated over long months of confinement. Diseases like scurvy could develop from malnutrition and lack of any fresh foods. A jailer's ledger from one medieval castle prison lists an expense for straw and bread for the prisoners, suggesting that at least in some places, minimal rations were given. But the quality, well, that would be pretty poor. You can imagine it. Dry, blackened barley bread, and water that might be foul or brackish. No warm meals, no fruits or vegetables. It was a diet that barely sustained life. Well, those who could afford it supplemented this meager fare. Family members might bring home cooked food to the prison gates. Some jailers allowed prisoners to send out for tavern meals, at the prisoner's expense, plus a hefty bribe to the guard for favor. Prisoners of means might sometimes actually dine relatively well. Historical anecdotes tell of imprisoned nobles who feasted while captive. Renaud Flambard's famous escape from the Tower in 1101 was facilitated by a banquet of wine and meat that he hosted for his guards, a luxury repast for a prisoner. But such cases only show the vast divide between rich and poor. While Flambard could fill his cup with wine, countless unnamed debtors and thieves were lucky to swallow a crust of stale bread a day. In some instances, starvation was not just a byproduct of neglect, but a deliberate tactic of cruelty. One of the most horrifying events of the early 13th century was King John's treatment of Matilda de Braos, that is, Maud de Braos, also named, and her young son in 1210. This noblewoman and her child were held captive in a royal castle. Tradition says Corfe Castle, actually, as John's prisoners. John reportedly ordered that they be given nothing but a minimal daily ration, a small quantity of raw grain, and maybe a bit of raw bacon, and then no further food at all. After about 11 days locked in the dungeon, Matilda and her son were both found dead. According to a chronicler, the boy's corpse was discovered with the desperate mother's teeth marks on his cheeks, so maddened by hunger that she attempted to feed on her own child. A ghastly tale, that's for sure. It might be somewhat embellished, maybe not, but it still sent shockwaves through the nobility. I suppose the thing is, King John already had a reputation for, not being a nice person. People would willingly believe a story like that. Well, it was cited as one of King John's many tyrannies, and helped inspire provisions in the Magna Carta of 1215 that no free person shall be imprisoned or destroyed without due process of law. While it's an extreme example, it shows that starving prisoners into submission or death, it was indeed within the repertoire of the medieval rulers. Even on a less dramatic level, ordinary prisoners often wasted away slowly if they could not secure enough to eat. Chronic malnourishment made them vulnerable to disease and death long before any formal sentence was carried out. And guess what? Back then the court system was extremely slow. Sounds familiar, right? So you could be waiting for who knows how long. Thus, I think we can say that among the torments of medieval prison, that hunger was one of the most omnipresent and feared. To be a prisoner without friends or coin, well, that was in effect already a slow death sentence. Well, if it wasn't the hunger, it was probably going to be the disease that gets you. So let's talk about that, shall we? Cramped together in unhygienic conditions, and of course weakened by that poor diet, disease ran rampant. Medieval jails were breeding grounds for illness. In fact, they lent their name to one notorious sickness: jail fever, the term used for epidemic typhus that so often ravaged the prisons. Jail fever was spread by bodily lice, thriving on unwashed skin and clothing. In the squalor of a medieval dungeon, it could run rampant, killing prisoners by the score. Chroniclers and later commentators noted that in some years, the death toll in a prison from illness rivaled any executioner's tally. At Newgate, for instance, a report survives of 1 year in which 22 prisoners died from jail fever alone. And outbreaks like that were not isolated. All it took was one infected individual in the crowded, vermin-infested quarters, and a deadly epidemic would ensue behind bars. The symptoms, high fevers, rashes, delirium, would sweep through the jail, often affecting the jailer too, the turnkeys as well, and even visiting officials. Of course, medieval people, they didn't understand the precise cause, but they knew that prisons were unhealthy places. There are records of judges at county assize courts refusing to hold court inside a jail or delaying trials because the stench and sickness from the prisoners made it too dangerous or unpleasant to proceed. Beyond typhus, many other maladies flourished. Dysentery, also known as the flux, that was pretty common wherever people drank fouled water and lived in filth, causing uncontrollable diarrhea, and often dehydration and septicemia. Tuberculosis, too, also called consumption back in those days, could spread in the dank, sunless air. Skin diseases, ulcers, and infestations were virtually universal among long-term inmates, Malnutrition and scurvy meant wounds healed poorly, and gum disease was rampant. In winter, prisoners who were exposed to cold and damp might succumb to pneumonia or exposure. It was grimly observed that many who entered prison healthily would not emerge alive unless their stay was very short. For example, during the Black Death of 1348-49, plague likely tore through the prisons as ferociously as it did anywhere else. Contemporaries wrote that enclosed communities, like monasteries, suffered extremely high mortalities, and one can infer that prisons, likewise sealed off and overcrowded, saw a horrific rate of death. Indeed, some historians estimate that when plague struck, nearly everyone confined in a stricken town's jail would perish, as there was no escape from the pestilence once it infiltrated those prison walls. No special measures were taken to evacuate or protect prisons during the epidemics. They were essentially left to deal with it on their own. Now, in some towns, the sudden emptiness of the jail after the plague was actually one small consolation to the survivors outside. Death was a constant presence in the prisons. A significant proportion of prisoners died before their cases were ever resolved. When a prisoner died in custody, a coroner's inquest might be held, especially if there was foul play suspected. In theory, if a jailer's abuse or neglect led to death, he could be held liable for homicide. On occasion, juries did, indeed, indict prison officers for prisoners' deaths. There was one case from 1290. It tells of a Newgate jailer's servant who so brutally tortured a detainee, pressing him with heavy weights and even standing on his neck, that the prisoner died within 2 days. The subsequent inquest found the jailer's man guilty of murder, and he was actually hanged for it. It's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? But such accountability as this was very rare. But the fact that it happened at all shows that officials recognized extreme mistreatment leading to death as a crime. However, more often a prisoner's death was simply attributed to the will of God by a sickness. The bodies of dead prisoners were usually unceremoniously removed and buried in unhallowed ground if the families did not come and claim them. For the prisoners who remained alive, seeing their fellows carried out for burial would have been a pretty grim reminder of their own fragile odds of survival. Here's another cruel twist. Those who died under a pending felony charge were posthumously considered guilty, since they could not prove their innocence in trial, meaning that their goods, if they had any, were forfeited to the crown, and of course nothing was left for their families. The image of medieval prisoners routinely stretched on the rack or subjected to iron maidens is largely a creation of later imagination. Sorry to disappoint you. But in reality, torture in medieval English prisons, while it did exist, was not an everyday occurrence for the average inmate. English common law did not formally sanction torture to extract confessions in ordinary criminal cases. A point of pride, of course, repeated by legal scholars of the time. In the 1470s, Sir John Fortescue contrasted English law with that of France, noting with horror that on the continent, suspects might be racked with tortures till their sinews cracked and their veins burst, whereas in England, such methods were considered, frankly, to be barbaric. Nonetheless, there were certain situations in which extreme physical coercion was used in English custody, and the medieval prison certainly could be a site of torment. Maybe if you want to hear about real gruesome stuff, I'll do a video about the French medieval prisons. That could be interesting. Leave me a comment if you want that. Right, so continuing on, one context for legally sanctioned torture was the procedure known as the peine forte et dure, the strong and hard punishment, introduced in the late 13th century by statute in 1275. This was not torture to elicit a confession, but rather to coerce a defendant to submit to trial. If an accused felon refused to plead guilty or not guilty, perhaps hoping to avoid the verdict and protect their property from seizure, the court could order them put to the procedure. In practice, this meant the prisoner was chained in a low, dark chamber, fed nothing but little bread one day and stagnant water the next, and pressed beneath increasing weights. The idea was to break the person's will to insist on silence. Some yielded and agreed to stand trial. Others tragically died under the slow, crushing weight. This grim punishment was pretty rare, but it did claim victims. On paper, it was a form of legal torture, and it shows that the medieval justice system did have a mechanism to inflict extreme pain on the uncooperative. That case of the Newgate jailer's servant in 1290 who effectively murdered a prisoner by grave pressing penance may well have been an abuse of this very practice, taken to a lethal extreme. Beyond this, outright torture was sometimes employed especially for high-profile political prisoners or suspected conspirators against the crown. The Tower of London, as the state's fortress, was the usual setting for such interrogations. By the late medieval period, the tower had acquired devices like the rack, a notorious framework that could dislocate limbs by stretching. It earned the nickname the Duke of Exeter's daughter, after a constable of the Tower, and although it became infamous in Tudor times, it likely made its first appearances in the 15th century, used sparingly on those accused of treason and other grave threats. Other implements included iron gauntlets or hanging shackles. Prisoners might be suspended by the wrists from the wall. The torture left no telltale scars, but caused excruciating pain and potential dislocation of the arms. And we do know that during the War of the Roses and the turmoil surrounding them, there were instances of captured agents being tortured for information, though the details of that are pretty scant. Understandably so. I'm sure they weren't publishing that in the daily newspaper. But there is one example outside the political realm. The torturers suspected witches or sorcerers. Extremely rare in England at the time. But there are hints that in exceptional cases, authorities did not shy away from applying the rack or other torments to extract information about supposed conspiracies involving magic. Of course, a few weeks ago I did do a video specifically about the English witch hunts. I've also done one about the German witch hunts and, of course, the Salem trials of later times. If you want a little bit more detail about it, well, perhaps that's your next stop. Now, moving on. Imprisonment itself, of course, was often punishment enough. When additional torment was desired, it could be ingeniously inflicted by the very design of the prison. This is where it gets interesting. Now, case in point is the Tower of London's tiny dungeon cell, known as Little Ease. They always give them such cute names, don't they? Built within the bowels of the White Tower, Little Ease measured only about 4 feet square by 4 feet high, so small that a prisoner could neither stand upright, lie flat, nor fully sit down. Being confined in this lightless hole for days at a time was itself a form of torture by discomfort and sensory deprivation. Though documented instances of its use come from the 16th century, Catholic recusants like Edmund Campion was said to have been kept there. The cell existed by the late medieval era, and it represents the psychological torture that architecture alone could inflict. Even without formal instruments, jailers had these cruel options. They could throw a prisoner into a horrible pit, that oubliette, literally forgotten hole, or deliberately deny sleep and warmth as unofficial torments. It's also important to note that while torture occurred, it was not applied arbitrarily to petty offenders. Most common prisoners, thieves, debtors, brawlers, they weren't worth the trouble of torture. They suffered enough through neglect, not active torment. Active torture, that was reserved for those considered enemies of the state, or those who refused to play by the judicial rules. And when it did happen, it was kept behind closed doors. No medieval English jury could convict somebody solely on evidence from tortured confession, unlike in inquisitorial continental courts, which meant torture's role in English law was quite limited and unofficial. But still, the possibility of facing the rack or other horrors loomed in the medieval imagination. The very threat could be quite effective. We have records of prisoners who, upon merely seeing the implements of torture laid out, immediately gave up whatever secret they had, or at least told the jailers what they thought they wanted to hear. In that sense, the dungeon's menace was as potent as its reality. For the unfortunate few who did feel its bite, the prison became literally a hell on earth, a place of screams in the dark and agony mixed in with the despair. Well, let's keep going. We're going to talk a little bit about the role of the jailers and a bit of corruption, bribery, all that good stuff. The prisons were not only places of misery, but also rampant corruption. Jailers and sheriffs wielded enormous power over the fate of those in their custody, and many didn't hesitate to exploit it for their own personal gain. In an era without standardized prison administration, each jailer essentially ran their jail as a private enterprise, making the rules as they went along, and often purchasing the post from the crown or a local lord and then extracting income from the prisoners. This led to a system of fees and bribes that touched every aspect of a prison's life. Upon arrival, the new prisoner might immediately be expected to pay a fee, simply to be admitted and unshackled. A practice so common, it had a name: the garnish, or entrance fee. And you better pay it, because without doing so, you'd be thrown into the worst cell, laden with the heaviest irons, or denied any basic needs. Those who did pay, they might secure a cleaner cell, lighter chains, or even occasional leave to walk outside, under guard, of course. In effect, money could buy survival and a modicum of comfort, while poverty had condemned you to the lowest circle of prison hell. Extortion by jail officials was often flagrant. They charged for everything: a bundle of straw to serve as a bed, a candle for light, a scrap of additional food, the removal of irons, or even messages delivered to the family. There are accounts of jailers who presented prisoners with regular bills to be paid, failing which the prisoner would be chained in a nasty dungeon, or even tortured. Debtors, people imprisoned for owing money, were especially vulnerable, creating a darkly ironic situation. They were jailed for their debts, and then forced to incur more debt inside the jail just to stay alive. Medieval city governments occasionally tried to curb such abuses, In London and other towns, ordinances were passed to set official prison fees. For example, so many pence per day for basic board, or a fixed fee for iron removal, in hopes of preventing outrageous price gouging. But enforcement was pretty lax, too hard to control, and many jailers ignored the rules. After all, what recourse did the prisoner have? If they complained, the jailer could retaliate with even worse treatment. Some prisoners did petition higher authorities for relief. The Court of King's Bench, or even the Chancellor in Chancery, might hear grievances from inmates who alleged they were being unlawfully extorted or abused. One such petition from the late 15th century by a cleric named William Haming reveals the horror of what corrupt officials could do. Hemming was falsely accused by a local sheriff's deputy, who then kept him in a dreadful pit, weighed with heavy irons and deprived him of food and drink, all to force Hemming to pay a hefty £10 fine to regain his freedom. Even after extorting the sum, the sheriffs made Hemming swear not to sue them under threat of violence. Such cases, they laid bare a system where the lines between lawful punishment and outright criminality by jailers were blurred, and the fact that Hemming eventually could appeal to the Lord Chancellor shows that there were theoretical checks on abuse, on paper, but practically, justice for prisoners was very rare. The corruption extended even to matters of life and death. For the right price, a jailer might even allow a prisoner to escape. There are stories of guards turning a blind eye or even actively helping affluent captives flee in exchange for bribes. The dramatic escape of Roger Mortimer from the Tower of London in 1323, for instance, is believed to have been enabled by sympathetic insiders, whether through loyalty or coin. Likewise, some jailers sold pardons or arranged for charges to be dropped if they were well connected, essentially playing power broker. Clearly, a well-placed bribe could accomplish what legal appeals could not. At the same time, a prisoner without means might find every gate closed. Even when medieval knights occasionally proclaimed amnesties or released prisoners during coronations or at Easter, one had to pay the jailer a fee to actually get out. The jailer's control was such that an old saying went, "The keys of the prison are made of gold," meaning money was the key to freedom. Now, this all sounds pretty bad for the prisoners, but I have to say, if you really want to get on your grind, being a jailer might be a pretty good way to get ahead financially. It's the top one side hustle of 1312. Anyway, jokes aside, not all jailers were villains out of a storybook, of course. Some performed their duties within the accepted norms of the day without egregious cruelty. A few even showed mercy, allowing poor prisoners to beg at the gate for alms or not enforcing fees on those who were truly destitute. But the structure of the system, the entire game of jails, it incentivized abuse. Jailers had to support the prison and themselves, and since many were unpaid except through prisoner fees, extortion became the norm. In the late medieval consciousness, the jailer was often viewed as a sinister figure, greedily profiting from misery. Literature and popular stories depict corrupt sheriffs locking people up unjustly and taking bribes to get them out. The Robin Hood ballads, for example, include rescue of comrades from the sheriff's prison, tapping into the common folk's resentment for tyrannical officials. Is there any other kind of official? Well, the prevalence of corruption in medieval prisons shows that for many inmates, justice did not continue once the cell door clanged shut. Instead, they entered a shadow economy, governed by the whims and greed of their overseers. It is often said that in medieval England, prisons were not so much a punishment as a holding pattern. And that's largely true. The primary function of jails during the Middle Ages was to detain the accused until they could be tried, or to hold convicts for a short time before another punishment was carried out. Let's take a thief, for example. He might languish in a prison for months, awaiting the visit of the travelling justices who would judge his case. If he was found guilty, they might hang him. The prison was just the grim waiting room for the gallows. Similarly, a debtor would be locked up until his family paid his debts or he died trying, using incarceration as leverage rather than as a sentence itself. Long-term imprisonment as a sentence was quite rare. Public, corporal punishments were favoured. Flogging, the stocks, the pillory, branding, banishment, or execution. However, by the late medieval period, we do start to see, imprisonment creeping in as part of some judgments, especially in towns. Think of a dishonest tradesman or a nighttime mischief maker being ordered to spend a few weeks in jail as punishment. And that reflects a slight shift in attitudes. Still, for most of the medieval era, to be in prison usually meant you were awaiting your trial, or awaiting ransom if you were a hostage or a prisoner of war, or just awaiting some outcome, like a payment of a fine or a royal decision on your fate. Thus, the medieval prisons occupied an uncertain place in the justice system. No one was really sure what they actually were yet. No one had realized what prisons would become. They were absolutely necessary for securing suspects and certain offenders, but not endowed with the moral purpose or bureaucratic oversight that later ages would demand. Simply tools of royal and civic power. The castle dungeon symbolized the lord's ability to crush opposition, and the county jail symbolized the crown's law reaching into every shire. Yet, there were also ad hoc and neglected institutions. Few resources were invested in making them humane or efficient. Prisoners were expected to fend for themselves, and if they suffered or died, well, that was just considered part of the inherent harshness of justice. Only occasionally did humanitarian concerns peek through, as when reform-minded mayors or sheriffs might allow a little better upkeep, or when the church intervened against a more egregious set of cruelties. The church did actually run its own ecclesiastical prisons as well. Convicted clergy or heretics could be confined in monastery cells. Notably, some Lollard heretics in the early 15th century were imprisoned under church authority, and usually with somewhat better conditions than lay jails. But it still wasn't a very nice place to be. The right of sanctuary also provided an interesting counterpoint. A fugitive who reached the sanctuary of a church could avoid the king's prison, at least for a time, showing that imprisonment was feared enough that desperate people would cling to altars to escape it. By the end of the medieval period, the institution of the prison was firmly entrenched in English society, dreaded by all, yet accepted as a basic element of justice. The medieval prison was a place of contradiction. It upheld the law by containing the lawless. Yet inside its walls, lawlessness and suffering often prevailed. It was meant to keep people safe from criminals, yet it provided no safety to those within. Looking back with a more modern perspective, we can certainly see how the medieval jail was a prelude to later reforms. Those horrors endured by the prisoners in these centuries eventually gave rise to calls for mercy and change, though true prison reform would not come until much later. The 18th and 19th centuries, figures like John Howard shining a light on conditions. In any case, the medieval period built the foundation. It established the prison as an instrument of justice, brutal and flawed, but indispensable. The tales of torture, disease, starvation, and corruption that we've explored today, they also serve to remind us of how far the concept of criminal justice has evolved since then. Yet, in some ways, the medieval prison experience has never entirely left. The very word, dungeon, it still evokes darkness, fear, and oppression. These were the realities of life in the medieval English prison. Hope was scarce, suffering was common. The strong arm of justice was often indistinguishable from the cruelty of captivity. It's certainly one chapter of history that once you've learned about, you won't easily forget. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. Did you have fun? If that's one way to put it. Certainly interesting. Of course, give ourselves another 100, 200 years, and we'll be looking back upon prisons in today's world. We'll probably be viewing them as quite barbaric as well. Let's not get too far ahead of us and call ourselves 100% civilized just yet. We still have a long way to go. Well, let's have a look at the patrons, huh? Both on YouTube and... hang on, let me open the thing. Hang on. There we go, okay. Alright. Patrons and supporters on Patreon and YouTube. Thank you. Let's go. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitimus, Carrie, Charlene, Linda Reese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Vanita, and Claire. Well, thank you very much, everyone. We had a good time together. So how about I see you in the next video? You can learn something again. Whatever, it's up to you. Good night, everyone. Oh, and as always, don't forget, lots of love to you all. Be good to each other. And don't go committing any crimes. Bye-bye for now.